Ezra woke up to the sound of rain tapping against the window. The room was dark and cold, though his blanket was warm. For a second, he thought he was dreaming. Everything felt wrong, quiet in a way that made his chest tighten. He turned his head. His mother was standing beside his bed. She didn't move, didn't speak, just stared down at him with tired eyes. "Ezra," she whispered. "Come." Her voice shook a little. He sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes. It wasn't morning yet. The hallway outside was usually full of voices and footsteps, but tonight, it was empty. Only the faint glow of lamps touched the marble floor. "Mom? Why so early?" No answer. She was already helping him into his coat. Her hands were cold, trembling slightly. Ezra didn't know what to say. His mother was the kind of person who always smiled, even when she scolded him. But tonight, her face looked pale, stiff, like she was forcing herself not to cry. They walked through the silent corridor. The maids bowed when they passed, whispering to each other when they thought she couldn't hear. "Why him? Why not the brother? He's weak. He won't survive it. The main house ordered it. But I heard the order is for all the children. Then why only the young master? Sheesh, the madam is here. God protect him." Ezra didn't understand as their words echoed in his head as they reached the front door. Outside, rain fell harder. Two servants waited by the car with black umbrellas. Their suits were pressed, faces expressionless, eyes fixed straight ahead. Ezra shivered. His mother always told him to stay away from the cold, that his body couldn't handle it. That's why to the other noble kids he was not known. He was almost a ghost, his existence only known to those in the house. But tonight, she didn't stop him. "Mom, where's Dad?" She stopped. The rain whispered between them. She knelt, her cold hands gripping his shoulders. "Ezra," she said softly, "you're going to the training center the main family built. It's to make the kids of our family grow stronger for the future. Please be strong and make us proud." Her voice broke at the end. He blinked, confused. "But, why me? Brother's better." She stood, cutting him off with silence. Her hand slipped from his as she turned away. The men stepped forward. Ezra didn't fight them. He just stared as his mother's figure blurred through the rain as they led him into the car. Her final wave looked shaky and desperate. Felt like goodbye, but forever. The car door shut with a dull thunk. The drive was quiet. The men in the front didn't speak. Ezra hugged himself and stared at the window. Raindrops ran down like silver threads. The longer he watched, the heavier his chest felt. He didn't remember falling asleep. When his eyes opened again, the light stabbed into them. Cold metal pressed against his arms and legs. He tried to move, but something held him down. Straps. Tight ones. His breath caught in his throat. He jerked his head around the glass walls. He was inside a transparent box. Across from him sat another kid, also strapped to a chair. Around them were more boxes, more kids. Dozens of them. Then came the noise. Screaming. Crying. "Let me out. What is this place? I want to go home." The voices overlapped, panicked, rising like waves. Ezra's pulse hammered in his ears. He yanked against the straps until his wrists burned. A door opened somewhere ahead. Heavy footsteps echoed through the room. A man walked in, tall and straight-backed, coat brushing his knees. Two soldiers followed him, their boots hitting the floor in sync. The man's eyes were sharp, his face blank like someone carved from stone. When he spoke, his voice carried over the chaos. "Children of Ashenlock, welcome to the trial of steel," he said. "In front of you, under the cover, is a dismantled revolver. Remove the cover." A mechanical click followed. The restraints on their arms unlocked. Ezra's hands shook. He didn't move. His gaze flicked to the metal lid in front of him. Beneath it, a gun? Why was there a gun in front of him? Why was there another boy across from him? What kind of training center was this? He lifted the cover with trembling fingers. Gun parts. Cold steel glinting under the lights. Pieces scattered like broken bones. The boy across from him did the same. Around the hall, dozens of kids stared down at the same cruel puzzle. "What is this?" someone muttered nearby. "This is insane," said another voice. A loud slam broke the silence. One boy dressed better than the rest had slammed his cover shut. His face twisted in rage. "You can't do this," he shouted. "My grandfather's an elder. If you—" Bang! The gunshot cut him off. His body slumped forward. His pants wet with fluid caused by the terror of death. The man didn't blink. He knew. Now you do. The silence that followed was heavy enough to choke on. "This program will decide your worth to the family," the man continued, his voice flat. "The head and elders approved this test. You will obey or you will die." He paused. "Your task is simple. Assemble the revolver. Kill the child across from you before they kill you. That is all." Ezra's stomach dropped. "Kill?" He looked at the boy across from him, wide eyes, shaking hands. No way this was real. Another gunshot echoed through the hall. The smell of gunpowder spread, sharp and bitter. "Begin." A few seconds passed and no one moved. It was like the whole room had turned to ice. Every single kid just sat there, staring at the parts in front of them, or at the kid across from them. The man lifted his hand again. One soldier stepped forward, stopping before the boy who had complained earlier. The soldier raised his gun. "No, please!" the boy screamed. "Please, I'll do it." Bang! Blood splattered against the glass. The girl opposite him screamed, trying to crawl away even though her legs were tied. "Please, please don't." Bang! The red spread like spilled paint. The glass dripped with it. Ezra couldn't breathe. The room spun. The air stank of blood and oil. The man's voice returned, colder. "Every 20 seconds without a gunshot, another pair dies. You have 30 minutes. Begin." That was when panic truly began. Children screamed. Some reached for the gun parts. Others froze completely. A few just sobbed, clutching their heads. Ezra's hands hovered over the table. His body shook so hard the metal clinked under his fingers. He couldn't think. Couldn't breathe. Why did they send me here? Did she know? Why? I don't want to die. He reached for a part, sobbing, gasping for air. Across from him, the boy was already trying to assemble his gun. His hands slipped, but he was working fast. Desperate. Ezra glanced at the boy across from him, and the boy glanced back, their eyes meeting through the thick glass wall that separated them. Shit, he's almost done. Ezra clicked his tongue and forced his hands to move faster, fingers working over the metal parts of the revolver as sweat slid down his face and pooled on the table. His hands shaking so badly that they hovered for a moment each time he tried to fit a piece into place. Then the sound came. Bang. Ezra jerked his head up in shock, and the bullets he had been holding slipped from his fingers, hitting the table and rolling in every direction before several clattered to the floor. His breath caught as he stared at the spiderweb cracks spreading along the right side of the glass wall that shielded him from the boy opposite him. He missed. Relief rushed through him, but it mixed with fear the moment he saw the boy lift the gun again. Ezra tried to twist his body away, but the strap tight around his stomach yanked him back into the chair, digging into his skin and stealing his balance. The boy fired again and the shot missed once more. The boy's face twisted as he gritted his teeth, frustration clear in the way his arms stiffened. His eyes shifted to Ezra, who stared back with open fear, before flicking down to the table where the bullets lay scattered. A grin slowly crept onto the boy's face as he realized Ezra's position, believing that with this opening he could take his time, aim properly, and end it. What should I do? What should I do? Ezra's eyes swept across the table, his breath coming fast as his chest rose and fell against the strap. All my bullets are scattered. Even if I grab one, he'll shoot me before I can finish. He has time. I don't. And even if I fire, I don't know if one shot will be enough. One shot. His gaze locked onto a single bullet lying close to his hand, resting near the edge of the table. With one shot, I can survive. Ezra Ashenlock, the ghost of his family, had spent most of his life locked indoors because of his weak body, passing the time alone in quiet rooms where he read books or took apart toy guns and put them back together again. Assembling a revolver had always been part of Ashenlock's training, meant to shape the minds of future gun alchemists, and even Ezra had been made to do it. His father never allowed him to skip it, saying it wouldn't harm his health. So Ezra trained alongside his twin brother, practicing assembly and target work again and again, keeping track of their results. Ezra had never lost. He moved before the thought finished, stretching his arm forward as fast as he could, grabbing the last bullet and slamming it into the revolver with shaking hands, snapping the chamber shut and lifting the gun toward the boy. Their eyes locked. The boy's hands shook as well, the revolver heavy and awkward for his small grip. But confidence still lingered in his face because Ezra only had one shot left while he still had four. Ezra adjusted his aim, pointing slightly away from the hole that connected their glass boxes. And when the boy noticed this, his grip relaxed, sure of his win. Then the boy saw it. His eyes widened as understanding hit, but the moment broke his rhythm, and when he fired again the shot barely missed. "Wait!" The boy started. Bang! The sound tore through the chamber, sharp and final. The boy collapsed forward, his body slamming against the table as blood spread beneath him, smearing across the metal surface and dripping down the edge. Ezra froze. Then the gun slipped from his hand and hit the floor as his body started to shake, his upper half folding forward while he gagged, his throat convulsing even though nothing came out except rough, broken breaths. He had killed someone. A kid. Just like him. Bang. Bang. More gunshots echoed through the room, and each one made Ezra flinch hard against the restraints as screams followed, the sound tightening something in his chest until it felt like it might tear apart. His heart pounded so loudly that it drowned out everything else, the noise filling his ears as he stared at the lifeless body in front of him, his breathing growing uneven, whether from the recoil, the fear, or the weight settling in his chest. He couldn't tell, but his body felt wrong. Then pain ripped through his head. Ezra gasped and clutched his skull as his vision flashed white, images flooding his mind in a rush that left no space to breathe. Blueprints spread across tables, lines and numbers clear and sharp, the sound of tools striking metal, the smell of oil and smoke thick in the air, and his own voice, older, steady, explaining how to build a weapon. "No, this isn't mine. This is a memory, a life that wasn't this one." A man working inside an army factory as sparks flew and machines roared, the weight of a finished gun resting in his hands. Weapons he had built, weapons he had used, until death came in a gun shop. The sounds of the room faded as the images took over, and then, slowly, they slipped away. Ezra opened his eyes. Sweat dripped from his chin as the world moved like it was underwater, his body tipping forward until he caught himself on the table, gripping its edge while his breathing slowly steadied. Just happened? Ezra just stood there, frozen, thinking about what just happened while staring at the mess around him. Dead kids. Blood all over the floor and on the inside walls of the glass boxes. Some of it hadn't even dried yet, just thick dark puddles reflecting the ceiling lights. Tears, blood, and vomit mixed in horrible little smears near the drains. The room smelled like sweat, fear, and iron. Ezra didn't want to breathe. Right in front of him, inside his glass box, the boy he shot was still slumped forward on the table. His body hadn't moved since the moment the bullet tore through him. A small line of drool ran from the kid's mouth, dripping down from lifeless lips. Ezra couldn't stop looking. His heart just kept pounding, hands vibrating. The boy's last words still echoed in his head. His voice, the look in his eyes. Ezra's stomach turned again. He wanted to puke. Click. The locks hissed and released with a mechanical whir, and the glass doors of each box cracked open. Some kids stepped out fast like they couldn't wait to get away from the blood. Others didn't move at all, just sat there curled up like they were still strapped down. Ezra slowly stepped out, trying not to look at the body behind him. The tall man who started the trial, the one in the long coat, walked in again. His boots clicked sharply on the wet tile floor, each step echoing through the giant room like gunshots. He stood at the front like a teacher in a twisted classroom, towering over them. "Children of Ashenlock," his deep voice echoed, calm but cold. Everyone looked up, even if their knees were shaking. For those of you who survived this first trial, congratulations on passing the first trial of the Trial of Steel, he said. You'll be moving on. This program was made to forge strength for the new age for Ashenlock and Britannia. And if any of you think this is just for the lower branches or the midline families that were brought here, then you're wrong. His eyes scanned the crowd like a hawk. Even the main head's children are here. All children of Ashenlock from 14 to 17 years old. No one is exempt. That last part hit like a wave. Ezra could feel it in the air, the way everyone's eyes changed. Suspicious. Tense. Some kids were looking around already, trying to spot who came from the higher lines of the family. Ezra did too. It wasn't hard to guess. The main family kids had a certain look, snow white or pure black hair, with cold black eyes or white that didn't flinch even in a room full of corpses. Unlike Ezra, his own hair was mixed, black with white strands. His eyes were pitch black, but the rest of him, he looked too blended to be part of the main branch. He didn't belong. His features was the result of marriage between the Ashenlocks and other lesser noble families that wanted to integrate their family with the Ashenlock, making the lower branch of the Ashenlock. The man continued, There will be 9 trials. Many of you will die before the end. But those who make it to the final round will be seen as the new spearheads of the Ashenlock family. The highest-ranking survivor will become the heir. Ezra blinked. Heir? That stirred the whole group like someone had thrown fire on dry leaves. Some kids whispered to each other. Others stood straighter. There was a weird mix of excitement, dread, and raw, hungry ambition in the room now. Then the man raised his hand and waved it once. Guards started dragging the bodies away without a word. The blood, the glass shards, the kids who didn't make it, gone like trash being cleaned up after a party. Ezra didn't want to look, feeling pity and sadness for the fallen. The guards herded the rest of them out. The halls they passed through were lined with stone gray and old-looking, but polished like the whole place was part palace, part prison. Tall, iron-framed lamps flickered overhead, casting long shadows. No one talked. They just walked. Eventually, the group was split and each kid was sent to a separate room. That surprised Ezra. The accurate numbers of rooms for each of them. It didn't sit right. He guessed they knew exactly how many kids would survive. The math was probably planned way ahead. Even so, the hallway had too many doors. Ezra counted in his head. More than 80. Maybe even 100. He entered his assigned room, stepping into a space that looked cold but fancy. A single bed with white sheets. A desk in the corner. A full mirror. The walls were stone but smooth, with a weirdly clean scent, like pine mixed with bleach. Didn't have a bathroom inside, instead was built at the entrance of the hotel. The moment the door clicked shut behind him, Ezra bolted out of his room to the bathroom and dropped to his knees in front of the toilet. He vomited. Hard. Everything came out, his yesterday meal, the fear, the guilt, the horror. He clutched the toilet rim like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. His head pounded. His stomach flipped again. From the nearby stalls, he heard someone else puking too. That made him feel a tiny bit better. At least he wasn't the only one. After a few minutes, he dragged himself to the sink and stared at the mirror. The face that looked back was different from the one he saw from the memories that flooded him earlier. Black hair with white streaks, dark eyes that looked almost too sharp for his age. His skin was pale, and his cheeks looked sunken from stress. Still, he looked kind of cool. Handsome, even. But he didn't feel it. He looked haunted. What were those memories, my past life? He thought to himself. No, that can't be possible. He glanced again at himself. But I look so much like the person and everything I saw felt so familiar. He signed. What is going on with me? Maybe the stress is affecting my brain. He signed again. I need to calm down. Just as he started to calm down, he heard footsteps behind him. More than one pair. He turned, eyebrows raised. A group of 5 kids stood there. 4 boys and a girl. The girl was in front, chin raised like she was used to being in charge. Her hair was snow white, and her eyes were pale as ice. The kind of girl you'd never mistake for anything less than high-tier royalty. That's him, said one of the boys, pointing at Ezra. His voice was cold, but his smile wasn't friendly. Ezra blinked. What's going on? Why is there a girl in the boys? Wham! A fist slammed into his cheek. His head snapped sideways, crashing into the mirror with a sickening crack. Then another boy kicked him in the ribs. Hard. He collapsed to the floor, wheezing. His vision blurred. Behind them, he heard the other boys in the bathroom scrambling to get out. One of them whispered in a panic, "That's Pamela, from the higher line." Ezra barely lifted his head. Blood ran from his forehead, dripping down his face. His right eye was stinging. He coughed, and a bit of blood came out. He looked up at them, four boys standing tall like bodyguards, and the girl in white, arms folded. Her voice was sharp. "The boy you killed. He was my brother." Ezra's mouth went dry. He remembered the shot. The other boy slumping forward. He remembered him begging. His stomach twisted again. "Wait," he gasped. "I didn't know. I was just trying to survive." A boy with red strands in his black hair grabbed him by the collar and punched him in the gut. Cough, cough. Tears leaked from Ezra's eyes. Not because of the pain, but because he knew what was coming. He was outnumbered, weak, and none of them cared about excuses. "Let's just kill him before the guards show up," one of them muttered. "No one'll care if a lower-born like him dies, so let's just take our time dealing with him," said another. "He's just trash." Pamela's voice stayed even. "Choke him in the toilet." Two boys yanked Ezra up by the arms and dragged him across the floor. His shoes scraped against the tiles. He tried to fight back, but they stomped on his legs and pinned him down. His vision faded in and out. His head hit the floor. So this was it. He was going to die. Again. Enough. The voice stopped everything. It was deep, female, angry, a guard. Everyone froze. She stood at the door, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing the Ashenlock uniform. Her face didn't show any emotion, but her tone was steel. "No fights are allowed after a trial." "What's going on here, young lady?" Pamela straightened, trying to look cool. "Just taking out the trash." The guard's tone turned cold. "Release him. Now go back to your rooms. Unless you want to test the punishment rules for higher line children." Pamela paled at that. "Let him go," she muttered. "I said now." The boys dropped Ezra roughly, one of them spitting on him before leaving. The group vanished like shadows. The guard didn't say another word, just stared at Ezra like she didn't care if he lived or died. "Return to your room," she said flatly. Ezra could barely move, but he knew if he didn't go now, she might leave him there to bleed out or something worse. He pushed himself up, legs shaking, body screaming. He limped down the hall, dragging one foot behind the other. The guard followed silently until he reached his room. He stumbled inside and closed the door behind him. The second the latch clicked, he collapsed, and everything went dark. Ezra wasn't dreaming, but it didn't feel like he was awake either. Somewhere deep in his head, he saw it all, the other life. It played out like a movie stuck on fast forward. He saw himself or a look-alike as a baby, crying and cold as his mom left him in front of her mother's house, abandoning him for a better life. That part hurt more than any punch or kick when he realized this when he tried to find her. Then his grandma, the only one who cared, died before he could even talk properly due to overwork and the fact her body couldn't handle the stress of working multiple jobs to raise him. After that, it was the orphanage, getting picked on, ignored, and shoved around by other kids until he got strong enough to stop them. He pushed through school, fought like hell to get into college, but nothing went well. Then ended up joining the army to escape the hard life and debt that began to pile up. There, he discovered his love for guns. Not just shooting them, but understanding them. How they worked. Why they mattered. Every bolt, every spring, every type of steel that was used in making them. He became an expert, but retired due to an issue which he couldn't recollect in his dream. The dream continued from when he opened a small firearm shop at 46. But it didn't last. Some kid stole a gun and tried to run. Ezra had reached out, maybe yelled too loud, and the kid shot him. Just like that. His life ended in the middle of an empty store, surrounded by the very things he loved. Life was cruel too, huh? He thought bitterly, watching that last scene fade out. Blah! A horn blared through the quarters, loud enough to make his heart skip. Ezra blinked hard, startled. He sat up quickly, groaning as pain shot through his ribs and head. His body remembered the beating from Pamela and her thugs. His forehead throbbed from where it hit the mirror. But something was different. His head was wrapped in bandages. Someone had cleaned the wound. He touched it gently. Was it that guard? The woman? He muttered, blinking at the ceiling. Guess she's not that heartless or… those memories came again when I was out. But the more I see it, the more I feel like those memories are really my past life. He started rambling in his mind but was cut off. The horn blared again, louder. Ezra scrambled up, wincing. His uniform was neatly laid out. White buttoned shirt, black trousers, polished shoes, and a short black cape that clipped across the chest. He rushed to brush his teeth, splashing water on his face to shake off the leftover sleep. Outside, boys were lining up under the eyes of stern-faced guards. Girls filed out of a separate wing, dressed almost the same, only with black skirts and capes that hung a bit shorter. Ezra followed the group, careful not to draw attention. His eyes darted around for Pamela or her goons. If she caught him again, she might not wait for a guard to show up next time. They were led to a massive classroom, one of the biggest rooms Ezra had ever seen. Rows of desks stretched out neatly. The walls were stone, but not rough, smooth and cool, like polished granite. Huge banners of the Ashenlock crest hung on each wall. The emblem, a crossed steel revolver with gears behind it, seemed to watch them all. Kids chatted as they entered, voices echoing. Some greeted friends. Others stuck close to kids from their family lines. Ezra kept his head down and found a seat near the edge. He didn't even have friends since his brother was the one who met with people of the family while he just stayed in his quarters. Then the room went quiet. The door opened again, and in walked a woman. She wasn't just beautiful. She looked like someone drawn out of a magazine cover or one of those fantasy game posters. Her white hair flowed like snow under sunlight. She wore a tight black skirt and a white shirt that clung to her curves, with a long black coat flaring behind her. Her heels clicked loudly as she walked, and even the way she stood had power in it. The girls stared in envy. The boys just stared amazed. Ezra blinked. Even he felt weirdly amazed. 2 guards walked in behind her, 1 man, 1 woman. They stood like statues at her side. The woman's gaze scanned the classroom. "Good morning, children of Ashenlock," she said, her voice calm but sharp. "My name is Freya Ashenlock." Her tone made everyone sit straighter. "I know most of you are still shaken from yesterday's trial," she continued. "Some of you took lives. Others were nearly killed. I'm not here to tell you to be sad about that." Ezra swallowed hard, thinking of the boy he shot. Others looked away too, guilt flashing in their eyes. "But," Freya said, her voice rising just slightly, "you should be glad. You're alive. That means you were strong enough to make it. The dead don't get second chances, but you who survive have it. So, don't waste it and continue fighting to survive." It was brutal, but honestly, and for some reason that actually lifted the mood. A few kids nodded. Ezra didn't smile, but he felt steadier. Freya turned to the board behind her, where the words Path of Alchemy, Ashenlock lineage were written in bold white letters. "For the next 3 weeks," she explained, "you will study the foundations of alchemy, especially our family's path, gun alchemy. Because during the 3rd trial, every one of you will undergo your awakening ceremony." Ezra leaned forward. His heart picked up. "Gun alchemy," he whispered under his breath. Freya looked at them. "Children from the main family branches may already know 1 or 2 on what alchemy is, but most of you from the lower lines have barely touched it. That's why this class matters." She paused. "Can someone from the main house explain what alchemy is?" A girl stood. Black hair perfectly tied back. Pale skin. Her voice was calm and polished. "Alchemy is the power to transform, create, and combine, by using and reshaping natural resources." Freya smiled slightly. Well said, Vera. Simple and clean. Some kids clapped lightly. Ezra noticed people around Vera nodding, clearly used to her being the smart one. Alchemy, Freya continued, lets us manipulate matter, any material, any form, fire, water, stone, metal. But in our house, Ashenlock, we specialize in metals. And more specifically, guns. She walked over to a table where one of the guards laid 2 heavy metal bars. These are steel ingots, she said. Watch carefully. She held her palm over the bars. A soft white light with black shards glowed around her wrist. The steel started to melt, but not like with heat. It became malleable, floating and twisting through the air. The whole class gasped. The metal reformed slowly, reshaping into a full revolver. Perfectly made, every detail clean. Ezra's jaw dropped. It looked just like the one from the trial. But this one hadn't been assembled. It had been made. This is gun alchemy, Freya said. Understanding the chemical bonds of steel or metals, the structure of a gun, and reshaping it with your will. It is science and willpower combined. But, she added, you cannot perform real alchemy without reaching a certain level of cognizance. Your mind is your engine, your focus, your strength. Right now, most of you are between 11% to 25%. She turned to the board again and pointed to a chart. The path of alchemy, cognizance rankings. Novice alchemist, 26% to 30%. Binder alchemist, 31% to 43%. Adept alchemist, 44% to 50%. Meister alchemist, 51% to 59%. Arcanist alchemist, 60% to 65%. Grand arcanist, 66% to 71%. Alchemist general, 72% to 76%. Alchemist scholar, 77% to 80%. Alchemist sage, 81% to 88%. Highest ever reached. Philosopher, 89%, infinity percent. Mythical, never achieved. The novice rank is where everything begins, but being a 1-star alchemist doesn't mean you can create a revolver as easy as I did, she explained. You have to first reach the 2-star rank, which to normal alchemist it can take years. But by completing the trials of steel you all will graduate being binder alchemist. Now, for the philosopher rank, Freya said, is the dream, a legend, the idea of infinite cognizance. But no one has ever reached it, not even close. The highest ever recorded in Britannia was 88%. She stepped back. You don't need to aim for myths. For now, survive. Grow. Your trials will increase your cognizance. If you can reach 26%, you'll unlock your alchemist state. Ezra's head buzzed with enlightenment. So much to take in. Deep inside, something clicked. The guns. Chemistry. The transformation. They all aligned with the person's line of work and expertise from the memories he saw. This trial of steel. No, this family. With the knowledge of what might be his past life, he might have a big chance of surviving. The weeks passed like a blur. Every morning Ezra trained his body. He jogged around the stone courtyard, stretched his limbs, and went through strange drills that didn't look like anything the others did. He used everything he could remember, all the knowledge stored in his head from those memories. Some kids stopped to stare, their faces full of confusion. His routine looked wrong to them, stiff and unfamiliar. But Ezra didn't care. He changed his diet as well, using what the cafeteria provided, forcing himself to eat what his body needed instead of what he wanted. Each meal felt like a fight. The concussion he had caused by pushing himself with that borrowed knowledge made his head throb, and more than once he had to stand still and breathe through the urge to vomit, swallowing it down until it passed. After training, he'd go to the library. Row after row of books that he could find on chemistry, metal properties, energy flow, history, and weapon design. He read non-stop, studied diagrams, took notes until his hand cramped. He read more on Metallica, the city to the east of Britannia, and the Ashenlocks were the ones governing everything that was in the place, which explained why they could easily pull off a program like this. He also learned basic knowledge about steel compounds, gun mechanisms, powder reactions, alchemical fusion theories. At night, he'd collapse into bed, mind buzzing, body sore. But every day his body didn't improve in rapid speed, but he felt sharper, stronger. Pamela never approached him during those weeks. Maybe because of the guard warning. Or maybe she was planning something. But the others avoided him, especially the kids from lower houses. They gave him glances, whispering like he was cursed. Marked, it didn't matter. Let them whisper. He'd survive. 3 weeks later, the trial hall was packed. The giant stone room glowed under the torch-like lights. Everyone stood tall in their uniforms. Freya was already at the front, arms behind her back. The tension was thick. No one smiled. Everyone knew Trial 2 was here. Ezra took a deep breath, fists clenched at his side. His heart beat steady. No panic this time. He was ready. At least he hoped he was. After the class ended, the guards moved in and ordered the children to line up. Boots hit the stone floor in steady rhythm as they were led out of the hall and toward 2 large structures ahead, the cafeteria and the training ground. Both places were massive. Ezra could tell at a glance that each could hold more than 1,000 people without feeling crowded. The cafeteria was the first stop. When Ezra stepped inside, he slowed without meaning to. His eyes lifted as he took in the space. The ceiling stretched high above, supported by thick stone pillars. Long rows of tables filled the room, each paired with heavy chairs that scraped softly as children sat down. At the far end stood several buffet counters, steam rising faintly from metal trays. The food wasn't like what he ate back home. There were no rich sauces or heavy smells. Instead, the dishes looked plain but filling. Meat cooked simply, bowls of rice, vegetables laid out neatly, and bread stacked in baskets. Food meant to build the body, not please the tongue. Ezra stood there for a moment, his stomach twisting in a strange way. So this is how it's going to be. After that, they were taken to the training ground. The moment he stepped onto the sand-covered field, Ezra felt his steps slow again. The ground stretched wide, packed flat and marked by countless footprints. Sandbags hung from wooden frames. Bars, weights, ropes, and targets filled the space in neat rows. And then it hit him. A sudden sense of familiarity washed over him. Images flashed through his mind. Someone exercising in a closed room, hands gripping bars, legs pushing against the ground, breath steady and controlled. The equipment in those scenes matched what stood before him now. Ezra staggered back and pressed a hand to his head. A dull ache spread behind his eyes as the images faded. He let out a slow breath and steadied himself before quietly walking back to his room. Ezra lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His body felt heavy. His head buzzed with thoughts that refused to settle. These images keep showing up when I don't expect them, he muttered, rubbing his forehead with his palm. What's going on with me? Why am I seeing all this? And why does it feel so familiar every time? His fingers paused. The person in those memories? He looks like me. He stared at the ceiling for a long time, not moving, letting the silence stretch. Then a short, bitter chuckle escaped his throat. We should be glad we survived. Haha. His voice cracked slightly. Come to think of it, I actually killed him. He raised his right hand. It trembled. But how was I able to pull the trigger? Ezra sat up and slapped his cheeks with both hands, the sound sharp in the quiet room. Enough of this. He stood and stretched, rolling his shoulders and shaking his arms as if trying to throw the thoughts out of his body. What should I do? He rubbed his chin and paced the small room, steps slow and uneven. Minutes passed as he thought, turning over everything he had seen and felt. Then something clicked. Parts of those memories felt unfamiliar, but others felt useful. His thoughts drifted to the schematics, the designs, the guns. The moment he focused, images bloomed in his mind, clear, ordered, like pages in a book. Each image listed details, how a weapon was made, what materials were used, how it functioned. Ezra froze, breath shallow. Huh? The moment his thoughts slipped, the images vanished. He frowned, then focused again. They came back. He repeated it several times, forcing his thoughts away and pulling them back, until his knees gave out and he dropped down, clutching his head. "Ah!" he groaned. After a few deep breaths, he sat back on the bed, legs folded beneath him, and focused again. The images returned. He moved through them slowly, flipping through weapons he had never seen before. Then one stood out. The revolver. Information filled his mind, clear and structured. A revolver is a handheld firearm first created in the early 1800s, becoming widely known after 1836. Its defining feature is a rotating cylinder that allows multiple shots to be fired without reloading after every shot. It is made from solid metal parts, mainly steel. The weapon consists of a barrel, a trigger mechanism, and a cylinder with several chambers. Each chamber holds one round, and when the trigger is pulled, the cylinder rotates to align a fresh round with the barrel. Most revolvers carry 5 to 6 rounds, though some models can hold more. They are known for their simple design, strong build, and high reliability, making them dependable even when poorly maintained or used in harsh conditions. Ezra's brows furrowed. 1800s? He whispered. That doesn't match. From the books he read about his family, gun alchemy only appeared around the 1920s, after his ancestors learned from the first gun that was created. That meant something important. These memories aren't from this world. The buildings he saw, the clothes, the military, the laws, everything was different. And the weapons, grenade launchers, assault rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, pistols, most of them far beyond what existed here. They looked more advanced. But then he paused. Maybe they're normal there. Without alchemy, their destructive power couldn't match what a Cognis user could do. Still, if I can use these ideas when I awaken my Cognis, Ezra murmured, his eyes lighting up, I could push gun development in Britannia forward. More than that, his chance of surviving this trial would rise. A smile formed, then faded. But making guns is one thing, he said quietly. My body can't keep up. His stomach twisted again. I'm already sick from just thinking this much. He needed something else. Something to help his body grow. The images shifted. A list appeared. Exercises. Diet. A routine. Military training. Ezra went through it slowly, but his head shook. These are good, but they take time. He didn't need bulk. He needed stamina. Control. Enough strength to survive. Then another thought came. What if I control my body better? Footwork. Balance. I'm quick when I think, he whispered. That's how I survived the first trial. If his body could move like his thoughts, things might change. The moment the idea formed, new instructions appeared. The training begins with the lower body. Squats, wall holds, and heel lifts build strength and keep the stance stable. Strong legs help the body stay grounded and reduce loss of balance. Core training follows and is the most important part. Plank holds, leg raises, and bridge lifts strengthen the stomach, hips, and lower back. A strong core keeps movement steady and controlled. Balance drills improve awareness. Standing on one leg, walking heel to toe, and slow lunges teach proper weight shift, helping the body react during sudden movement or uneven ground. Upper body exercises support posture and control. Push-ups, towel pulls, and overhead holds strengthen arms and shoulders, aiding weapon use and load bearing. Food supports growth. Eggs, fish, chicken, beans, rice, potatoes, oats, bananas, vegetables, and clean water are required. Without proper food and rest, progress slows. Training is done several times each week. Over time, the body grows stronger, steadier, and easier to control, forming a base for advanced training. Ezra's eyes widened. Wow! He jumped off the bed, landing lightly, his chest rising fast. This memory ability is insane. Not only could he access weapon knowledge, but training methods too. With this, I can survive. His hands clenched into fists. I have to start now. He grabbed his coat and left the room, a faint smile tugging at his lips as determination settled in his chest. The heavy wooden doors of the stone trial hall creaked open again, pulling every eye in the room toward the center. The examiner from the first trial stepped in, flanked by 3 guards. They didn't look like the regular ones. Their uniforms were the same shape and color. Dark black long jackets and polished boots, but these had shiny gold trim lining on their capes and caps. Their chest badges had 3 stars, unlike the standard 1-star guards. The man from the first trial had 4, just like Freya. He walked calmly to the center of the hall and looked around, his arms folded behind his back. "Freya," he said as she approached, "how was your session with the children? Do you believe this generation will yield strong results?" Freya crossed her arms, her voice cool. "They're learning. Slowly. They're starting to realize what it takes to survive in this trial." The man to his right, taller, slightly older, with graying sideburns, grimaced. "But to make our own children go through something like this, isn't this madness?" "Kyle," the guard to his left answered with a calm voice, "it's for the glory of our bloodline. The family's future needs strong leaders. Sacrifices are necessary." Freya tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing. "Raymond, don't you think the royal family is behind all this sudden pressure? The way they've forced every noble house into high alert. Something big is happening." Raymond, the one with 4 stars, nodded slowly but didn't look at her. "I wouldn't know. I'm not close to the main house, let alone the royal family. But whether it's war or politics, it doesn't matter. We're soldiers of Ashenlock. We follow orders, even if they're cruel." He stepped forward, and without raising his voice, the entire hall went quiet as if someone had flipped a switch. "Children of Ashenlock," Raymond said. Ezra's spine stiffened at the sudden silence. "The second trial begins now." Every heartbeat in the room picked up. Eyes darted. Some kids clenched their fists. Others swallowed hard. "This is a survival test," Raymond continued. 7 days, out in the wild. You'll be allowed to form your own 7-member teams by choices. We will blindfold each of you before transport. When the cloth comes off, you'll be in the field." He let the silence hang for a moment. "Ashenlocks," his voice echoed cooled. "Our blood runs like steel," he said. "Skin strong as titanium and our hearts, made out of tungsten. Cold, calculative, direct, and precise. This is what makes us who we are." He paused for a few seconds. "Use what you've learned. Use your instincts. Prove that you deserve the name Ashenlock." He turned and left the hall. Freya followed, along with the rest of the staff. No dramatic exit. No inspiring music. Just the heavy echo of boots fading into the distance. Then came the guards, lots of them. They moved through the crowd, organizing the kids into rows. 10 lines, 7 in each. They handed each student a black duffel bag, simple but sturdy. Inside were folded blankets, emergency rations, a flint kit, a small pot, and a survival knife. Then came the blindfolds. Ezra didn't resist. The fabric was rough and smelled faintly of oil and leather. Everything went black. The world was just darkness and the quiet thump of boots on a wooden floor. Ezra didn't know how long they marched. Hours, maybe. Sometimes the terrain changed, grass underfoot, then dirt, then the soft crunch of snow. When the blindfold finally came off, he blinked at the pale sky. White. All around him, snow blanketed the ground in thick, uneven layers. Tall pine trees towered overhead, swaying in the freezing wind. The sun barely peeked through the gray clouds, its light weak and cold. Ezra hugged his arms. "It's freezing out here," he muttered. "Why'd it have to be snow? Freaking snow. My worst enemy." He took in his surroundings. Trees everywhere. No clear paths. Just endless woods, gray sky, and frozen breath. 7-man team, huh? He said to no one. This might be a problem. He started walking carefully, boots crunching into the snow. His coat wasn't thick enough for this weather, but it'd have to do. "I don't even have any friends to team up with," he muttered. "And I'm on a crazy girl's hit list." He sneezed loudly. But focus on surviving first. Ezra shook off the cold and got to work. He realized something about the memories that kept flooding his dreams. First, whenever he slept, he would always dream of different scenes from the life he might have lived in a strange world. Second, Some scenes he had already dreamt about kept replaying again and again. Lastly, the memories felt like a book stored inside his head. When he focused deeply on the knowledge within them, the scenes would play again in his mind like a movie. Like a unique alchemy ability those MC in the comics I read have as cheat codes. He thought to himself, smiling. Because of this, he began to learn from them. Survival books, military guides, backwoods manuals, and even strange things like trapping and cooking in the wild surface clearly. The person whose life he saw in his dreams had read all of these during his time in the army. He scouted a good spot. A wide stone cave tucked between two frozen hills, just a few meters from a narrow stream with actual fish swimming under the icy top layer. Lucky break. He cleared a space, built a simple rock ring for the fire, collected branches and dry leaves, then used the flint from his bag to light it. The crackle of fire was the best sound he'd heard all day. Next came shelter. He reinforced the cave opening with branches and snow-packed walls to keep in warmth. It wasn't fancy, but it worked. By the time night fell, Ezra was sitting inside his new base, firelight dancing across the rock walls. A fish roasted on a stick over the flames, and the smell was way better than he expected. He'd even crushed some leaves for makeshift spice. His stomach growled and he let out a breath. This isn't so bad. 3 days passed. Ezra had a routine now. He woke at dawn, cleaned himself in the stream, even though it was freezing, hunted fish or squirrels, checked his traps, studied hand-drawn schematics he got from his past memory, and reviewed some of the things he could recollect from his past times in the army. No one had found him. No animals had attacked. No snowstorms, no injuries. In fact, things were going too well. That made him a bit nervous. As he was rotating a fish over his fire that evening, he heard it. Snap. A twig. His body reacted immediately. He snatched the wooden bow he'd made for fishing and fitted an arrow. Eyes narrowed. He didn't move. Footsteps. Soft but fast. Who's there? He shouted, aiming toward the sound. A figure pushed through the bushes. Hands raised. A boy. He was maybe a year older. Brown hair matted with snow. Wait. We're not here to fight. Ezra didn't lower the bow. Why are you the only one talking? The boy hesitated. Everyone else. Come out now. Ezra demanded, his aim steady. The boy flinched. Guys, it's okay. Come out. One by one, for others appeared 2 boys, 2 girls. They looked wrecked. One girl's eyes were red, like she hadn't slept in days. One boy was limping. Another was being carried. Completely unconscious, his face pale and arms dangling like wet rags. Please, the first boy said again. We need help. Ezra didn't move. Those injuries weren't from animals. They were ambushed, one of the girls said. Another group took our supplies. Left us for dead. Let's just leave. The boy holding the injured kid said, scowling. You can see he doesn't want us here. Shut it, Lucas. The girl beside him snapped. Ezra scanned each of them, still aiming. The leader stepped forward a bit. My name's Marcus. You can tell from our hair we're all from the lower line. We're not a threat. Ezra didn't respond. His expression didn't change. Don't you care? The second girl snapped. He's dying. We've all killed someone already, Ezra replied coldly. So what makes one more death matter now? The girl's fists clenched. Gina, Marcus said gently, stopping her from stepping forward. Please, we're not here to fight. Just one night. Let us rest. We'll leave by morning. Ezra stared at him, then lowered the bow. One night, he said. No more. The group exhaled in relief and followed him into the cave, shocked by how clean and structured everything looked. Ezra had built a legit camp, fire pit, water filtration setup, sleeping spot lined with dry leaves, and basic weapon racks. It looked more like a field soldier's base than a teen's hideout. Your place is amazing, Gina said. Ezra didn't reply. They watched him continue roasting his fish. Their stomachs growled. Even the unconscious boy shifted from the smell. Ezra sighed. I'll make more. He stood, grabbed more fish and got to work. Thank you, they all said quietly. Ezra didn't answer. The wind rustled through the snow-heavy trees above the cave. Icicles clinked softly against bare branches, and the campfire crackled as orange sparks floated up into the cold air like fireflies. Ezra sat quietly near the flames, hands wrapped around a flat stone plate where he'd just finished eating a slice of grilled fish. The others, Marcus, Lucas, Gina, Mary, and Peter, lay stretched across the cave floor on big palm-like leaves Ezra had cut for bedding. The air inside the cave smelled of pine sap, smoke, and a hint of ash. It was warmer now, thanks to the fire and the stone walls that trapped the heat. Shadows danced along the walls, and outside the cave's mouth, the world was completely black, except for the occasional glint of moonlight reflecting off untouched snow. Peter, the boy who had been badly injured when they first arrived, leaned against the cave wall, his head supported by Gina as she spoon-fed him water from a wooden cup Ezra had carved. He was awake now, pale and groggy, but alive. "Thank you again," Marcus said, breaking the quiet. "I mean it. For everything." Ezra sat with his legs crossed near the fire, poking at the embers with a stick. "No problem," he replied flatly, though his voice sounded distant. He stared into the flames for a moment longer, thinking. He felt nervous in their presence. He wasn't used to speaking with people outside of his mother, the maids, and a few guards, but he knew those thoughts didn't matter here. This was a trial where everyone was an enemy, where a single mistake could get you killed. That was why he felt this way. Something about this group's sudden appearance didn't sit right. "What actually happened to you guys?" he asked finally, shifting the stick in the fire again. "I mean, I've been out here for days and haven't run into anything crazy. Just snow, fish, and cold. But looking at you all, something's off. This trial was supposed to be about survival, not an all-out war." Lucas, who had been tending to Peter's bandages, snorted. "You really don't know about the silverback dire wolves?" Ezra raised an eyebrow. "You mean the white wolves with the silver streaks down their backs and the icy blue eyes?" "Yeah, I know them. They hunt in 4. Scouter, chaser, and 2 flankers. Classic pack strategy. Smart. Dangerous. Not the kind of creature you want to meet alone. If they were part of this trail, many would die." Mary shivered. "That's harsh. But accurate," Marcus added with a nod. "You know a lot about them." Ezra shrugged. "Read it in a survival encyclopedia. Back at the library." Marcus scratched at his arm and sat forward. "Anyway, the wolves are only part of it. Ever since they showed up around day 2, things changed. People started dying. Not just from the cold or starvation, but from panic and fear. People couldn't sleep, couldn't gather food," Gina added quietly. "Some teams lost 2-3 members in one night." Ezra listened silently, frowning. Peter let out a weak cough and struggled to sit up straighter. Mary helped him adjust his posture with care. "It wasn't just the wolves," Marcus continued. "The real problem came after. Some of the stronger teams started calling shots. Lady Vera, Sir Henry, Felix. They started organizing bases, safe zones." "They weren't that safe," Peter muttered bitterly. "Each leader had their own group," Marcus said. 7 core members. But they started absorbing other survivors too, making them swear loyalty just to stay." "Loyalty?" Ezra echoed, eyes narrowing. "Yeah," Peter croaked. "Once you joined one group, the others saw you as a traitor. It became political, warlike. If you joined Lady Vera, you were an enemy to Sir Henry's people. If you sided with Felix, you were hated by both." Ezra's jaw tightened. "That's not survival. That's tribal warfare. You think that's bad?" Gina interrupted, her eyes sharp with anger. "Felix, the son of one of Britannia's top cannon gun alchemists and a general in the Navy. He set up his group with this twisted rule." She clenched her fists. "Every girl that joined had to be his personal servant. Bed care, he called it. Like we're throwing pillows for his ego." Ezra's expression went blank. "That's," he muttered under his breath, "incestuous." "If anyone disobeyed," Marcus said, "his men would punish them, publicly, or worse." Fed them to the wolves? Ezra said, just making a wild guess, but the cave fell into silence. Even the fire seemed to dim slightly. The silence showed his guess wasn't wild but a true reality. You guys went through hell, Ezra said after a long pause. Peter chuckled bitterly. That's putting it nicely. Ezra stood and began tidying up his tools. His wooden bowl, fish bones, some broken branches from the firewood stash. Hey Ezra, Marcus called. Ezra didn't look back. Yeah. Thanks again, really? Ezra turned his head slightly, his voice dropping. You know, he said softly, you're not fooling anyone. Marcus blinked. Ha! The rest of the group sat up slightly, surprised by the shift in tone. Ezra didn't face them. He kept packing his stuff, calm but direct. We're all children of Ashenlock, right? A family full of alchemists and nobles at that. We are all smart people. You don't think I'd notice something's off? The cave grew quiet again. Only the fire crackled between them. We're fighting to become something greater, Ezra continued. To prove our worth. That means lying, betraying, killing, even in ways that aren't so obvious. He turned now, slowly, eyes dark and tired. You're not here by accident. Vera sent you. On Pamela's request. Shock hit the group like a slap. Gina's breath caught. Marcus blinked. Mary looked away. Ezra could see it, how their shoulders stiffened. How Lucas instinctively reached for something under his coat before stopping himself. Wah! What are you talking about? Marcus laughed nervously. You're misunderstanding. Your mistake was bringing up Vera. Ezra cut in. I also mentioned Sir Henry. Marcus argued quickly. You did. And that's the second mistake, Ezra said, stepping closer. You spoke like someone trying too hard to sound casual. Like someone trying to blend in, but all I could see was loyalty towards them. Gina scowled. That doesn't mean anything. We just know more. And your injured friend? Ezra pointed at Peter. Never once mentioned Felix by title. But even if he's trash, he's still a main line. You don't forget that when you're from the lower line. Peter sat up straighter, face contorting. I was injured because of that jerk. Why should I pretend to respect him when I almost died because of him? You're right, Ezra nodded. But that means your group did meet Felix. And you survived. Which means someone saved you. He stepped closer to the fire. And that someone made a request. Ezra's voice turned quiet, cold. You were told to find me. No one spoke. You were saved by Vera. Maybe Henry is allied to her. But the deal was clear, find Ezra. Isolate him. Maybe weaken him. Or just deliver a message. All what you are saying doesn't make any sense right now. Gina interrupted. Why would someone like Lady Vera send people to find you? A low bloodline like you at that, she glared at Ezra. Well, in truth, all what I said was just speculation, Ezra thought to himself. But it's better to not trust anyone. Plus, you also never referred to Lady Vera and Sir Henry with the title. You just called them by their name, Lucas added. I don't because I don't care about bloodline. Also, it seemed I killed someone close to Pamela, and she's obviously a strong member of Vera's team, since I saw them together before the trial began. Ezra replied, face darkened. Everyone calmed down. Marcus took a little step to the middle, trying to calm the situation down, having a fox-like smile on his face. You guys should stop, Mary suddenly shouted, her voice cracking. I can't do this anymore. Tears streamed down her face as her breathing grew uneven. Before anyone could react, she rushed toward the firewood pile, snatching up a thick piece of wood. Her grip tightened as she lifted it, clearly ready to throw it at Ezra. Ezra flinched and moved forward, hand outstretched to stop her. But in that split second, Marcus struck. Without a word, he stepped in from the side, driving a sharpened wooden stake like a dagger straight into Ezra's side. Ezra gasped, the air catching in his throat as pain exploded through his ribs. Arg! Ezra's voice cracked through the cave as the wooden stake stabbed into his side. Pain shot up his ribs, but he didn't fall, not yet. His hand gripped the sharpened stake instinctively, blood seeping between his fingers as his body stiffened. Marcus didn't hesitate. He grabbed Ezra by the collar and yanked hard, his eyes wild, like adrenaline had taken over. Ezra's feet left the ground for a second before his back slammed into the stone cave wall with a thud that rattled the campfire embers. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he coughed up blood, his body sliding to the cold ground. Marcus exhaled sharply, forcing a cocky grin. "Well, that was easy," he said, though his voice shook slightly. "Gina, send the signal. Now." Gina, standing near their bags, hesitated for only a moment before rummaging through them. The small orange glow of the campfire danced over her pale face, her expression somewhere between relief and unease. She pulled out a flare gun, its polished metal reflecting the firelight. "I really thought we blew our cover back there," Lucas muttered, his laugh nervous and shaky. Peter, sitting close to the fire, glanced at Ezra's limp body sprawled on the stone floor. "You think he's dead?" His voice was low, almost hopeful. Marcus shook his head, still gripping the stake with blood smeared across his knuckles. "Maybe. With a stab like that and getting thrown into stone?" Lucas smirked. "A weakling like him? No way he's standing back up." Their laughter bounced off the cave walls, hollow and sharp in the still night. "I don't even get why they care about him so much," Gina added, looking at Ezra's still body. "He's a weirdo, living out here alone like he's some lone wolf hero. No team, no allies, acting like he's above everyone. And don't get me started on how he disrespected Lady Vera and Sir Henry, calling them by their names like, who does he think he is?" Marcus waved his free hand, annoyed. "Signal, Gina. Hurry up." "Fine, fine." She turned to leave but paused, glancing at Mary, who was still kneeling near the fire. "Oh yeah, Mary, nice reaction earlier. You buying time for Marcus?" That was smooth. But Mary didn't answer. She was trembling, her body stiff like a statue, her wide eyes locked on Marcus. "Mary!" Gina's brows furrowed. Maybe she was shocked by the sudden violence? She stepped forward, tapping Mary's shoulder. "Hey, snap out of it. Grow up, Mary slowly raised her hand, pointing at Marcus. Her lips trembled, but no words came out. Gina followed her gaze and froze. Blood, lots of it. Marcus's right hand, the one that held the stake, was dripping red. And there, lodged through his palm, was the very stake he had used to stab Ezra and thought he still held. "Marcus, your hand!" Gina screamed, stumbling back. Marcus blinked, still smiling at first like it was some kind of sick joke. But then he actually looked at his hand, looking at the blood spilling fast, warm against the cold cave air. Reality slammed into him like a hammer, and the pain came rushing in. "Aerg!" he screamed. The sound raw and deep, it echoed off the walls, making the others flinch. Lucas dropped the wooden spear he had been holding and ran to Marcus's side, fumbling to help. Peter turned toward Ezra, only to realize he was gone. "What the? Where is he?" Peter shouted, his voice cracking. "Gina! Flare! Now!" Peter barked. Gina, pale as a ghost, forced her legs to move. She spun and sprinted toward the cave's entrance, clutching the flare gun. But as she reached the mouth of the cave, something flashed in the darkness behind her. An arrow. It zipped past Peter's cheek, so close he felt the wind slice his skin. He spun in time to see Ezra, alive, standing in the deeper shadows of the cave, his bow drawn with terrifying precision. The arrow slammed into Gina's hands just as she raised the flare gun. A scream burst from her throat as the arrow pinned both her hands together. Ezra paused but didn't say anything. Her posture said it all. She wasn't a threat, just a scared kid caught up in something she didn't want. He stepped past her silently. At the mouth of the cave, Gina was on her knees, clutching her bleeding hands with the arrow still lodged in them. Her eyes shot up at him, trembling with pain but still sharp. "You're dead," she hissed through gritted teeth. "When Lady Vera and the others get here, you'll wish it was us who finished you." Ezra stopped, glancing down at her with an expression that wasn't anger or triumph. It was pity, just pity. Then he turned to leave. "What's with that look?" Gina screamed, her voice cracking. "You did this to me, and you look at me like that. Damn you." Damn you, Ezra! Her words turned into wild cries, echoing into the night as tears mixed with blood on her face. You're dead. Do you hear me? Dead. She panted, sobbing, then spat out words that hit him like a cold knife. You think surviving this program will change the fact that your parents sacrificed you for your twin brother? Ezra froze mid-step. His eyes widened slightly, his chest tightening. He had buried those memories deep, convincing himself no one here even knew him, let alone his family matters. He turned slowly, eyes narrowing. You know me? But before Gina could answer, his instinct screamed. The faint whistle of air arrows. Ezra moved back instantly, pulling a dagger from his belt. He slashed and swatted, blocking arrow after arrow, sparks flying as steel met steel. One arrow grazed his sleeve, another almost clipped his ear. He caught one mid-flight with his left hand, the shaft trembling in his grip. The barrage stopped, leaving only the sound of his breathing in the cold air. From the tree line, figures emerged, silhouettes of teens armed with bows, spears, and short swords. At their front, a girl stepped forward. She was striking. Long black hair framed her pale face, her deep black eyes glinting even in the dim moonlight. Her slim build carried a poised grace, her posture confident like someone born into privilege. Well, she said with a faint smirk. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Pamela's going to be furious. Ezra's grip tightened on his dagger. You must be Vera, one of the head's precious heirs. Vera tilted her head slightly, her smirk widening. And you're Ezra or Zara, the boy who killed my fiancée. Ezra's lips curved into a smirk of his own, though sweat dripped down his face. He was still panting from the fight, still bleeding under his clothes. Yet, despite it all, he looked straight at her without flinching. Guess I'm seriously in trouble now, he muttered. The two locked eyes, the tension between them sharp enough to cut steel. Around them, Vera's group tightened their grips on their weapons, while the cold wind howled through the trees outside the cave, carrying with it the scent of blood and smoke. The clearing fell silent except for the sound of distant wind and the soft crunch of snow under boots. The cold air bit at Ezra's skin, and his breath steamed in the chill like smoke. In front of him, Vera stood at ease, her long black hair swaying lightly in the breeze. Behind her, a small squad of armed teens waited, tense but obedient. How dare you speak to Lady Vera like that? A girl stepped out from Vera's right, her bow already drawn tight. Her black and blue hair glimmered slightly under the pale moonlight, and her icy blue eyes locked on Ezra with a glare sharp enough to cut steel. Do you even understand the situation you're in? Nina. The name came softly from Vera, her tone calm yet oddly playful. She raised one slender hand like she was about to scold a child. Calm down. It's fine. Honestly, I like his confidence. Her eyes turned back to Ezra, narrowing ever so slightly as her lips curved into an almost amused smile. You know, she added casually, not everyone can take down for ambushers and then block an entire volley of arrows from my people. That's not average. That's impressive. Nina's jaw tightened. Those guys are failures, she muttered, still aiming. If they were even remotely competent, he'd be lying dead on the ground. Oh, don't be so dramatic. A boy with dark gray hair and black eyes adjusted his glasses from Vera's left side. They did injure him and he couldn't kill them. That counts for something. We can at least give them some credit. Vera tilted her head at him. No, Zach. He didn't kill them. Intentionally. She folded her arms, tapping a finger on her sleeve as she studied Ezra. Her expression grew more curious, more invasive. Instead, he knocked them out. And, oh, this is adorable. He even shielded that little trembling girl behind him from the arrows. What a hero. Am I supposed to swoon? Because I think I just did. Her voice dripped with sarcasm, but her eyes gleamed with something else. Interest. Maybe excitement. Ezra blinked, momentarily thrown off. He'd expected her to be a silent, cold beauty type, someone who carried herself like royalty. But this girl, she was different, sharp-tongued, unpredictable, and clearly enjoying every second. Why are you staring at me like that? Vera asked suddenly, pointing at him with a lazy flick of her finger. Ezra stiffened. He hadn't realized he'd been staring. Silent treatment? She arched her brow. Or is it my body? Are you wondering how a girl my age can have such a great figure? Her voice turned soft but cutting, her words landing like needles. Sure, I don't have massive breasts. I'm just a modest C-cup for now. Though maybe a D in a year or two. Ezra froze, blinking like his brain had just short-circuited. And my hips? Perfect curve. My ass? Exceptional. My thighs? She lifted her skirt slightly to reveal just a bit of her pale leg. Absolutely worth the trouble. Lady Vera, please stop. Nina's cheeks flamed red, her nose practically bleeding. She rushed forward, grabbing Vera's wrist in panic. Vera pouted like a disappointed actress denied her moment on stage. You're no fun, Nina. Lady Vera, Zack interrupted as he pushed his glasses up again. Shouldn't we focus on the actual reason we're here? If we stall any longer, he might actually run. But he hasn't. Vera smirked, her eyes flicking back to Ezra. In fact, I'm disappointed. You haven't even tried to run yet. That was your best chance, you know? I was just resting, Ezra said dryly, brushing snow from his sleeve. A hush swept through the group. Even Vera tilted her head in surprise before bursting into laughter. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp and deliberate, like every laugh was designed to make you uncomfortable. When she stopped, her eyes locked onto him again, sharper now. You know, I actually want you to escape. It would be more fun. Even though you're injured, even though you can't hide from me, I still want you to run. She smiled sweetly, tilting her head. Because I'm a nice person. Aren't you happy? I'm giving you a choice. I'm basically your big sister now. Call me that. Go on. Say it. Big Sister Vera. Lady Vera, Zack said calmly. Yes, Zack. He's already escaping. Vera blinked, turning her head. Sure enough, Ezra's back was already vanishing to the right, his legs carrying him fast through the snow. Oh, she said softly, placing a hand over her chest like she was touched. He took my advice. Her hand flicked outward. Instantly, her people moved. Boots stomped against snow as spears and arrows flew, slicing the air toward Ezra. He darted left and right, zigzagging to throw off their aim. His breath came out in sharp bursts, the cold tearing at his lungs, but he didn't stop. The forest edge was close. If he could just reach it, then something slammed into him from the left. Marcus. Ezra crashed to the ground, rolling across ice and dead leaves. Marcus pinned him, face twisted in fury, a broken stake gripped in his good hand. Ha ha ha. Got you now. Marcus spat, eyes burning. Did you really think you could escape me? The stake pressed downward toward Ezra's face. Ezra caught his wrist just in time, muscle straining. Pain flared through his injured side, but he forced his strength out, fighting against Marcus's downward push. Marcus grinned wider, insane. I'm going to kill you, Ezra. Right here. But his injured arm couldn't hold the pressure for long. Ezra twisted his hips, shifting his weight, and suddenly the stake was turning, slowly, toward Marcus's own neck. For a split second, Ezra hesitated, staring into Marcus's eyes. Then he looked away. Tisk! He shoved hard. The stake plunged into Marcus's neck. Blood sprayed, hot and thick against the frozen ground. Marcus's final scream echoed in the trees before dying into silence. His body slumped and fell lifeless beside Ezra. He killed him, Nina whispered, lowering her bow slightly. Behind her, the rest of Vera's group stood frozen. Some were pale, shaken by the reality of death. Others looked grim, faces hardening like they were slowly adjusting to the brutal reality of these trials. A woo! A wolf's howl cut through the silence. The hairs on Ezra's neck stood. Vera, however, stepped forward, her face lit with a chilling smile. Do you hear that, Ezra? She said, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. She tilted her head slightly to the right, her black hair sliding off her shoulder. That means the wolves smell blood. And, unfortunately for you, She spread her arms like she was announcing something grand. You're out of the safe zone. This place you've been hiding in? Yeah, it's designed to keep them out. But you stepped past the line. Her smile widened, eyes half-lidded. Too bad. Ezra stared at her, confusion mixing with realization. The safe zone? He thought about the cave, the stream, the oddly convenient setup. It hit him all at once. This wasn't just some random lucky hideout, it had been designed. So that's how you found me, he said, half-laughing despite his exhaustion. I kept asking myself, how did you even know where to look? Guess I understand now. Vera blinked, then grinned like she just heard a funny joke. You didn't know? Those dots on the map, they're safe zones. 25 of them, all marked clear as day. She placed a finger to her cheek in mock disappointment. You didn't even look at your map, did you? Ezra looked away, embarrassed. I used it to start a fire. Silence. Then laughter. Even some of the tense followers snickered. Vera clapped once. You are ridiculous, she said, laughing again. I kind of like that. You found a safe point without a map. Pure survival skills. She sighed dramatically, putting her hands on her hips. Shame I have to kill you. Her hand went up. Arrows aimed at Ezra again, strings creaking. Ezra, she said sweetly, almost like a teacher addressing a child. You have two choices. She spread her arms. Die by this lovely barrage of arrows, or die being torn apart by wolves. Her lips curved into a serene smile. Choose your death. Ezra stared back, sweat sliding down his cheek. His injury throbbed, and his breath came hard and uneven. He was exhausted, his mind screaming at him to run again, but his body already felt like lead. Still, he clenched his teeth. I'm not dying here. Not yet. Ezra stood still for a moment, breath misting in the icy night air, staring at the dozens of arrows aimed directly at him. The tips glinted under the pale moonlight like silver teeth, ready to rip him apart. Behind him, the forest stretched wide and black, a maze of snow-laden trees swaying gently in the wind. The cold gnawed at his skin, yet sweat ran down his spine. Well, this is definitely not what I expected, he muttered to himself, a dry, bitter chuckle escaping his lips. A step closer to death is just a step closer to growth. He looked up, eyes sharper than they had been moments ago, resolve surging despite the pain throbbing in his side. I choose the wolves. His words made the armed group hesitate. A few of them looked at one another in disbelief. Only Vera didn't flinch. Her smirk stayed, her eyes studying him like he was a puzzle she already knew the answer to. You sure you don't want holes in your body instead of being torn to shreds? She asked, tilting her head slightly. Her voice carried mock concern, like she was worried for him, yet every word dripped with sarcasm. Ezra straightened. I'll take my chances. Without waiting for her reply, he turned and ran. Vera simply raised one hand. Stand down, she ordered calmly. Her group lowered their bows as she exhaled like someone watching a child run into traffic. Too bad. She turned to her team, her heels crunching in the snow as she walked toward Ezra's old cave. We'll take good care of his little hideout. Boys, girls, get to work. Nina, still tense, frowned. Lady Vera, shouldn't we have just finished him? I told you already. Vera didn't even glance back. I didn't feel like killing him, and besides, he's already dead. He just doesn't know it yet. Zack, she called. Yes, Lady Vera, Zack replied, adjusting his glasses like an obedient butler. Signal Pamela. Tell her we've handled it. I'm tired. Yes, Lady Vera. Ezra tore into the forest, lungs burning from the cold air. His boots sank slightly with every step on the snow-crusted ground, and every jolt made his injury scream. Blood seeped from his bandaged side, leaving a trail like red ink splattered on white paper. Then came the sound that made his blood run cold. Awoo! The wolves. Their howls cut through the night, low and primal, vibrating in his chest. Ezra didn't dare look back. He could already hear their paws pounding the snow, fast, relentless, closing the distance. Don't stop. Don't stop! Don't stop! He screamed inside his head. His muscles ached, his breath shortened, but he forced his legs to move faster. The forest was a blur of white and black as he weaved between tree trunks, ducking low branches and leaping over fallen logs. He moved in a zigzag pattern, hoping to throw off their approach, but he knew they were fast, too fast. The silverback dire wolves weren't ordinary wolves. He remembered the encyclopedia entry clearly: 1 scouter to track, 1 chaser to push, and 2 flankers to finish the kill. This wasn't a random pack. It was a hunting formation designed by nature itself. Behind him, he heard it. The deep growl of the chaser gaining ground. Its claws tore at the snow as it rushed straight toward him. "Damn it," Ezra muttered, yanking a strip of cloth from his sleeve and pressing it tighter on his injury mid-run. Blood soaked it instantly, but he had no time to worry. His arms pumped harder, his body twisting as he slid under another low-hanging branch. His feet skidded briefly on an icy patch, almost sending him sprawling. Left, right, don't look back, but he had to. His eyes flicked to the sides, and there they were, 2 silver-lined shapes flanking him, their glowing blue eyes locking onto him through the dark. "Where's the 4th?" His words cut short as he realized too late. The 4th one's missing. A shadow launched from the right. One of the flankers, claws spread wide, aiming for his throat. Ezra ducked just in time, feeling the rush of cold wind as the wolf sailed past overhead. His path forward was blocked now, 1 wolf ahead, 1 to the right, 1 to the left. The missing flanker? Behind him, for sure, waiting for him to hesitate. "Shit!" he cursed aloud, spinning toward the only open space, straight ahead to a tall tree. He could practically feel the wolf behind him preparing to lunge. As the hidden wolf pounced from behind, Ezra made his move. He threw his dagger with precision, aiming for its glowing eyes. The wolf twisted mid-air, flinching enough to break its attack. Ezra didn't stop. He sprinted at the tall tree, using its rough bark as leverage to run 3 steps upward before springing off the wolf's own massive body as a stepping stone. He vaulted up, grabbing a branch with both hands and hauling himself high into the canopy. The wolves snarled below, the chaser slamming into the tree trunk so hard it cracked. Bark rained down as Ezra swung to another branch, teeth clenched. Adrenaline kept him moving. He jumped from branch to branch, the cold wind biting his face, his lungs burning like fire. His training, those endless calisthenics and center of gravity drills, paid off now. He moved like a gymnast, swinging, grabbing, and pushing forward, but the wolves weren't far. The flankers were big enough to leap high, snapping dangerously close to his boots a few times, and the chaser rammed trees like a battering ram, shaking everything Ezra stood on. The scouter howled, signaling every time he shifted direction. They weren't confused. They weren't panicking. They were playing with him. He spotted it. A cliff in the distance, its edge covered with loose snow and jagged rocks. Below, faint moonlight revealed a thin river glistening like a silver snake. "If I can just lead them there," he muttered through gritted teeth. "They'll fall. All of them." His arms ached from pulling himself across branches, his hands numbed by the cold. His vision blurred briefly from blood loss, but he shook it off and pushed harder. Almost there. The moment his boot landed on the next branch, it snapped. Ezra fell hard, his body rolling violently down the snowy slope. Branches whipped his arms and face, each hit jarring his injury open further. Blood spattered across the snow as he tumbled. He slammed against a rock before flipping again and sliding helplessly toward the cliff's edge. "Stop! Stop!" he hissed, clawing at the snow, but his hands slipped, ice crumbling under his fingers. The wolves stopped at the slope, staring down as their prey slid out of reach. The scouter howled again, sharp and victorious. Ezra's body shot off the edge, spinning into the open air. For one frozen second, the world was silent. Cold wind tore at him as he plummeted, his eyes catching a final glimpse of glowing wolf eyes above. The thin river below grew closer, its surface black and mirror-like under the moonlight. Not like this, he twisted mid-air, bracing himself. Splash! The water was ice cold, punching the air from his lungs. Pain ripped through his body as the current pulled him under. He kicked upward, but the cold was overwhelming, numbing his limbs instantly. His wound burned like fire under the freezing water. He surfaced once, gasping for air, before the current dragged him away. The moonlight faded behind splashes and foam. The landscape was wide and open. Snow stretched in every direction, smooth and white, glittering under the dim early morning light. A thin stream ran through the scene, its water flowing softly over rounded stones. There were no birds, no wind, just quiet. From the freezing stream, Ezra dragged himself out. His arms trembled as he pulled his soaked body onto the snow-covered bank, coughing up icy water that had filled his lungs during the fall. He lay flat on the ground, gasping, every breath cutting like knives in his throat. His skin was pale like paper, dark circles shaded his eyes, and the wound on his side had opened again, dripping blood that melted tiny red dots into the snow. His clothes clung to him, completely soaked. Only the strap across his shoulder reminded him that his supply bag was still with him, though it too was soaked and half-frozen. The cold was worse than before, plus the fact that he was weak to cold made his condition worse. The breeze cut deeper, and the chill felt like it was seeping into his bones. Ezra stared up at the moon, still faintly visible above the horizon. He watched it in silence, letting its soft glow calm him, before forcing himself to sit up, groaning through clenched teeth. Shivering, he pulled off the top layers of his clothing, ones that were drenched or soaked in blood, and bundled them into a ball. He tossed the pile aside, then looked around. Not far from the stream, a massive, twisted tree stood tall, its roots jutting out of the snow like arms. One thick root curved upward to form a natural arch, hollow underneath, just big enough for someone or something to crawl into. Ezra's body ached with every movement, but he couldn't stop. He dug into his bag with numb fingers, pulling out a handful of dried herbs that were now wet. The frostbite was setting in, and every touch felt like pins stabbing into his skin, but he kept grinding the herbs between his palms until they turned into a meshed mix. He added water using a wooden bowl he'd made back at the cave. Then, he poured the mixture on the snowy ground near the tree, drizzling a trail from the stream to the shelter, masking his scent as he moved. Once inside the tree's hollow, he dumped his gear onto the frozen dirt and dug through the bag again. Another herb, a different one this time, brown and bitter smell. He crushed it with shaking hands and rubbed it directly into his open wound. The sting was instant. Ezra clenched his jaw, head snapping back against the inner bark of the tree, as the pain exploded through him. He didn't scream. He couldn't. He just panted hard, eyes blurry, holding his side. Once he finished wrapping it with the driest piece of cloth he had left, his vision flickered. He laid flat again, dizzy from blood loss and cold, barely able to keep his eyes open. He knew the cold would kill him if he passed out now. With the last of his strength, he reached out toward the scattered herbs. He shoved one into his mouth, a stimulant, and chewed slowly, trying to stay conscious. But eventually, everything went dark. Not far from the stream, a silverback dire wolf, its silver fur stained from the trees and snow, crept silently to the area where Ezra had tossed his bloody clothes. It sniffed the air, then lowered its head. Something was off. It sniffed again. The scent it had been tracking was strong here, but suddenly gone. The air around the pile was strange, masked, confusing. The wolf growled slowly and began circling, hunting, searching. Minutes passed and it found nothing. Then, raising its head to the moonlight, it let out a long, hollow howl. A signal. The prey was lost. It turned, paws padding quietly through the snow, as it retreated back into the forest shadows. The area had completely changed. Ezra's camp was now occupied by Vera's team, fully set up with tents, weapons, and a bath area shielded by long cloths tied between trees. Steam drifted lazily from the bath zone, water heated over controlled fires. The snow had been cleared in sections, replaced by fire pits and gear stations. In the girls' bathing section, Vera stood waist-deep in the steaming tub, gently pouring water over her bare shoulders. The warm water shimmered on her pale skin, steam curling around her like mist. Nina stood outside the curtain barrier, stiff and alert like a nervous guard dog. "Don't you want to join me?" Vera asked casually, tilting her head slightly toward the covered figure. "And no, how could I, with someone like you, with such an amazing body?" Nina stuttered, her cheeks glowing red. "I mean, I want to. It's my dream too. I mean, wait, no, it's not like that." "You sure?" Vera asked again, this time sliding her head out from behind the curtain. Her wet hair clung to her face as she gave Nina a teasing smirk. "Lady Vera!" Nina screamed, turning away instantly and pushing Vera's head gently back inside. Realizing what she had just done, she dropped to her knees, bowing furiously. "Forgive me!" Her face was fully red. Vera laughed, unbothered. "You're such a sweet little tomato." Just then, Zach's voice came from outside the bath zone. "Lady Vera, a large group of people is approaching the camp. It's not Pamela or her squad." "What?" Nina snapped to attention. "Who do they think they are? How are they even moving in numbers with silverbacks running wild?" Vera stepped out of the bath calmly, drying herself off with a towel as if she hadn't just been interrupted. "Let's see who our lovely visitors are." By the time she arrived at the center of camp, her group was already in battle formation. Vera casually walked to the front. Her hair still damp, her arms folded. She stared ahead, and her smirk slowly faded into a bored frown. "TCH, what is he doing here?" she said flatly. The boy leading the group ahead waved at her. He had long jet black hair and deep black eyes, the usual Ashenlock features. But his skin was warmer in tone, not as pale as most. He carried himself with a chill, relaxed air, like someone who didn't get rattled easily. "Vera, long time no see. Nina, Zach. Good to see you both alive and well." "Big sis," Vera interrupted coldly, narrowing her eyes. "Huh?" He blinked, confused. "You know I'm older than you, right? You mean how you assaulted me in the womb to be born first?" she said, rubbing her arm dramatically like she'd been wounded. "I still have trauma from that." Everyone, both the boys' group and her group, looked at him with shocked eyes. "Vera, what the hell?" the boy sighed. "Say it," she pressed, stepping closer, her eyes glinting. "Call me Big Sis." They stared at each other. He sighed again. "Big Sis." "Yes, little brother," she replied with a big, innocent smile. "Now, what brings you to your wonderful Big Sis's camp? Trouble at home? Need advice? Or maybe trying to spy on me?" Veda let out a quiet sigh and rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, I just came here to warn whoever was staying in this safe zone about Felix. But since I found you instead, I guess I'll tell you about something new we figured out. There's a feature in these safe zones they didn't exactly tell us about." Vera raised a brow, leaning slightly to one side with her arms folded. Her expression didn't change much. Still blank, still unimpressed, but there was a little glint in her eye. "Why are you wasting your time worrying about that dumbass?" she asked, deadpan. Veda shrugged, smiling slightly like he didn't take her jab too seriously. "One of my food search groups stumbled upon another safe zone, or what was left of it, completely wrecked. It looked like Felix and his people got there first." Vera's eyes narrowed slightly, though she didn't interrupt. "The strange part," Veda continued, "was how they managed to move that deep into the forest with so many dire wolves around. I mean, they were in the middle of nowhere. That's when my group brought back a survivor." Nina and Zach exchanged glances. This survivor said he overheard a girl in Felix's group talking about some flowers they were carrying. Apparently, the flowers were herbs, special ones used to mask scent. And not just any scent. These herbs specifically stop the silverback dire wolves from tracking your scent. Vera's lips parted in a silent, "Oh." But instead of looking shocked, she looked entertained. "So, Felix is out there, hopping from safe zone to safe zone, completely unbothered by those oversized mutts because he's using some cheat code herb?" She grinned, clearly finding the whole situation amusing. That's kind of brilliant. Idiotic, but brilliant. Wait a second, Zack said, his voice rising. He adjusted his glasses as something clicked in his head. If that herb actually works, and someone else had it, then that boy, Ezra, could still be alive. Pfft. Please? Nina scoffed, brushing off the idea with a wave. There's no way. He couldn't have known about the herb. Right, Lady Vera? Vera didn't answer immediately. Her gaze shifted toward the direction Ezra had run the night before. A smile tugged at her lips, this one slower, more curious. He did have a bag with him. She turned slightly, her wet hair clinging to her cheek. Interesting. Really interesting, she said, almost to herself. Her voice was soft now, like she was enjoying a private joke. Then she snapped her attention back to Veda. Hey, little brother. Since you're here, I'm assuming you guys already know the exact ingredients for that herb blend, right? Veda nodded calmly. Yeah, we do. Then teach my people, she said, her tone shifting into a clear order. I was already planning to, Ver. Ha! She cut in sharply, her voice dropping with sudden ice. Veda paused, then sighed in mock defeat. Big sis. That's better. Vera's smile returned, smug and satisfied. Then Veda tilted his head, brushing snow off his shoulder with a casual flick. By the way, who's this boy everyone keeps mentioning? Vera turned her back without answering, already walking off with Nina and Zack. Her hand waved lazily in the air as if brushing his question away like dust. Not your concern, she said simply. Let's go welcome our guests and learn about this intriguing herb of yours. Veda chuckled, watching her retreat. Still full of herself as always, he muttered. He then gestured to his group to begin helping Vera's team. Lady Vera, Zack asked quietly as he fell into step beside her. What do we do about him? Vera didn't look back. Her voice was soft but certain. Let Pamela handle it when she arrives, she said. Like I said. Her hand curled into a loose fist as she walked. I knew it, she whispered under her breath, just loud enough for only herself to hear. The cold air bit at exposed skin, stinging noses and ears, and every breath left behind a puff of mist that quickly disappeared into the chilly wind. The group stood on a small ridge, boots crunching into the packed snow, surrounded by tall, bare trees with branches weighed down by frost. In the middle of all that whiteness was a patch of flowers, or at least what Veda claimed were flowers. This is the flower that can hide a person's scent from those silverback dire wolves, Veda explained, his voice calm but carrying enough authority to make everyone listen. He pointed at the small cluster of blooms at their feet. They were pure white, petals, stems, everything blending so well into the snow that if he hadn't pointed, you'd walk right past without noticing. Even now, half the people leaned forward, squinting, as if trying to make sure their eyes weren't playing tricks. The crowd, mostly Vera's people, murmured in surprise. Some admitted they'd walked through this path earlier and never spotted the flowers. It was like they were nature's own camouflage. The way to use it is simple, Veda continued. You crush the flower into powder, mix it with water until it turns milky white, then splash it on your body and the ground you've walked over. That way your scent gets masked completely. He signaled with a subtle tilt of his head. From his group, a boy stepped forward, green hair, green eyes, and brown skin that contrasted with the snow's pale glow. His fingers were red from the cold, but he held out a small glass bottle filled with a milky liquid, showing it to everyone like proof. So that's what Felix is using to cause trouble, Nina muttered under her breath. Yes, Veda confirmed simply. Vera, standing with her arms folded, shifted her weight onto one leg. Her sharp eyes studied Veda with that usual mix of amusement and calculation. But how are you guys able to make it if it's only Felix's group that has someone who can? She asked, pressing her left hand to her chin like she was solving a math problem only she found interesting. Actually, it's thanks to Bobby, Veda said, gesturing to the boy with green hair. He's the one holding the stuff that let us figure it out. Everyone's gaze instantly turned toward Bobby. His posture stiffened. If nervousness had a face, it would have been his right then. Eyes wide, lips twitching like he wanted to speak but wasn't sure how. You guys should calm your gazes, Veda said lightly, tapping Bobby's back in reassurance. You're making him nervous. Bobby glanced at Veda like someone looking at a big brother he admired. Okay, he muttered, taking a breath that clouded the air in front of him. My family, well, my mother's side, practices herb alchemy, so I have a lot of experience with flowers, trees, and plants' herbal effects. Zach, standing a little off to the side with his usual unimpressed face, raised an eyebrow. You have that much experience and you didn't even know until now that there was a flower that could mask scent since you got to the safe zone? The comment made Bobby flinch. Don't listen to that smartass. Just keep talking. A girl from Veda's group cut in before Bobby could shrink away completely. She had jet black hair streaked with faint white strands, pale skin, and dark eyes that could cut glass when she was annoyed. What? I'm just stating the obvious. And I wasn't talking to you, Linda Ashenlock. Zach shot back, glaring. Ha! Linda's tone sharpened, and they locked eyes like two cats deciding who'd throw the first scratch. Vera clapped her hands, loud enough to make both turn toward her. Her smile was polite in the same way a blade was shiny. You weren't sure if it was for decoration or about to cut you. Calm down, both of you. We can always arrange a time and date for you to fight each other. But for now, let our little Bobo finish. It's Bobby, Lady Vera, he corrected, almost shyly. Oh, sorry. Her voice softened just enough to make it seem genuine, before she added, You can continue, Bobo. Veda sighed and covered part of his face with his palm. His other hand rested on Bobby's shoulder in quiet pity. Don't mind her. The reason I didn't know about the flower earlier, Bobby continued, voice quieter now, is because since this program started, I haven't really had time to think straight. I had to kill someone I didn't even know. I didn't know what to think after that. His voice trembled, and his eyes dropped to the snow. Veda's hand moved to Bobby's head, ruffling his hair in a comforting way. Linda stepped in, gently leading Bobby back toward their group. Veda straightened, speaking for him. As you can see, my boy here isn't one of those overly confident types who've already gotten over the fact that we had to kill someone in the beginning. His head wasn't in the right place until he joined us. But after hearing details about Felix's ambush, he remembered the no-scent flower and taught us about it. Zach crouched a little, picking one of the white petals between his fingers. It's still amazing how this flower can mask a scouter's ability to track. You know, they can tell the difference between body scent and the residual smell left on someone's clothes. Haven't you noticed, Zach? Vera said, tilting her head slightly. Up till now, I haven't been able to tell if the flower smells pleasant or unpleasant. It's completely odorless. It's in its nature to be odorless, Veda added, kneeling beside her to touch the petals. But once it's powdered and mixed with water, the scent becomes stronger. Still, it only lasts about 20 hours. Vera straightened. Alright, that's enough learning for one day. Everyone can go back to work. She glanced at Veda. Little brother, what's your next move? If you want to stay, you're welcome. We'll continue searching for Felix's group, he said without hesitation. I can't let him keep up this tyrant behavior. By the way, where's Pamela? Haven't seen her since we got here. She's not here, but she should be soon, Vera replied. Almost on cue, a girl came running toward them, shouting about Pamela's arrival. Well, what a coincidence, Vera said, a sly smile tugging at her lips as she began walking toward the commotion. Veda and his group followed behind. When they spotted Pamela, she looked battered, clothes torn in places, hair messy, but most of her group was fine with only minor injuries. Vera quickly guessed they'd run into wolves but kept their numbers small to minimize damage. Welcome back, Vera greeted, reaching out to ruffle Pamela's hair. Big sis Vera. Once I saw the signal, I ran back with all my energy to get here, Pamela said, eyes bright with excitement despite the scratches on her face. Sheesh. Vera pressed a finger to Pamela's lips. Calm down and let them treat your injuries first. Yes, big sister is right, Veda added as he stepped forward, voice warm. You need to get checked before doing anything else. Hey Pamela, looking healthy, I see. Sir Veda. Pamela's cheeks flushed instantly. What are you doing here? I mean, it's nice seeing you again. She turned her head quickly, avoiding his gaze. Vera raised an eyebrow at the display, deadpan. But I need to know, Pamela said suddenly, her expression shifting dark. Is he dead? Or did you keep him alive for me to kill? He escaped, Vera said plainly. Pamela froze. What? He escaped? How? With all of you there, that's not possible, right? Zack spoke up before Vera could add anything sharp. Pamela, he was already running when we arrived. He had an injury from the scouts Lady Vera sent earlier, but he escaped into the forest. We left him for the wolves. But turns out he knew how to make an herb that masked his scent, helping him escape from the wolves. Pamela's shoulders slumped in frustration, sighing heavily. Vera just stared, unbothered. So, the boy you're talking about is the one who killed your brother in the first trial? Veda asked. Yes, Pamela replied, voice tight. Wow, our very own little detective, Vera said dryly, clapping slowly. Pamela ignored the jab, stepping away from the girls tending her wounds. I'm going to find him. Vera's hand shot out, grabbing her arm. Where do you think you're going, young lady? I'm going to finish this. Even with that herb, he can't have gone far. You want to go into the wild by yourself? With injuries? Vera's tone was sharp, though not unkind. I'll take some people with me. You mean you want to risk my cousins' lives? I'll take the herb with me so the wolves won't find us. Is that not fine? Pamela struggled against Vera's hold. Pamela, I will get angry, Vera warned, her voice dropping. You don't need to be so eager to kill one person when you can send others to do it. You have plenty of time to get revenge. Pamela's voice cracked. It's my brother's killer. How can I just wait? I can't live with myself knowing he's still alive. It's obvious you don't care about my brother. You never did. Who gathered everyone to go find one boy when we should have been lying low to pass this trial? Vera countered. You're being too emotional. It's not healthy. Pamela bit her lip, teeth grinding. Veda stepped between them, laying a hand on each of their shoulders. Can we relax? Pamela, you know Vera's saying this for your sake. And if he escaped an ambush already, he's not going to be easy to deal with. I don't think he's strong. Kale, the boy with black hair streaked red and a bandaged arm, spoke up. He was one of the people who attacked Ezra after the first trial had ended in the toilet we met after the first trial. He wasn't strong then, so there's no way he's suddenly strong now. Well, unfortunately for you, Zack adjusted his glasses. He's definitely stronger than before. Kale's face twisted in disbelief. His voice cracked as he spoke, the cold air making his breath fog. The boy he and his friends once ganged up on, the weakling who went down after a single punch and started bleeding like some helpless rabbit, was now being called strong? Strong enough that even Zack, one of the sharpest and toughest in the program, admitted it? You must be mistaken, Kale objected, his tone halfway between panic and denial. His arms crossed over his chest as though the gesture alone could shield him from the truth. Zack adjusted his glasses, his voice flat and merciless. Can you run with an injury on your abdomen while dodging a barrage of arrows aimed right at you? His words hung in the frozen air, sharp as icicles. Kale's mouth hung open. He wanted to argue, but nothing came out. Finally, after a beat of silence, he muttered, No. His shoulders slumped. Pamela, who had been fuming just minutes ago, sighed heavily. Enough. Whether he's strong or not, I've heard enough. I won't go chasing him down unnecessarily. Her tone carried stubborn frustration, but her eyes softened as she turned to Vera. She bowed her head like a guilty child. And I'm sorry for lashing out on you, Sis Vera. The corners of Vera's lips curved into something between a smirk and genuine amusement. She tilted her head, black hair swaying as if on purpose. No problem, she said casually, then flicked her finger against Pamela's forehead. Ouch! Pamela yelped, clutching the spot as her eyes widened in surprise. You deserved that, Vera replied, her voice dripping with dry sarcasm. Now, back to your treatment before you start running around with your skull cracked open next. She nudged Pamela toward the girls tending to her wounds, as if she were shooing away a noisy pet. Pamela pouted, still holding her forehead. But big sis Vera, I still can't let him go that easily. What should we do now? That's not a problem. Vera folded her arms across her chest, her sharp eyes narrowing. I'll send the scouts who failed to ambush him to redeem themselves. Her voice was cold, like she was announcing punishment rather than giving an order. Veda, who had been quietly watching their back and forth, finally stepped forward. His presence was calm. Don't you think that's too harsh? His voice was gentle, but his words carried weight. At least they tried. Vera stopped, then turned her head slowly, her gaze landing on him like a dagger. She held the stare for a long moment before striding toward him with exaggerated drama. Don't tell your big sister what to do. She poked his chest with her finger, her tone mocking yet commanding. Or do you think you're a better leader than me? She spun around sharply, flipping her long hair in a way that deliberately smacked Veda in the face. He blinked, staggered half a step back, then touched the side of his mouth where her hair had hit. I was just saying, he chuckled softly, then sighed, shaking his head. I'll obviously give them the no-scent flower mixture to keep them safe from the silverback dire wolves. Vera added, her tone sharp and deliberate, arms still crossed like a queen handing out decrees. Pamela, still seated, frowned. I don't trust them enough to even use that chance. Can't you send stronger people instead? No. Vera's reply was immediate, like she had rehearsed it. We only have 2 days left after today, which is already ending. I'd rather throw the weakest links to their end than reduce my team's power. The others stared at her, shocked. This was the same girl who just lectured Pamela for wanting to risk her cousins' lives. Now she sounded completely ruthless, like she had flipped sides in an argument without a second thought. A heavy silence fell over the camp. Finally, Veda broke it with his usual calm tone. It's already afternoon, so I and my group will be leaving. And? You guys should stay. Vera shot back, tilting her head with a sly smile. Yes, you should, Pamela added, her voice hopeful. Veda shook his head politely. No, I don't want to inconvenience big sis. And I can't allow Felix to keep causing trouble out there. His voice remained cool, but determined. Do you even know where to find him, considering how huge this forest is? Vera asked, raising an eyebrow. Not really. Veda smiled faintly. But I have good trackers, and I've learned a bit myself. Vera's dry expression cracked into a mocking smirk. Oh right, Uncle taught you how to hunt. I almost forgot. That's why I'll also help you, Pamela. He turned to her, gently taking her right hand. His eyes softened, but his voice grew serious. I won't act immediately, since I believe everyone deserves a chance to survive. I don't blame him. Not entirely. This cursed program is forcing everyone to become killers. But his eyes darkened, a rare sharp edge cutting through his calm. If he's nothing but a ruthless scumbag like Felix, I'll kill him. His voice was deeper now, colder, and the words sent a chill through Pamela, his group, and Vera's group. Vera, though, only scorned with a smirk. Yeah, you do that. Trying to act cool, huh? She teased, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Veda chuckled in embarrassment, rubbing his neck before stepping back toward his group. We'll see you later, big sis. He waved casually, then turned to leave with his companions. Vera exhaled loudly. Finally gone. Now I can go back to sleep. Pamela, follow me. She walked off without waiting, her steps confident and unhurried. Pamela and Nina quickly followed. The others scattered back to their duties. The night passed, and morning arrived, blanketing the forest in icy silence. Only 2 days remained before the second trial ended. Hidden beneath the gnarled roots of a massive tree was a makeshift shelter, its entrance covered by snow. The inside was cold, dim, and cramped, filled with frost that crept over every surface. Beneath the frozen blanket lay Ezra. His hand shot up suddenly, stiff and pale against the dim light, like something straight out of a zombie movie. He groaned as he forced himself upright, snow falling from his body like shards of ice. His limbs felt heavy, frozen, but his blood still flowed, warm enough to keep him alive. The wound on his abdomen had finally healed. Dragging himself through the narrow entrance, Ezra squinted as sunlight hit his eyes. For a few seconds, the glare blinded him. The forest around him was quiet, the silence broken only by the occasional crunch of snow dropping from branches. He pulled out another stimulant herb, the same type he'd taken before fainting, and chewed it. The taste was bitter, but he endured it. Then he sat and waited. It took nearly an hour before the frost on his body fully melted, warmth slowly returning. With sluggish movements, he stood, brushing the snow from his clothes. He dug into the pile of snow, retrieving the hidden no-scent flowers he had stashed. Carefully, he placed them into a wooden bowl and ground them into powder with his numb fingers. Leaving the shed, he carried the powder to a nearby stream. The icy water reflected the pale sky. He poured it into the bowl, mixing until the liquid turned milky white, then filled a sack he had made to hold water. Finally, he splashed the rest over his body, shivering as the cold mixture soaked into his clothes. "This should keep me safe from those dogs till the end of the trial," Ezra muttered, staring at the faint ripples in the stream. He cleaned the shed mechanically, his movements stiff and slow. His mind wandered as he thought aloud. How long was I out? Collapsed late in the night. It should have taken a whole day to wake up. Since I didn't wake up at midnight, then maybe 2 days total. His brows furrowed as he pieced it together. The stimulant doesn't last more than 24 hours and 47 minutes. So yeah, 2 days. Which means only 2 days remain in this hell. Ezra sat down heavily, eyes locked on the sun climbing above the forest canopy. His right hand trembled as he lifted it, staring at his palm. "TSK, I killed another person again." His voice was bitter. He clenched his fist tightly, anger and disgust boiling beneath his calm surface. "TSK, it's too cold." The wind howled faintly, carrying his words into the silent forest. Ezra got bored after sitting in one place for too long. The silence of the forest pressed on him, and the way the cold wind cut through his clothes made him restless. Pushing himself up, he stretched his arms until his joints cracked. His bag hung loosely on his shoulder, and in his other hand he carried a wooden arrow he had carved earlier. The trial was almost over. Just a little longer and he would be free from this nightmare. But Ezra knew better than to relax. The silverback dire wolves were still roaming out there. If he dropped his guard even once, it could end with his throat torn out. He trudged deeper into the forest, each step sinking slightly into the snow. The ground crunched beneath his boots, and his breath came out in short bursts of white fog. After some time, he noticed a patch of land different from the rest. Bamboo trees rose around him. Their green stalks stood tall and straight, spaced widely enough that the ground was more open compared to the denser forest behind him. The bamboo forest floor carried less snow, the stalks shielding the earth from the worst of the snowfall. Ezra paused, scanning the area, and an idea crept into his mind. Dropping his bag, he drew his dagger. The blade glinted faintly under the filtered sunlight as he pressed it to a bamboo stalk. Cutting bamboo with just a dagger was no easy task. His hands ached with every strike, but he kept at it. Slowly, piece by piece, stalks came down. Some were thick and solid, others slimmer, easier to handle. He looked around, studying the terrain. The bamboo grove was spacious, the gaps between stalks wide enough to move around without much restriction. There was room to set things up. Ezra's lips curled into a smile. "I could use this terrain as a good place to set a trap for those wolves," he muttered. His tone was quiet, but the thought gave him a surge of energy. The cold no longer bothered him as much. A few steps ahead, beyond the bamboo grove, taller trees loomed. The ground there remained just as open, without tangled bushes or fallen logs. Seeing that, his grin widened into something sharper, almost malicious. "All right, I've made up my mind. He clenched his fist tightly, eyes gleaming with determination. Before this trial ends, I'll kill at least one hunting pack of silverback dire wolves. He wasted no more time. Ezra began working on traps. First, he dug into the ground with his dagger and bare hands. The snow and soil were a bit hard, but he forced his way through until he carved out a pit. It was deep enough that if a flanker-class wolf fell in, it wouldn't climb out easily. At the bottom, he planted sharpened bamboo stakes, arranging them like teeth pointing upward. He wiped the sweat from his brow and moved to the next plan. Using ropes he had made earlier back in the safe zone, he tied them between two sturdy bamboo stalks. The rope was thin but strong, stretched at just the right height that if a wolf charged blindly, its legs would tangle and send it tumbling. He set multiple of these across the grove, connecting trees in a pattern that could confuse both man and beast. Satisfied with the groundwork, Ezra turned his attention to something bigger. He climbed a tall bamboo stalk, balancing himself against its smooth surface. From his bag, he pulled the remaining bamboo sticks and his dagger. Piece by piece, he began shaping the bamboo into parts. His dagger acted as a chisel, shaving slivers off until the stalks fit together. What he was crafting wasn't elegant. It wasn't polished, but it was dangerous. The rough shape of a gun took form in his hands. A bamboo tube reinforced with layers of shaved stalks, bound together by rope and tightened with wooden wedges. He carved a simple trigger mechanism using split bamboo and fitted it to the side. Inside the barrel, he smoothed the hollow space to let projectiles fly cleanly. For ammunition, he shaped small bamboo bolts, sharp at the tip, heavy enough to pierce flesh. When the weapon was complete, he gripped it with both hands and tested its weight. Felt awkward, but usable. He crouched in the tree and spotted a rabbit hopping across the snow below. Narrowing his eyes, he raised the bamboo gun, aimed, and squeezed the trigger. Thwip! The bolt shot out with surprising speed, slicing through the air. In the next instant, the rabbit collapsed, pierced cleanly. Ezra's hand throbbed from the recoil, and he hissed through his teeth. The kick was stronger than expected, painful even. Still, the weapon had worked. Not as powerful as a real firearm, not even close, but in this place it was enough. Enough to kill rabbits. Enough to wound wolves. Enough to let him take revenge. As the sun dipped lower, Ezra gathered his things. He sprinkled powder. No scent herb over the traps and along the paths he had walked, covering every trace of himself. Slinging the rabbit over his shoulder, he started moving back toward his base. By the time he arrived, shadows stretched long across the snow, and that was when he noticed her. A figure lay slumped near the entrance to his shelter. Ezra froze, his body tense. Slowly he approached, dagger in hand. The closer he got, the clearer it became. He recognized the face. Gina. Her body was a mess. Cuts and slashes marked her arms and legs, but none deep enough to be fatal. Blood had dried across her skin, and her breathing was shallow. Ezra checked her pulse with careful fingers. Alive, just fainted from blood loss and exhaustion. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Damn. She's going to kill me when she wakes up. Still, he couldn't leave her there. He lifted her onto his back, almost stumbling, carrying both her and the few belongings she had left into the shelter. First thing he did was scatter more no-scent herb at the entrance and over their trail. Only then did he sit her down and start dressing her wounds. His hands moved quickly but gently, tying cloth over cuts, cleaning away the blood with melted snow. When he finished, he sat back, exhaling. Minutes later, Gina's eyes fluttered open. She blinked at the glow of the campfire and instantly tensed. Her body curled inward, clutching the blanket wrapped around her. She looked like a cornered animal, eyes darting around. When her gaze landed on Ezra, she froze. You're alive, she whispered in disbelief. Ezra didn't respond. He sat by the fire, sharpening his dagger with steady strokes, sparks flicking from the blade. Gina's eyes darted lower, noticing her stitched clothes and freshly bandaged wounds. Her face flushed red. Did you? Her voice rose sharply. You pervert. Ezra clamped a hand over her mouth, his eyes sharp. Quiet. The no-scent herb mask smell, not sound. If you scream, wolves might track us here. Her anger faltered. She bit her lip, humiliated. But the truth of his words sank in. I'm sorry. And thank you. And that's modest, coming from you? Ezra replied flatly, going back to sharpening his dagger. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? She snapped. When he didn't answer, she muttered, You sound just like Zara with that arrogant tone. Ezra's hand paused for a second. So, you do know about me and my twin brother. Is that why you saved me? Gina asked, eyes narrowing. Not really. I'd have saved anyone in your state. But I wouldn't have brought them here. You. I brought back because I wanted to hear how you knew about me. She let out a dry laugh. The way you talk, someone might think you've lost your memories. Well, you didn't look like one to be remembering things easily. Well, I do have a good recollection of past events, but when it comes to interactions with people I only met once, I don't bother remembering events like that. He thought to himself, feeling awkward. Then she explained. You know, I'm from a lower line branch too. Our families know each other, especially our dads, and I normally played with your brother and some other noble kids during gatherings. Once, he bragged about using clone alchemy and dragged you out in front of us. She frowned, remembering. Had us all fooled. Ezra smirked faintly. So, you thought it was really alchemy? What do you expect? You two looked exactly the same, and none of us even knew you existed back then. Zara was always arrogant, but we believed him. She rubbed her head, embarrassed. Later, we found out the truth. When Zara and his goons bullied you, and you suddenly started bleeding, your mother stormed in. She slapped Zara so hard his smug face froze. Honestly, I was happy to see it. At the mention of his mother, Ezra's expression faltered. For a moment he looked distant. What is it? Gina asked quietly. Nothing. He forced a smile and handed her a plate of cooked rabbit meat. She accepted it with surprise. Thank you. Hunger took over and she ate quickly. Ezra's voice cut in softly. I'm sorry, Gina. She stopped, mid-bite, stunned. What? About your hand. About Marcus. Her face twisted, and she shook her head. Stop. It's not your fault. I already stopped caring when you protected me from those arrows. I didn't even know Marcus well enough to grieve. You know, I killed my closest friend myself in the first trial. Her laugh was bitter, tears spilling as she spoke. I shot her while looking into her eyes. I don't want to die, Ezra. I really don't. I thought I could rest when Lady Vera saved me, but instead I was thrown back into danger. Sometimes I think dying in the first trial would have been easier. Looking at it now, the peasants I once looked down on as bottom feeders. Now look at me. In the eyes of the highline and mainline kids, I'm the same kind of bottom feeder. Heh. There's no difference between me and a peasant in this trial. Ezra studied her face, her trembling hands, her tears. Then he spoke, calm but firm. Instead of dying, wouldn't it be better to grow stronger? Even if it hurts. But how? I'm weak. I'm nothing like Lady Vera, or the others around her. I'm disposable. They don't care if I lived or died. Honestly, peasants on the street might do better than me if they were in my shoes. Her hands clenched in frustration. Ezra chuckled faintly. We're just kids, yet we sound like adults. Grow stronger, Gina. I won't die in a place like this. I'll live a long life, with money and women at my side. He laughed, almost to himself. So you should survive too. I'm with you. Her eyes widened. Ha! Vera was right. Surviving alone is risky. So let's be friends. Help each other. He extended his hand toward her. She stared at him, wiping her tears. Friends? Work together? Are you trying to be a leader? No. You're still with Vera, right? Obviously. Then it's settled. You'll be my informant, and I'll help you grow stronger. What if I'm caught? They'll kill me painfully. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Her lips pressed tight. She glanced at his hand again, then reached out and shook it. As long as I can survive. Wake up. Ezra tapped Gina's shoulder. She only shifted in her sleep, pulling her coat tighter around her. "Wake up, Gina." He tapped again, this time harder. She still didn't move. Ezra frowned, then grabbed a bowl of water and splashed it over her face. "Ah, what the?" Gina jerked up, hair sticking to her wet cheeks. She glared at him. "What the hell, Ezra?" Ezra looked at her quietly for a moment, then stood, picking up his bag. His belongings were already packed, strapped and ready to go. "We're leaving this place." "And?" She rubbed her eyes, pouting. "Why can't we just wait until the signal blows? At least then I can sleep a little more. Stop complaining and let's go." He tossed her bag to her side. "I already packed what you'll need. Get up." "Fine, fine," she muttered, dragging herself to her feet. She slung the bag over her shoulder and followed behind him as they stepped out of the small wooden shed. The cold morning air cut through her wet face, making her shiver. Gina stared at Ezra with resentment for disturbing her sleep as they walked. Snow crunched under their boots. "So, where are we going?" she asked. "Before I met you, I found a spacious place," Ezra replied without looking back. His tone was steady, focused. "I plan on using it to hunt a pack of silverback dire wolves." Gina froze, her eyes going wide. "What? Are you crazy? Why would you want to fight those beasts when we could have still been sleeping?" She stomped her foot, the sound muffled by the snow. Ezra didn't turn around. "Calm down. I already have a foolproof plan. And it's a good chance for you to learn something about hunting." "Tisk." Gina puffed her cheeks, sulking. She didn't argue further but kept following. They walked for hours, through the thinning woods and over frozen ground. Ezra led with steady steps, his boots leaving a faint trail behind. The path had been cut before, marks from when Ezra had first scouted this place. Eventually, they reached their destination. "Wow!" Gina stopped, eyes wide. The area opened up into a spacious clearing. Tall bamboo trees surrounded it, their leaves blocking most of the sunlight, casting shifting shadows over the snow. The stalks swayed softly, holding bits of falling snow like they were cradling glass. Her excitement burst through. She spun in place, laughing lightly, her childlike side showing as she ran toward the trees. Ezra quickly grabbed her collar, pulling her back. "Stop." "Why?" "I just wanted to look around," she said, annoyed. "The problem isn't sightseeing. The problem is this whole place is filled with traps. Unless you want to end up impaled or worse, stay put." His tone was flat. Her face froze. "And sit on that stone." He pointed. "I'll show you where the traps are, so you won't die walking around." "Okay." She sat, obedient this time. Ezra crouched and took a stick, drawing lines and circles into the snow. Each mark represented a trap he had set. His movements were quick and precise, the snow turning into a crude but clear map. Gina leaned in, watching with amazement. You did all this in one day? Stressful, but yeah." He straightened his back, stretching a little. "Incredible. And you don't even look that strong or smart." She tilted her head, her eyes flicking to the bamboo weapon strapped to his side. "Also, I've been curious. What's that gun-like thing you've been carrying?" Ezra pulled it out, holding it with both hands. "This? It's a bamboo gun I made." Her eyes sparkled. "So cool. How many shots can it fire?" "Only one. The rope I used for the trigger can't handle more than that. After one shot, I need to reset it manually." He tapped her forehead lightly. "Anyway, enough questions. Do you know what's most important to survive the trials ahead?" Gina rubbed her forehead, pouting. "I don't know. I don't even know what the next trials will look like." "To me," Ezra said, walking toward a nearby tall tree, "it's being able to control your body, knowing your center of gravity." "Center of gravity? What's that supposed to mean? You said I don't have a bulky body, right? But think about it. How do you think I managed to handle everything so far, despite being weaker than Marcus and the others?" Gina thought for a moment, her right hand holding her chin. "When you put it that way, you're right. They trained too, but you beat them like you already had more experience. So, is it because of this center of gravity thing?" Not exactly, but it makes up for weakness. If mastered, even a fat person can flip like a trained acrobat. Her face twisted. Wait, isn't that what circus people do? Don't tell me you expect me to turn into a circus clown just to survive. Idiot. Ezra flicked a snowball at her face. Ouch. She held her cheek, glaring. It's about agility, reflexes, countering throws, taking aerial advantage, surviving close combat. His tone carried a weight like a teacher drilling a student or a soldier lecturing a recruit. I don't get most of what you said, but I know it'll be hard and annoying. She sighed, her shoulders drooping. Ezra shook his head. This will be difficult, he muttered under his breath as he walked away. What was that? Where are you going? Gina ran after him. I'm starting to think you're a lost cause, he said without looking back. Lost cause? Hey, I'm not. I'm just not used to this lifestyle yet. I'm still learning. You can't expect me not to complain. Her words were cut off as Ezra suddenly raised a hand to her lips, shushing her. His eyes sharpened. What? Gina's heart skipped. I hear something. His voice dropped low. I don't hear anything. She looked around nervously, snow crunching under her shifting boots. Ezra's silence made the air heavier. Gina's anxiety grew. She grabbed the back of his coat, her hands trembling. Don't tell me. Is it those wolves? Her voice quivered. No, not wolves. Ezra pushed her back, then dashed toward a tree. His movements were sharp and quick as he climbed, balancing on a branch. His eyes scanned the distance, listening. Humans, he said after a pause. Gina let out a breath, shoulders loosening. Humans? Thank goodness. Let's check it out. Ezra dropped from the tree, grabbing his dagger and bamboo gun. What do you mean check? Gina's voice rose, but Ezra was already moving, sprinting toward the sound. She cursed under her breath and chased after him. Why are we even going there? You remember I said I needed partners? His voice was calm even while running. Yes, but can't you wait until the test ends? Gina, he shot her a look. You think people will trust me easily? Especially with Pamela targeting me? She bit her lip. So you're going to save them, make them trust you. Pretty much. His face was expressionless. TSK, you're even more wicked than Lady Vera, she muttered. The noise grew louder as they reached a thick patch of bushes. Ezra stopped, pulling Gina back. He carefully parted the leaves, revealing the sight beyond. Gina froze, her breath caught in her throat. Her clothes were torn, her skin marked with bruises and scratches that told of a struggle she could not win. She lay on the snow like a broken doll, breath shallow, eyes half closed, her body trembling faintly. The snow beneath her was stained with dirt and blood. On top of her, a fat boy with greasy brown hair, white strands, pressed her down. His movements were crude, his heavy body smothering her, grinding without care. His black eyes gleamed with a twisted hunger. Every sound he made was disgusting, each gasp and grunt scratching at the ears like rusted metal. The others didn't look away. They laughed, mocked, and watched, treating Mary's pain as if it were entertainment. Ezra's hand shot out to cover Gina's mouth as she trembled violently beside him. Her wide eyes filled with tears, her body shaking, unable to tear her gaze away from her friend's suffering. Ezra didn't speak. His expression went cold. On the other side, Peter was being held down by two boys. Their leader sat lazily on his goon, a dagger spinning between his fingers. He had black hair, black eyes, and a mocking grin as he stared at Peter like he was nothing more than a piece of meat. You bastard! Peter screamed. Leave her alone! A fist smashed into his stomach, silencing him with coughs of blood. Tears streaked his face, his body shaking. A lackey smirked at the fat boy. Don't you think she's already dead? The fat boy's body shook with disgusting pants. I don't care. The body's still warm, so I'll enjoy it while I can. Ha ha ha. The others laughed with him. Gina turned to plead with Ezra, only to find he was gone. Her heart lurched when she spotted him. Ezra, standing against 7 of them. "Oi, fatsack." Ezra's voice came out low and flat. "Get off her." The fat boy froze, then stumbled back as if someone had shoved him. Ezra's eyes went straight to Mary. For a second, he looked like he might break. Not with tears, he looked at her with pity. He knew she was like Gina, emotional, defenseless and scared. His fist curled until his knuckles whitened. The goons fell silent. Peter slumped to the ground, coughing, staring at Ezra as if he'd seen a ghost. The leader's face folded into annoyance. He glanced at Ezra's two-toned hair and sneered, like he'd found a stupid insect in his shoe. "You've got to be kidding me." He rubbed his face slow and loud, then pointed the dagger at Ezra. "A lowly insect dares stand before me without fear? That's bad." His voice was oily. "Prey should wait until the predator decides to hunt. Be patient, lowborn. Go back to where you were hiding." He waved to his goon to continue their fun. Ezra's eyes narrowed. He said nothing. The name left his mouth like a stone. "Felix." Felix halted, blinked. "Ha!" A lackey barked. "How dare you say Sir Felix's name without respect, you trash? Want to die?" Ezra did not look at the boy. He looked at Felix. "It's the last day of this trial. We should all be resting instead of fighting. Just hand them over and I will live in peace." His tone was plain. Felix laughed at first, slow and soft. Then it swelled and cracked. "This trash is making demands?" He stepped forward, all teeth and pretense. He leaned over Peter. "Do you know who I am?" The dagger moved. Peter screamed. Blood hit the snow in quick, ugly pats. Felix shoved Peter down and drove the blade again and again, laughing while it happened. The boys cheered like an audience. The sound should have ruined Ezra. Didn't. Something inside him went colder. The cold was not outside. It was under his skin. Gina's hand flew to her mouth. Her shoulders shook. Tears fell. She could not look away. Felix straightened, wiping Peter's blood across his cheek as if it were a badge. His grin widened. "I'm the grandson of the top cannon gun alchemist. My father is an alchemist general. I'm Ashenlock's future. Nobody dares touch me. And you? You dare make demands?" Ezra stared. The world around them muffled. The laughter thinned. His voice came out small at first, then harder, closer to a threat than a choice. "Do I look like I care?" He took a step forward. His hands were steady. His face was empty. Felix's lip curled. He raised his dagger. "Two choices. Crawl to my feet and kill yourself licking my boot, or my boys beat you half dead and throw you to the wolves." He spat the last words like a joke. "Your choice." Ezra let out a short, hollow chuckle. It sounded like wind in a ruined house. "Just like Vera, huh?" He smiled for a breath, a small, cruel curve. Then the smile fell away. The words that followed were small and terrible. "Low, sure, sharp. Choose." The clearing dropped into a colder silence. Snow fell slow and soft. His voice cut through it like a shard. "Die repenting, or die regretting." Felix's lips curled into a soft smile, then he waved a hand lazily. "Break him." Then he turned, walking back to sitting on his goon's shoulders as if Ezra wasn't worth his time. The rest of the group cracked their knuckles and raised weapons, their faces twisting with excitement. "Wait!" The fat boy shoved his way forward. He adjusted his trousers, a club dragging in his left hand. His mouth twisted with rage. "Let me handle this bastard." His smirk spread, ugly and cruel. "He dared interrupt my fun. I'll start by breaking his legs, then gouging out his eyes." "Ha ha ha." Ezra's face didn't move. His thoughts drifted backward. Why am I angry? Why am I even risking my life confronting this scum? The question pulsed in his chest. His breath caught for a moment. Then a piece of memory, what he now accepted as a fragment of a past life he must have lived, unlocked and opened before him. He saw a part of his past life, when the weight of living expenses had driven him into the military. The choice of joining the army led to missions that were dangerous, but one stood out, his last. It was a rescue mission, A group of rich teens kidnapped during a yacht party. Ezra's squad was sent in. At first, they thought it was a normal job, but then they discovered the truth. The kidnappers weren't hardened soldiers. They weren't foreign invaders. They were just teenagers, local kids, same age to those they kidnapped. They called themselves freedom fighters, claiming to be protesting against immigration, against mixed blood in their country. At first the protests had been loud but peaceful. But the government ignored them and hatred twisted. That group turned protest into terror. Ezra saw how his past self and his team fought through the chaos. His best friend, the one person who had stayed by his side after his mother abandoned him and grandmother died, was captured. When they finally found her, it was too late. She had been violated, treated the same as the kidnapped girls. And the boys were executed one after another like cattle just to make a statement. He began feeling the emotion of regret, the helpless rage, the way she looked at him with broken eyes before she ended her own life later, unable to bear the scars and the worst. The face of the boys, no terrorist walking away with just serving prison time while their main leaders walking away free like they weren't involved in anything, only to find out they were the sons of some powerful elites. No wonder they could have the money to get this much firearms. No wonder the heavy security that protected the yacht party was easily breached. No wonder the case after saving the girls was dismissed. No wonder. All these spoiled, privileged monsters. The image burned into him. His fists clenched at his sides. That was why. The fat boy's laugh dragged him back to the present. Ezra's eyes snapped open, locking onto him. His glare was sharp enough to make the boy stutter in his steps. "You bastard!" The fat boy roared, forcing courage into his throat. He charged, club swinging down to smash Ezra's skull. Boom! Ezra tilted his head just enough. The heavy would cut the air by the width of a finger, smashing into the frozen ground with a crack. Before the fat boy could raise it again, Ezra moved. He closed the distance in a blur. Steel flashed. The fat boy's eyes widened as a cold bite cut his throat. Cough! He tried to scream, but only wet gurgles came out. His hands clawed at his neck, pressing against the red flood spilling between his fingers. He stumbled backward, knees buckling. His eyes darted desperately to his friends, his hands stretching toward them, but none moved. They stood frozen, shocked. The boy collapsed into the snow, body twitching. Ezra stood over him, calm. His breath didn't shake. "You know," he said, his voice low and steady, "I thought I would question my sanity every time I killed someone, but right now..." His eyes were cold as he looked down at the boy's dying struggle. "I feel no guilt." He turned his gaze on the rest. The group flinched under his stare. Felix's smugness shattered. His face twisted, veins bulging as his eyes reddened. "What the hell are you idiots doing?" he roared. "Kill him! Break him! Destroy him now!" A lackey snapped out of his daze, raised his bow and fired. Two more rushed at Ezra, one with a dagger, the other with a sharpened stick. The arrow cut through the air, aiming for Ezra's head. Ezra's body shifted a fraction. His head tilted right, and the arrow whistled past, close enough to scrape his ear. Before it even landed, Ezra's arm snapped forward. His dagger left his hand and spun straight into the archer's forehead. The boy collapsed instantly, lifeless. "You lowlife!" another shouted, swinging his dagger in wide arcs. Ezra slid aside, feet light on the snow. "TSK! Stop moving and just die!" The boy slashed again and again, wild. The one with the spear lunged in, jabbing at Ezra's ribs. But Ezra's movements were sharp, controlled. Each dodge was small, precise, no wasted energy. The dagger scraped only the fabric of his coat, not flesh. The spear missed by a finger's width. Ezra's eyes never blinked. Felix's mouth opened in disbelief. In mere breaths, two of his men were gone. He had underestimated the boy who looked fragile, weak. Now he looked like something else entirely. Felix's smugness melted into unease. His voice cracked as he barked at the last two. "What are you doing? Don't just stand there." He stopped mid-shout, forcing himself to breathe. His face steadied, though his eyes shook. He turned to one of the trembling boys at his side. You, go hold him down. Do anything to keep him busy. Me and Matthew will regroup with the rest. Let's see how he handles all of us together. His voice rose, desperate confidence shoved back into place. Let's go. The boy he pointed at paled. Wait, what? You want me to fight him? I'll die. His voice cracked, his whole body shaking. Felix's eyes narrowed with disgust. He kicked the boy hard in the stomach, sending him gasping into the snow. You think you get to refuse my order? Hold him here, or I'll show you something worse than death. With that, Felix turned and ran with Matthew into the thick brush. The abandoned goon shook, legs trembling. He looked like he wanted to drop his weapon and run, but Ezra's presence froze him where he stood. From the shadows, Gina's eyes followed it all. Her chest was tight, her breath shallow. What am I doing? She thought, fists clenched. Ezra, the frail boy whose nose bled from a small push. Now he fights like this. Is it because of that center of gravity thing he mentioned? If I learned it, would someone like me actually matter? Her lips trembled. Her memory flashed back to the first trial. The moment her finger pulled the trigger when she killed her cousin, her best friend, the girl she called her twin sister. The horror twisted inside her chest. It should have been me, she thought, tears slipping down her cheeks. She looked at Mary, broken in the snow, then at Peter's bloody body, and back at Ezra. Even if I trained, even if I learned to use my body better, nothing would change. That's the difference between me and people like Ezra, Lady Vera, Lady Pamela. They have confidence. They adapt. They don't fear death. I could never. Her eyes closed tight. Gina! Her head jerked up. Ezra's voice snapped her out of her spiral. Ezra? She whispered. Check on Mary. If she's still alive, take care of her. If not, get back to the last safe spot we stayed in. His tone was hard, leaving no room for argument. Gina swallowed, nodded, and stepped out from the brush. She blinked. Both of the boys who had been fighting Ezra before were already dead, blood painting the snow. Only one remained, holding his wooden spear like a lifeline. His hands shook, fear plain on his face. Where are you going? She asked. Ezra's eyes were sharp, his body already turning toward the path Felix had fled. I'm chasing that bastard down. You're not passing me, the last goon shouted, voice cracking. He forced himself forward, charging with his spear. He thrust straight at Ezra's stomach. Ezra slid to the right, the tip grazing his coat. His fist snapped into the boy's stomach, folding him over with a grunt. Before he could fall, Ezra's fist shot upward, smashing into his chin. The boy's head whipped back, teeth clacking. Ezra's elbow followed, crashing into his cheek with brutal force. The boy went limp, collapsing into the snow unconscious. Ezra didn't look down. Don't wait for me, Gina. Just stay safe. He sprinted into the bushes, his figure swallowed by the shadows. Wait, Ezra! Gina cried, reaching out. But her hand froze midair. She looked back at Mary and Peter, her fist clenched. With a trembling breath, she turned back to her friends and ran to their side, hoping Mary still breathed. Ezra ran through the frozen forest, his breath turning white in the cold air. Every crunch of snow, every rustle of broken branches pulled him forward. He followed the faint trail of Felix and Matthew. Footprints pressed deep into the snow, half covered by drifting flakes. Minutes passed before he noticed the sounds had stopped. The forest grew quiet. No wind, no birds, only the faint creak of frozen trees. Ezra slowed, then crouched, pressing a hand against the cold bark of a nearby trunk. He climbed up silently, his fingers digging into the rough surface, and hid among the branches. From above, he saw Felix and Matthew rejoining the others. What shocked him wasn't how many were there, but what they held. Sir Felix, a girl said. Her hood covered most of her hair, the same black coat that all test participants wore hiding her shape. Her tone was calm, controlled. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Felix bent, breathing hard. And never mind. He straightened after a long breath, fixing his coat and hair. Matthew lay sprawled on the snow beside him, too tired to move. Felix looked at the tall boy standing guard. His skin was pale, his hair and eyes pure white, like the snow itself. "Gareth," Felix called. "You did what I told you?" "Yes," Gareth said simply. "It was easier than expected," another voice said. It came from a girl kneeling between two silverback dire wolves, which were both flankers. Her hair was split black and pink, and her eyes had the same strange pink tint. She ran her hands along the wolf's fur, smirking. The beasts were asleep, chained to a tree, their muzzles tied. "Setting the trap and putting them to sleep was easier than I thought," she said proudly. "Where are the others?" the hooded girl asked, looking at Matthew. Matthew scratched his head, unable to meet her eyes. Well, the air around him felt heavy. He could already feel their judgment. They were killed by a lowborn," Felix said flatly, cutting him off. He sat down in the snow, finally steadying his breath. The group fell silent. Only Gareth stayed calm, as if nothing surprised him. "Wait, what?" The girl between the wolves, Paige, threw her hands up. "You're telling me you ran back here because a lowborn beat you?" "Paige," Felix said, his voice deep and quiet. "That's what I said." Paige blinked, her smirk fading. "A-okay. That means," Gareth spoke. "He's not just any lowborn." Matthew nodded quickly. "Yeah, his movement, it was too fast. He caught everyone off guard." "No one asked you," Paige snapped. A boy beside Gareth crossed his arms. "Still, it's expected. Everyone's desperate here, from the lowest branch to the main line. It's obvious there will be some with talent." Felix's jaw tightened. "I don't care where they're from. Anyone who annoys me, dies." His eyes were sharp again. "So, do we look for him before the trial ends?" the hooded girl asked. Felix's lips curved slowly. "Look for him? No need." He turned his gaze to the trees surrounding them. "The rat's already here." Ezra froze. "Did they notice me?" "I was waiting for your order," Gareth said, his hand already tightening on his weapon. "Tisk." Ezra clicked his tongue and turned to run. "Don't run." The voice came from his right. The hooded girl appeared beside him in a blur, dagger slicing through the air. Ezra twisted his head just in time. The blade grazed his cheek, cutting skin. He jumped down from the tree, landing in front of Felix's entire group. "Ha!" The girl frowned, staring at her weapon. "He dodged." "I see," said a boy with long white hair tied in a ponytail. His green eyes watched Ezra closely. Quick reflexes. Ezra stood still, snowflakes clinging to his coat. His voice was calm. "For a coward to lead a group this large, I have to say, I'm seeing you differently, Felix." "Ha!" the hooded girl snapped. "Who does this brat think he is?" "He talks too much," the boy beside Gareth muttered. "You know you're going to die, right?" the boy with the ponytail said. His voice was flat, but his hand trembled slightly around his dagger. "I know," Ezra replied, his eyes locked on Felix's. "But if I die, I'll make sure your leader goes with me." Silence. Breath turned to mist. Even the wind paused. Then the group moved. 3 of them charged at once. Ezra slid a step back, snow crunching under his heel, then ducked as the hooded girl's blade flashed from the side. Her dagger missed his neck by an inch. He twisted and bolted into the forest. "Tsk, he's slippery," she shouted, stabbing her dagger into a tree trunk in anger. The others prepared to chase, but Felix lifted a hand. His grin returned. "Don't. I have a better idea." He turned to Paige. "Release them." Her smile fell. "You serious? I was getting attached to them." "Let the rat run," Felix said coldly. "Let him regret crossing me." Paige sighed and pulled out a small sack. She sprinkled the dust inside over the 2 wolves. Their eyes snapped open. They rose slowly, muscles twitching, chains rattling. She pulled the ropes from their mouths and necks. The beasts growled, teeth flashing. their eyes locking on the direction Ezra ran. Paige smirked faintly. There goes my new friends. A moment later, the wolves sprinted into the forest. Ezra heard the howl first. It made his blood run cold. Shit! He really let them loose, he muttered, glancing behind him. The sound of crashing trees grew louder. I can't go back to Gina. But how do I shake them off? His mind raced. The traps. If Gina hasn't left to that place yet, then the area should still be safe. It was just a guess, but it was his only chance. He pushed harder, snow flying under his boots. His breath burned in his throat. The ground trembled behind him. The wolves were fast. Faster than he'd imagined. The air filled with their growls. Ezra jumped over fallen logs, leapt across rocks, and slid down a small slope. He saw the familiar tall trees ahead, his trap zone. But one of the wolves burst from the side, its massive body crashing through a trunk. It swung a claw at him. Ezra dropped low, rolling on the snow, his palm pushing him back up mid-run. The air beside his head split from the force of the swipe. He turned his head. Both wolves were now visible, closing in. He veered right, heading for the trap zone. Trees splintered behind him. One wolf lunged, its breath hot against his neck. It was close, too close. Then a sharp crack. A hidden log, sharpened at the end, swung out and impaled the beast midair, flinging it aside with a dull thud. The other wolf didn't stop. It lunged again. Ezra threw himself backward, raising his arms as the snow exploded where the wolf landed. His claws dug into the earth. Ezra could feel the vibration through his bones. One hit, and I'm dead. Sweat ran down his face, mixing with the snow. His hands trembled, but his eyes stayed fixed. He saw the next trap. Close but not close enough. The wolf crouched, growling low. Its breath fogged the air between them. Ezra turned and ran straight at it. He pulled his dagger and threw it at the wolf. The wolf smacked it away with its paw and lunged, confident. Ezra smirked. Got you. He jumped. The wolf's shadow swallowed him, but ropes shot from beneath the snow, snapping tight around its legs. The beast roared, thrashing, but the ropes held, tied to the bamboo trees he'd reinforced earlier. Ezra stood shakily, brushing snow from his coat. His knees trembled. His breathing was rough. He raised his bamboo gun, aimed at the wolf's head, and pulled the trigger. The sound echoed through the forest. He lowered the gun and exhaled. For a moment it was silent. Then, pain tore through his arm. Another wolf burst from the side, slamming him down. Its teeth sank into his already injured hand caused by the recoil of the bamboo gun. "Aw!" Ezra screamed, punching the beast's snout with his free hand. It didn't let go. Blood spilled across the snow. He kicked its stomach and felt a weak spot, the wound caused by the big sharpened log that hit it. The wolf howled, throwing him aside. He rolled, coughing, vision spinning. His left arm hung limp, bleeding and dislocated. The wolf limped, growling, ready to strike again. Ezra's legs trembled, but he forced himself up. He ran. The wolf followed, faster with each step. The ground ahead cracked. Ezra jumped with his last bit of strength. The wolf pounced right after him, and the earth opened. A hidden pit, filled with sharpened stakes. The wolf's claws scraped his back as it fell, tearing through his coat and skin before its body crashed below. Ezra hit the ground hard on the other side, sliding across the snow. His body stung everywhere. Blood spread beneath him, melting the snow. The cold bit into his wounds. His breathing slowed. Above, the clouds broke, letting faint sunlight touch the forest floor. Then a horn sounded in the distance. Ezra let out a dry laugh. "Ha ha! Guess that's the end of the trial." He coughed, eyes heavy. Snow fell quietly over him as his world faded to white. Back where Gina waited, before the horn sounded, her hands shook as she pressed 2 fingers under Mary's nose. She held her breath. For a moment, she feared nothing would come back, that everything was over. Then a soft puff of warm air touched her fingertips. Gina quickly checked Mary's pulse. It was weak, but it was there. Mary. Her voice broke. Tears slipped down her cheeks. She tore open the bag Ezra packed for her earlier, fingers digging through herbs and cloth. The ones he said were for first aid. She tried to steady her hands, but they kept trembling. She cleaned the blood from Mary's skin, pressing the cloth down to stop bleeding. When she laid the herbs on the torn flesh, Mary twitched and groaned faintly. Gina exhaled in shaky relief. Please, don't die. A few minutes passed. Gina tied the bandages as best as she could, then turned toward Peter's motionless body. His skin was already turning pale, his eyes half open, staring at nothing. What's the point of all this? Gina grit her teeth. The cold bit into her knees where she knelt. Her fists clenched so hard her nails dug into her skin. I couldn't even help him. Ezra is out there fighting that monster and I'm just sitting here. She covered her face with both hands. Her breath came out sharp and uneven. That was when she heard a voice. What happened here? Gina flinched and shot upright. A large group stood a few meters away. She hadn't even heard their footsteps, not even the crunch of snow. Her heart hammered. She stepped back slightly, legs unsteady. Could she be the one who took them out? A boy whispered. No way. Look at her. Shaking like a leaf. A girl scoffed. She pointed at Gina's trembling hands. She was beside the bandaged girl. Now that she sees us, she's ready to run. What a coward. I hate that type, another girl said. It's people like her that dirty the name of the lower branch. A boy added with a click of his tongue. That's enough. Veda stepped forward, his footsteps steady in the snow. His calm eyes swept over them, sharp despite his age. Not everyone can stand firm. Most of you wouldn't do any better. He stopped in front of Gina, kneeling a little to meet her eyes. If I'm right, you're one of Vera's people. The one sent to find the boy who killed Mello? He asked. Why yes, Gina whispered, head lowered. So what happened? He looked around, the bodies, the blood, the struggle carved into the snow. His jaw tightened. Gina opened her mouth, but the words stuck. This girl is your friend? Linda, a girl with sharp eyes, pointed at Mary. Why yes. She and Peter were attacked by Sir Felix's group. Gina spoke fast, the memory slamming into her again. And you just found them here? A boy beside Veda asked, folding his arms. And no, Gina froze. If she mentioned Ezra, would they doubt her loyalty towards Lady Vera? Sweat slid down her neck. Veda watched her closely. You must have met Felix's group? And that boy Pamela is after. Her eyes widened in surprise. That look tells me I'm right, Veda said with a small smile. But I don't get it, he continued. There was clearly a fight. But you three don't look like you could take down Felix's group. Unless Felix was alone or with only a few. He rubbed his chin, thinking. Still doesn't seem likely. Maybe a third party came, Linda said. The kid. The boy next to Veda added. They kept guessing while Bobby, the one who showed them how to make the no-scent herb, a boy with gentle hands, checked Mary's breathing. Will she be okay? Gina forced out, voice almost gone. Yes, Bobby nodded. You did well. But then he noticed the bruising on Mary's wrists, the torn clothing, the marks on her skin. His face stiffened. I'm sorry to ask, but was she assaulted? Gina's fist shook. Her teeth clenched so hard her jaw hurt. Yes. Silence fell instantly. Those bastards. Linda's voice trembled with anger as she curled her fingers into a fist. Why would they go that far? Someone whispered. Felix and his group are insane, another added. Veda stepped to Mary's side and gently brushed hair from her forehead. His jaw tightened. What's your name? He asked Gina, not lifting his eyes. Gina. And hers. Mary. Veda nodded. His voice softened. We'll take care of your friend. Gina's shoulders shook, a weak breath of relief escaping her. Linda crossed her arms. So, that boy probably joined Felix. He might be bossy, but if someone is useful, he'll use them. Veda turned his head. His eyes were blank, but sharp. Then we'll do Pamela a favor and kill him. Him and Felix. Gina gasped. Wait! She grabbed Veda's sleeve without thinking. He blinked, surprised by her sudden courage. Ezra didn't join them, she blurted. He helped us. He fought them alone, and chased after them so he could finish it. The group stared at her, stunned. One kid fought Felix's group alone? Carl asked. That's impossible, Linda frowned. Actually, Veda sighed. Could be possible. He did escape Vera before. Ah, I almost blamed the wrong person. He chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. No, it's my fault for not saying it earlier. You should have, Linda said sharply. Gina flinched, head dropping. Linda, Veda warned. Tisk. Linda looked away. Whatever. She said he's chasing Felix, Carl pointed out. That means he's in trouble. Knowing Felix, Linda muttered. He must be baiting him into his main group. Gina stared at them, lost. What does that mean? Carl met her eyes. His life is in danger. Or he's already dead, Linda finished coldly. He's not. He's not. Gina snapped back, stepping forward. Huh? Don't raise your voice at me, Linda glared. That's enough. Veda stood between them. His shoulders were tense now. We're going to help him. But a loud horn blared through the forest. Everyone stopped. The trial was over. Some sighed in relief, but Gina's knees weakened. A deep ache settled in her chest. What if Ezra didn't make it out? What if she let him die? She looked at her hands. They still shook. If I was stronger, I could have helped him. Veda moved closer. Gina. His voice was quiet. He might have survived. You just have to hope. And wait. I'm sorry we couldn't reach him in time. He stepped away, leading the others. Let's move. Two boys lifted Mary gently and carried her toward the signal smoke. Gina followed behind them, wiping tears from her chin. The survivors gathered at the meeting point, red smoke rising into the sky. Guards searched for anyone too injured to move, carrying those they found into medical trucks. Some people cried. Some rejoiced. Others stared with hatred at their rivals. Gina scanned every passing stretcher, every injured body dragged from the trees. Her heart pounded like it wanted to break through her ribs. She saw Felix's group laughing like nothing happened. Vera's group stood proud as always. Pamela glanced at Gina, eyes sharp, then turned away as Veda waved at her with an easy smile. Gina's eyes darted everywhere, desperate, terrified. Please, please. The guards finished loading the last medical cart. Trucks began moving. Her chest tightened. Then, faint view. Hair dyed in two colors. An arm dangling off a stretcher. Ezra! She shot up from her seat, pressing her face against the window. The truck lurched forward, throwing her back. A few kids laughed at her and threw jokes her way. Gina gave a weak smile, rubbing the back of her head, but her fist stayed tight on her lap. Her eyes didn't leave the stretcher outside. Her fear didn't fade. Her heart didn't rest. She waited, hoping he would be fine. The room felt cold. White walls. The light above flickered now and then. Other patients lay on beds around him, bandages covering some on their arms, some on their faces and some both. And two girls stood over him. Hey, if you don't wake up now, I will undress you. Vera leaned close to Ezra, squinting at his face. Lady Vera, that's wrong, Gina whispered, fidgeting with her sleeves. But he's been sleeping for so long. Vera tapped her chin. Now that I think about it, this reminds me of that story. The sleeping princess. The prince kissed her to awaken her from her slumber. Oh, I read that too, Gina gasped. It was one of my favorites. And, you know stories like that? Vera blinked, impressed. Then her eyes lowered. And, your chest is huge. Ah, Lady Vera, your hand. Vera squeezed lightly, ignoring Gina's struggle. Yours are bigger than mine. TSK. What's your cup size? People didn't dare to stare long at the two beautiful girls playing amongst themselves while visiting someone no one knew due to the fact that one of the two girls was Vera. They all just assumed she was here to visit a member of her group. Lady Vera, Gina whined. We shouldn't disturb him too much. Since when did you get close to him? Vera hissed, glaring. Her grip tightened. Oh! Did you seduce him with these melons? Ezra's eyes opened, blurry at first. Their voices stabbed into his skull. He tried to move but his body didn't listen. Only his mouth worked. What the F***K are you two doing in my room? His expression twisted in pure annoyance as his sight cleared. He's awake. Vera said it like she wasn't surprised. Ezra, Gina gasped. Both hands covered her mouth as tears of relief formed. Her shoulders shook. Ezra stared at them. Gina and Vera? Why are you two together? This combo makes no sense. Well, Gina scratched her cheek, not knowing where to start. That's not the right question. Vera cut in. Her eyes narrowed. Instead, he should explain what the TF word he just used means. Huh? Why? Ezra glared. You two are in my room acting like it's normal. How are you even here? Vera crossed her legs and sat like a queen. Dear boy, first, this is not your room. This is the infirmary. She tossed her hair. Second, I'm here because I want to be here. Am I not a kind lady? Now praise me. Say, she's so kind. I want her to be my big sister from now on. Isn't that right, Gina? Gina froze like a mouse who just saw a cat. Yes. She forced a smile. If not for Lady Vera and Sir Veda, Felix would have killed you. Ezra paused, eyes widening. How? Battles are not allowed after a trial, he said, voice tight. Yes. Vera nodded slowly. But this is Felix we're talking about. He tried to order one of his dogs to die while taking you out. Ezra stared, breath held. Not shock, but disbelief that someone could be so twisted and still be protected by the system. That's insane, he muttered. It was, another voice answered. Everyone in the infirmary became more tense as Veda walked into the room. What is Sir Veda doing here? Some muttered. Not just that, but both him and Lady Vera are here to see somebody. Who the hell is this guy that all this big shot are here to see? I can't see his face well. Sheesh, better don't look. The infirmary became colder as most visitors left to avoid incurring the wrath of the two big shots by mistake while some patients forced themselves to sleep. Veda walked towards Ezra's sick bed, hands in his pockets, footsteps soft. His calm eyes studied Ezra. Even with guards around, Felix still tried. I had to step in. I can't order people to throw away their lives. But I had to make an exception and used Felix's trick to threaten him. He let out a small sigh. Sir Veda. Gina jumped up, trying not to look like she cried. Calm down. Vera flicked her fingers. Annoyed. Why are you here, little brother? Did you miss your big sister so much? Veda cleared his throat, flustered for a moment. Why yes, big sis. Also, I came to check on him. He smiled at Ezra, gentle. Ezra blinked. He's nicer than I expected. You probably don't know me, Veda said. But I've heard a lot from Pamela and Gina. Oh, thank you. Ezra nodded. He looked between him and Vera. You two look alike. Are you twins? Her? Vera gasped dramatically, grabbing her chest. After all we've been through. She wiped imaginary tears. Ezra ignored her and kept staring at Veda. Well, yes, Veda admitted. My younger brother, Vera added sharply, giving Ezra a glare that said don't mix it up. Ezra squinted. You sure? Ezra? Vera leaned in, eyes dark. You ignored me. Then you called me a liar. She wiped another fake tear, but her eyes held danger. Do you hate me? Answer. She moved so close he could feel her breath. Ezra swallowed. Her energy was too much. Sorry, Lady Vera. He looked away. Gina's jaw dropped. He used a title? Vera smirked triumphantly. I like the apology. But don't call me lady. Just Vera. Fine, Ezra said, defeated. How long was I out? 2 weeks, Veda answered. This is the first day of the 3rd week. The 3rd trial starts in 3 days. What? Ezra's eyes widened. He grabbed his hair with his good hand. 2 whole weeks? I missed everything. Yes, Gina nodded. We already had class about the next trial. It's not a deadly one. It's our full awakening. To become alchemists. Her eyes sparked with excitement. Ezra raised a brow. You seem too happy. Of course, she beamed. My whole family prayed for this day. Veda continued more seriously. For lower branches, this is a rare chance. But Miss Freya also warned us about the expected cogniz value we're supposed to reach after all these trials. I know. Gina's excitement weakened. But they won't kill anyone who gets below that value. Right? Obviously, Vera replied flatly. Eh? Gina grabbed her arm, shaking. Vera, what do we do? Relax. Vera lifted her hand and stroked Gina's hair. We meditate, we focus, and we pass. So, I'm the only one screwed, Ezra muttered with a dry chuckle. The door opened and a medic stepped in. Visiting hours are over. Vera clicked her tongue but stood. I'll visit you early tomorrow, Gina said, waving small and shy. Okay. Ezra nodded. It was good meeting you, Veda said. Oh, just call me Veda. No, sir. Ezra nodded again. So, see you tomorrow if I have the chance. Veda smiled and followed the others out. The room fell quiet again. Ezra looked to his right. More injured kids still asleep. Some groaned. Some didn't move at all. Probably because of the presence of Vera and Veda. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Wolf teeth ripping his arm. Felix stabbing Peter. Mary crying in the snow. A bitter laugh left his mouth. I need to step away from this spotlight I put myself in. But even he knew it was too late. Everyone was watching him now. Even the dangerous ones. Morning came fast. The infirmary filled with noise as more patients woke. Some celebrated. Some cried. Some got carried away by their group members after being discharged. Ezra sat up slowly as a nurse checked his arm and pulse. His muscles ached, but he didn't groan. He only narrowed his eyes a little. So, am I fit to leave today? He asked, trying a harmless puppy dog look. You are okay, she said sternly. But not today. Tomorrow, and do not push your left arm too much till you fully recover. She walked away to check on others. A shadow slipped beside him. Gina crouched low with a breathing mask and a cap pulled down. What are you doing? Ezra stared at her dryly. Hey, well. She tugged her mask lower, embarrassed. I can't let people see me with you. She leaned closer, whispering. Some members from my group are here, and there was talks about a special boy who was visited by both Lady Vera and Sir Veda. Also, it's best people don't see me with you alone. But Vera already knows about us. Ezra raised a brow. That was because I panicked. I was too worried when they brought you in. Gina hugged her knees. She saw me with Veda's group. Then she figured everything out. I'm not blaming you. Ezra sighed and rubbed his face. I just didn't expect her to be beside me when I woke up. She's actually nice, Gina said proudly. Aha, sure. His voice was dry enough to crack. Gina peeked at the nurse. When can you leave? Tomorrow, he answered, shoulders dropping. That's bad. You need time to study cogniz before the trial. Panic rose in her voice. I'll just read all night. He waved it off. What I really want to know is how many leaders were formed during the second trial. He grinned. That's why you are here, my personal info dealer. I know. Gina glanced left and right, then dragged her chair close, feet tapping with nervous energy. So we have 6 major groups now. Others were destroyed or absorbed. There was even a leader killed by another. Felix, did it? No, Lady Priscilla. Gina lowered her voice. She's an elder's granddaughter. It was a big deal. Sir Bael almost made an alliance with the leader she killed. It caused a huge fight. The guards got involved. Expected, Ezra muttered. She counted on her fingers. There's Lady Priscilla, Sir Bael. You know Sir Veda, Sir Henry, Sir Felix, and Lady Vera. Ezra blinked. That's 6. Who's Bale? Sir Bale is Veda and Vera's younger brother. Ezra paused, brain rebooting. So that crazy girl has another brother too. With our numbers, I thought we'd have more leaders. Ezra rubbed his chin. Most mainline kids must have joined sides already. Exactly. Gina nodded fast. So, who has the strongest group? Sir Veda has the most people. But Felix, they say his group is the strongest. Ezra pictured Felix's savage grin. Yeah, I believe that. He has Sir Gareth, the strongest fighter and second in hand-to-hand combat. Paige and Lyra, brutal girls. And many capable ones. Mostly mainline children. Ezra's expression sharpened. Gareth's second at hand-to-hand combat? Yes. First place is Sir Veda. Ezra snorted. Maybe I should have noticed sooner. Rank them in your own opinion, he asked. Okay. Gina straightened, proud of her knowledge. 6th, Sir Bale, weak numbers. 5th, Sir Henry. 4th, Lady Priscilla. 3rd, Lady Vera. 2nd, Sir Veda. 1st, Sir Felix. Ezra pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. This is worse than I thought. And there are neutrals like you, Gina added quietly. Ezra let his head drop onto the pillow. I'm already a target for 2 mainlines. Might as well get protection from another. You said you wanted to avoid the mainlines. Gina leaned in, anxious. Too late for that. He blinked, feeling tired. I think you should rest, Gina said, standing up. I'll visit again. Maybe with Vera. Please don't. Ezra rolled to face the wall. Gina giggled and left. Before Ezra noticed her departure, his eyes closed. Ezra blinked awake the next morning. First peaceful sleep since he entered this nightmare. He looked round. The infirmary was almost empty. He changed into his uniform and walked for a final checkup. What happens to the people still unconscious when the trial starts? He asked the nurse quietly. They will be killed, she answered without emotion. Ezra said nothing, just lowered his eyes. You are free to go. He stood, bowed once. Thank you. Her eyes widened slightly, shocked by his politeness. It was the first time she had ever been thanked since she started nursing the injured during this trial of steel. Seeing this, she softened as she watched him leave. Then a surge of energy consumed her as she faced the rest of the patients yet to recover. This time she was going to do her best to help some escape death. Ezra returned to his room, grabbed his bag and headed to the library. The place felt huge and quiet today. Sunlight dimmed through tall windows, dust floating in the beams. He collected 3 books on Cognos and sat in his usual corner, hidden enough that most wouldn't notice him. 1 day left, he murmured. He opened the first book. Time passed. Pages turned. He rubbed his eyes sometimes. Other times he'd close them, breathing slow to meditate on what he read. He didn't notice when someone sat across from him. He only noticed when he closed the first book and stretched his fingers. Finally done with that one. Vera's face filled his vision. She stared like she was reading a book. Ezra jerked slightly. How long were you sitting there? 5 hours, she answered, eyes never leaving him. You sat here silently for 5 hours? He sounded more scared than surprised. You know, I came back yesterday before closing hours to see you, but you were busy sleeping like a piece of wood. Then this morning I searched everywhere for you after the nurse told us you were discharged, she said in one breath. I saw you here reading, and I didn't want to disturb you. She puffed her cheeks, annoyed. You don't understand a maiden's heart. Ezra stared. Right? So, what do you want? You should become my fiancé, she said, calm. Sure. Like saying pass the salt. Ezra froze. Huh. She leaned forward. Her eyes locked onto his like claws. Her smile grew slow and dangerous. Yes. Be mine. The library was quiet. As always, the air smelled like old pages and dust. Sunlight slipped through high windows, drawing thin lines across the wooden table Ezra sat at. Vera sat across from him. Her stare was sharp and direct. Be my fiancé, she said again. Ezra stared back, annoyed and confused. He knew by now that she was the type who said whatever she wanted without shame. "No," he replied and opened his second book. "Wow, straight answer." Her lips curved into a slow smile. "But that's the wrong one." She pointed at him like she was scolding a small child. Ezra tried to ignore her by carrying the second book, flipping through the pages to read, but his hand trembled with irritation. Vera noticed. Her smile widened. She reached her hand forward, her fingers brushing the back of his hand, rubbing lightly as if testing how long he could endure it. "You want to know why it's the wrong answer?" she asked, leaning closer. He dragged his hand away and lifted his book to block her face from his view. She puffed her cheeks at the rejection. Then another idea came to her. She stretched her leg under the table and rubbed his shin slowly with her foot. Ezra's book began to vibrate again, but this time from anger. "Vera." He dropped the book, voice low. "You know we're blood cousins, right?" He rested his jaw on his palm and glared. "And?" She tilted her head, still rubbing his leg. "And," Ezra sighed, "relationships between relatives are forbidden." "Who said that?" She chuckled, leaning her cheek on her hand. "Never heard of it." Ezra blinked. "Wait, what?" He remembered from the knowledge of the modern rules from his past life in the old world. Cousins and siblings being together was taboo. Here? Had the moral compass not been updated? Wait, why do I feel like I'm mixing knowledge from my past life with my own knowledge? I only assumed the memories were from my past life because the person from my memories looks exactly like me. It is just something nobles do to keep their bloodline mixing with commoners, she explained. They don't want outsiders awakening cognition easily since it is hard to feel without internal or external contact with the energy. Ezra lowered his hand slowly. That makes sense if I think about it. But the real reason, she added, voice lowering, is that children of nobles who marry within can give birth to babies with strong potential of reaching higher levels of cognition faster, since a good percentage of nobles already have a feel of cognition from birth. So that's why Pamela's brother became your fiancé, Ezra muttered. He glanced down at the book again. But sorry, I'm not interested in being anyone's lover. Also, please stop rubbing my leg. Tisk. She clicked her tongue and leaned back, crossing her arms. You're throwing away the biggest chance of your life. Sure. Ezra flipped a page with a flat expression. Silence settled, the quiet kind that made turning pages sound loud. Ezra thought about what she said. Being a ghost of his family made it hard for him to know much about the world, and even if he had read some books back then, it seemed he couldn't recollect anything. Realizing he needed more information, and she clearly had it, he peeked at her, thinking of how to persuade her. Her eyes met him instantly. What? You finally noticed how pretty I am? No. He cleared his throat. I want to ask you something, if you could help. About the Ashenlock? Or why does this entire program exist? She tapped a finger on the table. Yes, Lady Vera. She glared. So, you reject me? And expect me to answer for free? She hugged her arms dramatically. This must be manipulation of the heart. That's not it, Ezra said fast. If you tell me what I want to know, I'll do anything you want, except be your fiancé. She stopped her movements. Her eyes narrowed. No fiancé? She sighed. You underestimate me too much. Do I look like someone who would force you like that? Ezra prayed he didn't just make things worse. So ask, she said. She crossed her legs again. After I answer, it's my turn to ask questions. That's it, Ezra asked cautiously. That's it. He nodded. You said nobles monopolize alchemist awakenings through marriage? But that can't be the main method since you said cognition needs to be felt internally or externally, and from what I have read and none of these. He pointed to a section about life or death experiences and overloading the brain with knowledge as the types of ways in awakening cognition actually relate to that directly. This is why I'm interested in you, she said, pleased by his observation and deduction abilities. These methods are for growing cognition, she answered. Not awakening it. Ezra's eyes widened slightly. We awakened when we were babies, she continued, through baptism, which is the external step to awakening cognition. Alchemists gave us external exposure to cognition, making our little brains to adapt and start producing it slowly. That's why we are stronger, faster and smarter than civilians even before becoming true alchemists. And the ceremony with the elixir, Ezra added, is the internal exposure which makes us grasp full control of it. Exactly. She nodded once. They hide the truth by giving a bit of it. So, they mislead lower nobles and commoners, Ezra said. That's right. Ezra paused. Then, next question, how many Duke-class nobles are there? I know Ashenlock is one Duke family, but I can't find anything about the others. Why do you want to know about that? Vera folded her arms, studying him. It might help me understand why this program exists in the first place. She watched him for a long second before answering. Britannia has 6 Duke families. Our family rules Metallica, the land of metals, the biggest dukedom in Britannia. I know our glory is in the past, Ezra said, since most books only talk about us from 1,000 years ago. As the rulers of the dukedom with 80% of metallic resources in Britannia and dealing with the alchemy of gun, we had full control over the trading of metals to other states. Dukedom and country we are friendly with, but recently we had that privilege halved, each duke's taking 10% from us, she scoffed. Ezra frowned. Why? No improvement. Our gun art didn't evolve. The Soviet Union, our kingdom's enemy, artillery passed us, but we who were ones. The producers of weapons can't make proper upgrades, so basically we have hit a wall. Some Count families produced better younger generations of alchemists than us. Even one Count family seems to be trying to overthrow us, with the help of another Duke's power. Ezra stared at her. I can't believe you'd tell me all of that. She tilted her head. Why not? Do you think I'd even talk to you if you weren't interested? She smirked. I thought I only liked pretty boys who needed my protection. Yet here we are. Ezra coughed awkwardly. But how do you know all this? I join political talks with the elders and uncles. She brushed invisible dust from her hair. I'm a smart child, so they let me stay. But before the program, we mainline kids got a briefing. We, me, Felix, and one annoying girl, Priscilla. Yeah, my little brother should have joined us, but he was busy complaining to father about something, while the other one isn't competent enough to sit with us. Ezra leaned back slightly. I didn't expect Felix to be that smart. He tapped his chin. I think I'm starting to see the type of person he is, and why people follow him. Speaking about Felix, Vera said, her tone turning sharp, what do you plan to do about your new grudge with his group? Ezra closed the book in front of him. He leaned back in his chair, fingers laced behind his head, resting his skull on his palms. I plan on joining Veda, he said plainly. That's a good choice. Her voice stayed steady. Especially since he wants you. Felix's group is strong, and only my little brother's group can match his numbers, not his strength. But if you join him, that balance will shift. Ezra smirked. Those two seem like the main contenders for the heir position. Aren't you worried about them? Her expression twitched, irritation first, then amusement. She tilted her head, finding his provocation oddly cute. Oh, Ezra, she said, smirking. My little brother has nothing on me nor Felix. He'd rather die than be in the same room as me. She crossed her legs, the motion slow and deliberate. True, they have more people, more brute strength. But this program tests both strength and mind. Don't forget that. So you're planning ahead, Ezra said, smiling faintly. Waiting to pounce. You could say that. She smiled back. And you? She pointed at him, her tone soft but confident. You're hiding your strength until the end. How strong do you really think I am? He asked, standing up. He spread his arms a little, showing his slim frame. Look at me. I'm not even fit. He dropped back into his chair and met her eyes, trying to make her see reason. Vera studied him quietly. His body really didn't look impressive, lean, maybe even fragile. But she could tell from his posture that he wasn't lying. Ezra trained daily, doing push-ups, sit-ups, and all kinds of drills from memories of his past life. Yet a fit body could never form in weeks, especially with classes and study taking most of his time. Instead, he worked on balance and body control, combining it with instincts gained from the combat experience of his past life. It made him quick and steady-minded, enough to survive against kids still learning how to fight and just engaging in their first combat experience. Dodging arrows isn't much of a feat, Vera said after a while, her tone calm. A lot of the top kids here could do it if they tried. Plus, those shooters from my side were amateurs. But the real story isn't that. Ezra blinked. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes fixed on him. You faced Felix and his lackeys alone. You still went and trailed him to his main group and still managed to escape when they tried to jump you. And, she raised a finger. You killed 2 silverback dire wolf flankers by yourself. Ezra's lips parted, but no words came out. She chuckled softly. I told Gina and her friends to get close to you if they found you. When I sent them to search for you again was to try and befriend you. I wanted them to observe your behavior and mindset. Who knew Gina would actually succeed? His eyes widened. You have spies in every group, don't you? Vera stood and stretched, her hair brushing her shoulders. That's why I'm falling for you, she said, walking closer. You catch on fast. We'd make an invincible couple, you know. She smiled and glanced at the books scattered across the table. Oh, before I go. She turned slightly, her tone light. What you're planning to do before the 3rd trial is the best decision you'll ever make. Ezra blinked, trying to process everything. What do you mean? Be careful, though, she interrupted, walking toward the exit. You could get yourself killed if you make a mistake. She stopped at the doorway and looked over her shoulder. Don't hate Gina. You might think she's untrustworthy, but she barely told me anything. That means she values your partnership. Her lips curved faintly. Bye, my Ezra. She disappeared between the rows of shelves, just as more students entered the library. Ezra sat frozen for a few seconds before sighing. That girl. He rubbed his face, remembering the first time he met her. She's dangerous. Sweat ran down his temple. Then he laughed quietly, shaking his head. She's very dangerous. He slumped forward and groaned before reopening the book. As the hours passed, he read in silence, focusing harder to clear his mind. Evening came. Night fell. Students returned to their rooms. The next day would be the last day of rest, and then the trial that would decide who became alchemists. Ezra slept early that night. He had finished all 3 books in one day, and from information he got from the books he read and from Vera, he planned something new, something risky. Morning light filled the hall. The place buzzed with voices. Groups huddled together. Veda and Priscilla lecturing their members, Felix and Vera lounging like royalty. Ezra ignored the noise, sticking to his routine. Exercise until noon, a cold shower, then lunch. After that, he returned to his room. He spread his blanket on the floor, removed his shirt, and sat cross-legged. The room was quiet from the noise that was outside due to the soundproof walls keeping the noise away. He closed his eyes. His breathing slowed. He focused. From Vera's words, he understood something. The baptism meant they already carried Cognis inside them, but without realizing it. They couldn't use what they couldn't feel, but with meditation, won't it be possible to tap into that energy without the addition of an elixir? He focused deeper, tracing the rhythm of his heartbeat, the flow of blood, the pulse behind his eyes. He sank into himself like he was moving through a tunnel. He didn't know how long it took, but then something stirred. A wave rippled through his mind, faint at first, then stronger. He leaned forward slightly, teeth clenched. A white warmth, streaked with black sparks, surged from his mind and instantly spread through his veins. His body jolted. Veins swelled. Small cracks of blood surfaced along his arms. Ah! He gritted his teeth. This energy, Cognis. The pain was sharp, but he refused to break. I can't lose focus now, he thought. This is only the start. The next step, the star pattern. His muscles tightened. His breath grew ragged. He remembered from the 3 books he read, The Awakening of Cognis, The Growth of Cognis, and The Star Formations of an Alchemist. Cognis wasn't gentle. It was violent, raw. It was the willpower of the mentality and knowledge of one's mind. Even alchemists never dare to joke with it, while as for normal humans, even sensing it could melt the brain or cause severe brain damage. Only newborns could survive its presence naturally. That's why the nobles ensured all their newly born babies undergo the baptism of Cognis. If adults or teens tried the baptism, death would only be their reward. Even if one managed to pass the baptism, he or she would need an incredible amount of physical willpower and luck. The star pattern, on the other hand, acted as a seal, a container for the energy, to prevent its turbulent nature from running wild and damaging the body. Later it became a means for defining an alchemist level, since the more stars you had meant the more powerful your cognis had become. He pictured it in his mind. The image of the first novice star. Sweat rolled down his neck. His fists tightened until blood dripped from his knuckles. Hours passed, his breathing turning shallow. Then the pain began to fade. The violent flow calmed. The energy now moved inside him, not wild, but controlled. The star glowed in his mind realm, half-formed yet stable. A faint smile crossed his face. Half a star, he whispered weakly. He fell backward onto the floor. His vision blurred. Sweat and blood mixed across his skin. But before he lost consciousness, he smiled again. It was worth it. Then everything went dark. Ezra opened his eyes slowly. His whole body felt stiff. Sweat covered his skin, mixing with dried streaks of blood from the small cracks on his arms. He lay still for a moment, staring at the gray concrete ceiling. His breathing came rough. His throat felt dry. I've been fainting too much since this trial started, he thought. The thought made him chuckle weakly, though his ribs hurt when he did. Then, bah! The horn blasted through the room. The sound felt like needles inside his skull. Ezra winced and covered his ears before slowly rolling onto his side. It took him more than 1:30 seconds to push himself off the ground. His arms shook. His legs felt heavy. But when he finally stood, he felt it. Something new inside his body. A strange clarity. A deeper strength running through him like warm water. Not much, but enough to notice. He flexed his hand. His fingers cracked. He stretched until his back popped. Arg! This hurts more than when I trained myself almost to death, he muttered, but a faint grin pushed onto his face. He closed his eyes and focused. Inside his mind he saw it, the half-formed star he created. Cognis flowed around it. Some of it leaked into his veins, moving slowly like warm threads under his skin. From what I read, I can't call myself an alchemist yet, he whispered. But with the elixir, I should reach a full star. He clenched his fist. His grin faded. A sharp smell hit his nose. He sniffed the air, confused. Then he lifted his arm and smelled his armpit. Cough, cough. Damn! That's awful. He fanned his shirt. I need a bath fast or I'll be late. He looked at the stained floor where he meditated. I should clean this too. I hope I don't get killed for being late. His stomach growled loud. Great. I also need to eat. He held his stomach and limped toward the door, each step stiff from the remaining pain. The hall buzzed with noise. Students rushed in, trying not to arrive late. Some stood tall and confident. Others hugged themselves or rubbed their hands together, whispering about the level they needed to pass. Vera stood at the center of her group. Nina and Zach stood on each side of her like guards. The rest of her members surrounded her in a loose circle. They walked close to her, almost like puppies staying near their owner. They spoke in quick whispers. Today's the big day. We awaken Cognis. What if one of us doesn't reach the cutoff? Don't jinx it. Vera will definitely get the highest. Yes. Only she can stand at the top. Vera didn't react. Her eyes scanned the hall slowly. Her face stayed calm, almost bored, but a small twitch in her eyebrow showed she was looking for something, or someone. Then another group approached. A girl stepped out from the front of them. Her steps were slow on purpose. Her smile smug. I'm hearing things, she said loudly. Is your group really this delusional? Several heads snapped toward her. Priscilla stood with her hands crossed, chin lifted, showing every bit of her arrogance. To think your dogs believe you could get first place, she said to Vera. When Veda exists. And also me. She chuckled. How dare you? Nina stepped in front of Vera, blocking Priscilla's view. Nina's voice shook, but she still spoke. Lady Priscilla, you can't talk to my lady like that. Priscilla looked at Nina as if she'd stepped on something filthy. And who are you to talk back to me? Nina. Her glare made Nina flinch. Nina stepped back fast and hid behind Vera. Her body shook, but she grabbed Vera's arm tightly, forcing herself to keep eye contact with Priscilla. It's yo, you I'm Alchemy too, she shot back, voice cracking. Priscilla's eyebrow twitched. The audacity. Vera, why can't you train your dogs? She snapped. And look at me when I'm talking to you. Pamela walked out from Vera's side, looking irritated. Stop yelling, Priscilla. Priscilla smirked. If it isn't the goon girl, Pamela. Pamela's face tensed. Who are you calling a goon girl? Well, aren't you the one who likes? Priscilla. Pamela's face turned red. Don't bring that up here. Everyone stared. Some tilted their heads. Pamela froze like a cat caught hissing at nothing. What are you all staring at? She snapped. Everyone turned away instantly. And you? She pointed at Priscilla. Better start worrying about yourself before looking for enemies to make when Bale wants you dead. And who knows, maybe the next trial might be your funeral. Priscilla's confident posture faltered. You think I'm scared of him? She stepped forward, stopping right in front of Pamela. The air around them turned tense, sharp enough for even Vera to look up. I don't play cat and dog with people who want to kill me and people I want to kill like you, Priscilla whispered coldly. She leaned forward, lips brushing Pamela's ear. Your dead brother must be crying. How his failure of a sister failed to avenge him. Pamela froze. Her hands trembled. Rage climbed up her neck. You bitch! Pamela swung her fist. Thump! Her punch stopped midair. Vera's hand held it effortlessly. Pamela and Priscilla both stared. Vera looked at Pamela first, tilting her head slightly. Why so violent today, my cute Pamela? Vera gently pushed Pamela back as if she were cleaning dust off her. Then she faced Priscilla. Are you really this hungry for my attention? Nina grabbed Pamela's hand and pulled her back. Pamela kept glaring, jaw tight. Who wants your attention? Priscilla scoffed, flipping her white hair. Everyone in Vera's group thought the same thing at once. Aren't you the one causing trouble? I was just teaching your dogs since their master does nothing, Priscilla said. Your second in command even tried to hit me. Vera's lips curved slightly. Not a smile, but close. She rolled a strand of hair around her finger. Teach, she said softly. She took 2 small steps forward. At least my dogs know how to bite people higher than them. She glanced at Priscilla's group. Unlike your puppies, they cry when they see someone above them. But what do I expect when their leader is just a glorified princess with daddy issues? Vera's group almost exploded with laughter. Most swallowed it back at the last second. Even some from Priscilla's group turned away, embarrassed for her. Priscilla's face flushed red. What yo? Sheesh. Vera raised one finger and pressed it lightly onto Priscilla's lips. Didn't I warn you? Don't call Pamela Goon Girl again. A stalker like you has no right to give others nicknames. She tilted her head. I think we should start calling you Stalker Girl? Yes, Nina yelled. Zack quickly covered Nina's mouth and dragged her back. Vera continued. Also, you should really be worried about my little brother Bale and his lackeys. Unlike your puppies. She glanced at them. His own knows how to bite. She was about to walk off when Priscilla shouted. I heard a rumor. Vera paused, eyes half closed. You met with Pamela's killer, Priscilla smirked. People are saying you tried to seduce your fiancé's killer. You really are an idiot. Vera didn't even turn around when she said it. The 2 groups went silent. Priscilla's eyes widened. Do I look like someone who cares? Vera asked calmly. It's Pamela's revenge, not mine. He didn't cross me, and this is the trial of steel. Everyone here, my followers, your followers, you are all my enemies until the trial ends. She brushed her hair back. If I spend time with my brother's killer, it's because he survived. Crossing me is another story. She walked away, voice steady. It's honestly strange you're a mainline. You act more like a bastard child. She signed. Maybe you are one. What? Priscilla exploded and charged at her. Her group grabbed her immediately. Lady Priscilla, please. Stop. Let me go. She screamed. You'll get punished. Lady Priscilla. Let me go. Let me beat this bitch down. Priscilla struggled to free herself. Priscilla's group pulled her back to their side, leaving Vera's group back to where their remaining members stood. Pamela watched Vera leave. A small breath escaped her, almost like a laugh at the line about revenge. More of the children rushed inside. Guards moved to close the doors when from the left entrance, Felix's group walked in, laughing loudly, and from the right entrance, Ezra stepped into the hall at the same time. The hooded girl from Felix's group noticed him instantly. Ah! Pointing at him, everyone turned. Ezra stared back at them, stiff and awkward. It's that kid who survived the silverback dire wolves. Gareth smiled as he looked at Ezra. The way he spoke sounded old, like an elder judging a junior. Ezra met his gaze and said nothing. Yeah, it's him. The girl in the hoodie replied. She rolled her shoulders and cracked her arms, already stepping forward. Felix grabbed the back of her hoodie and yanked her back. Come back here, Lyra. His eyes flicked toward Ezra once, flat and bored. Let's go. The trial is about to commence. The group followed behind him. Some threw Ezra sharp looks as they passed. Lyra clicked her tongue in annoyance, dragged away. Ezra stayed where he was. He watched them leave, then let out a slow breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked around the hall. The space was wide, tall and sealed. Light filtered through the glass windows above. An inner room where he saw shadows moving behind them, slow and steady. Ezra rubbed his hands together and blew warm air into them. Am I nervous? Or is it just cold? Cold, he muttered to himself. He walked toward the center where everyone had gathered. The doors closed with a heavy sound. No one else could enter now. At the front of the hall, guards stood in two neat lines. Each carried a tray. On the trays sat silver bottles. Inside them was the elixir. Ezra had read about it. Made from renite ore, a stone said to wield properties of essence. A power that can't be perceived directly. But this stone ore was discovered to possess the compressed energy, making the most expensive and used source of power, replacing electrical generators and charcoal as the main supply of power in countries. And scalvions, a very poisonous plant. Green color with blue and white thin leaves blooming. Its unique nature was in its ability to steal elements, stone or metals or fire, chemical and physical properties, and turn them into liquid form. With this feature, it is mixed with the renite or compressed essence, turned into liquid. His throat tightened. Raymond entered between the guards, Kyle walking beside him. Their steps echoed as they reached the podium. The room went quiet. Raymond looked over the children. His face stayed calm, but his mouth curved slowly upward. His eyes shifted from one group to another. Some already awakened, he thought. His gaze brightened. Let the third trial commence. His voice was not loud, but pressure followed it. The air dropped. Ezra's chest tightened. His knees bent before he realized it. He slammed one knee to the floor, teeth grinding together. Pain shot through his muscles, old soreness waking up at once. Around him, bodies dropped. Some hit the ground hard. Some caught themselves halfway. Others collapsed fully. Groans filled the hall. Ezra pressed his fist into the floor and tried to push back up. His head dipped. His ears rang. TSK. What's the point of this now? He stayed kneeling, shoulders shaking, breath forced through clenched teeth. Then, the pressure vanished. Just like that, Ezra sucked in air and dropped fully to both knees. His hands braced against the floor as he breathed hard. He looked around. Some kids lay flat, gasping. Others bent over, vomiting. A few sat frozen, staring at nothing. His stomach turned. He raised a hand and covered his mouth, swallowing hard. Impressive, Kyle said quietly. Even with only 5% of your power, some still stood. Raymond didn't answer. His eyes moved. Vera stood straight. Her posture hadn't changed. Her face showed no reaction at all, like the pressure had never touched her. Veda was already moving, helping those near him. He supported Bobby, who was bent over, shaking and vomiting. Felix sat casually, legs crossed, eyes roaming the fallen children. Pathetic, he muttered. Only his group had many still standing unfazed by the pressure. Priscilla stood as well, her back straight, her expression calm. Beside her stood a boy with black hair and purple eyes. He hadn't moved either. Raymond lifted a hand. Maids entered. They cleaned the mess without expression. Blood, vomit, sweat, gone in silence. After that, another group entered. Each carried cushions and earplugs. They placed them before every child. Ezra watched them. Their movements were smooth, clean, nothing like the servants back home. Most kids stared without blinking. The guards returned and placed the trays of essay in front of everyone. Eyes dropped to the silver bottles. Hands hesitated. Raymond spoke again. For this trial, the expectation is a cognizance level above 26. A pause. You don't need to take it immediately. This trial lasts until tomorrow. Steady yourself. He turned away, cape shifting as he left. Cal followed. Guards took positions around the hall. The trial truly began. Some children didn't wait. They grabbed the bottles and drank. Felix's group followed without delay. Priscilla's group did the same. Bale hesitated, then drank only after watching Priscilla finish hers. Energy rippled through the hall. Bodies shook. Mouths opened in silent screams. No sound reached Ezra's ears due to the plugs given to them. Vera watched calmly. Her eyes moved from one reaction to another. Then she noticed Gina. Gina's hands shook as she stared at the bottle, eyes wide. Vera stood. She walked over and stopped in front of Gina. She looked down at her. No words, just a stare. Gina swallowed hard. Her fingers tightened around the bottle. She lifted it and drank. Her body jolted. Her back arched. Her mouth opened, but she made no sound. Her fists clenched until her knuckles turned white. Vera turned her gaze to the rest of her group. They froze. Every single one of them drank immediately. Veda laughed softly while observing her as he encouraged his people. He waited until everyone had started meditating before lifting his own bottle. Ezra just stared at his elixir. He remembered the pain, the burning, the pressure. I don't want to do this. His jaw tightened. He felt eyes on him. It was Vera looking at him. She smiled, then waved. She drank her elixir in one smooth motion. Veda drank his at the same time. Ezra exhaled slowly. Here we go. He lifted the bottle and drank. Almost all the children had already drunk the elixir. Only a few remained standing with their bottles untouched, watching the others in silence. Some waited to see how the awakenings ended. Some simply looked calm, like they were in no rush. It didn't matter. Before the trial ended, everyone would have to drink it. Above the hall, inside a sealed inner room, 6 maids entered in silence. 2 of them pushed a trolley forward. On it sat white ceramic kettles and cups marked with thin gold lines. The wheels made no sound as they stopped in front of 2 elderly men. One elder sat at the center. The other sat to his left. The maids moved with care. One poured tea. Another held a folded cape in both hands. Steam rose gently from the cups. The elder in the center wore a dark cap that covered part of his white hair. A long cape rested over one shoulder. In his right hand, he held a black cane topped with a golden eagle. 6 stars gold badges were fixed into his cape. His white eyes stayed fixed on the hollow screen floating before him, showing the hall below. A sharp smile appeared on his face. The elder to his left had removed his cape. He wore a plain white shirt and black trousers. His white hair was neatly combed back. His eyes, also white, did not blink as he watched the screen. A maid stood beside him, holding his cape. Another placed the teacup in front of him. "We appreciate your presence, elders of Ashenlock," Freya said. She bowed her head slightly. She stepped closer to the screen. As you can see, the program is proceeding well. She smiled, careful and measured. Yes, I can see that, the elder in the center replied. His grin widened. It's impressive watching the children of the Highline show such development. He tapped his cane once against the floor. They are clearly proving why the Highline stands above the Lowline. His eyes narrowed slightly. But what interests me more is what we are seeing now. He turned his head. Isn't that right, Frederick? With the level of cognitive fluctuation I'm sensing, Frederick replied, his voice calm but focused. We will be seeing many full alchemists. Freya's breath caught. Many full alchemists. Her eyes widened before she could stop herself. With the first 2 trials completed, I expected some full alchemists, but plenty? She hesitated. That's beyond what we predicted, Lord Frederick Ashenlock. The 2 elders looked at her for a moment. Then clearly they laughed. This is why an adept alchemist still has a long road ahead, Frederick said, shaking his head lightly. But I understand your reaction. He rested the back of his hands beneath his chin. A full alchemist is not a rank. It's a measure, a separation within the same level. His gaze stayed on the screen. It depends on how perfectly one constructs their star during awakening, or while raising ranks through cognitive cultivation. He leaned forward slightly. What we are seeing now is not just potential. It is precision. The elder in the center nodded. Most of these children already formed fragments of their star before drinking the elixir. He scoffed. It's a known fact. Awakening without essay, even forming a quarter of a star, gives better cognitive control. His smile faded. Though my useless granddaughter couldn't manage that, despite all the training she received before this program began. He frowned deeply. Ha ha ha, Frederick laughed. Branthwaite, aren't you being too harsh on Pamela? No, Branthwaite replied flatly. Her foolish brother died in the first trial. And now, the screen zoomed in. Pamela's body shook violently. Sweat and blood mixed as she groaned, teeth clenched. With that level of fluctuation, Branthwaite said, rubbing his forehead, she won't even awaken as a novice, just a half-star alchemist. He sighed. Why did my son have to produce 2 useless children? My grandson is doing well, Frederick said calmly. The screen shifted. Felix sat cross-legged. Cognition surged around him in waves. A star formed clean and sharp above his mind core. Then the energy didn't stop. Another surge followed. The second star starts to form, bits but progressively. Both elders stiffened. Freya's breath froze in her chest. Frederick stood up, laughing. A second star at 13, he said, pride clear in his voice. Only Dwight of House Burgwyn showed such talent. He smiled widely. It may not match the golden age of Britannia's alchemists, but this is a fine beginning. It's not only him, Branthwaite said, stepping closer to the window. The screen shifted again. Veda, Vera, both were steady. Cognition moved cleanly around them. Their second stars were forming. Asher will be proud of his children, Frederick said. He paused. But my grandson will surely manage to handle them. They sat down again and sipped their tea. 17 hours passed. One by one, awakenings ended. Children collapsed onto the floor. Some couldn't move. Some cried quietly. Pain and exhaustion weighed on every body. One figure stood out. The boy with black hair and purple eyes that sat near Priscilla. His posture was calm. His star was perfect. Cognition level, 28.7%. A lowline awakened as a full alchemist and a novice alchemist, Branthwaite muttered. His eyes sharpened. Interesting. He smiled. Our family's rise draws closer. I've seen enough, Frederick said as he stood. A maid placed his cape back on his shoulders. The results of the third trial are impressive. And the coming trials will be even harsher. Yes, sir, Freya said, bowing deeply. With our preparations, the children will develop further. Within a year, Frederick said proudly, Ashenlock will show all of Britannia its strength. Branthwaite followed him out. I'll brag to those old fools about Felix. Frederick laughed loudly. Branthwaite stared at him without expression. Down in the hall, Priscilla finally finished stabilizing her cogniz. She exhaled hard and leaned back. She opened her eyes. My body, she groaned, rolling her shoulders. You're done, Priscilla? The boy beside her asked, still sitting. It's Lady Priscilla, she snapped. How many times do I have to correct you, Nate? Not happening, Nate replied calmly. So, I'm a novice full alchemist, she said. Cogniz around 27%. She glanced at him. You? Same rank, he replied. But 28.7%. She clicked her tongue. Lowborn. Don't get cocky. She looked around. What about the others? Most finished, Nate said. Some reached perfect half-stars. Most are rough. Nikki and Mira should reach a perfect half-star. So only us are novices, she muttered, displeased. The hall slowly lost its noise. Most of the children had finished awakening. Some lay flat on the floor, arms spread, staring at the ceiling. Others sat on their cushions, leaning forward with elbows on their knees, breathing heavy as they spoke in low voices about their cogniz levels. Cold air drifted through the wide hall. It brushed against damp skin and soaked clothes. Despite the strain, it seemed no one had failed to reach the cutoff mark. Every child present had already drunk the elixir. Priscilla stood still, arms crossed, eyes moving through the hall. Her gaze stopped on Vera. Vera sat, legs folded quietly, her posture straight. Sweat slid down her cheeks and dropped from her chin to her chest. Her shirt clung to her body tight, darkened from the damp. A few boys nearby noticed without meaning to, their eyes drifting her way before pain forced them to look elsewhere. Their bodies still ached too much to react. Tisk! Priscilla clicked her tongue and turned her head away. Her eyes dropped to the floor. Pamela lay there, chest rising and falling fast. Her hair stuck to her face. A grin slowly spread across Priscilla's lips. Follow me, Nate, Priscilla said as she straightened. Nate hesitated. His legs trembled when he stood, but he followed her anyway. They stopped in front of Pamela. You look miserable, Pamela, Priscilla said, laughing softly. Pamela opened one eye and glared up at her. Her jaw tightened. How are you even able to walk? Pamela asked. Are you sure you managed to awaken? Of course, Priscilla replied with a smirk. She rolled her shoulders. I'm very strong. There's no way this would make me weak. Unlike you. She chuckled. Pamela let out a tired breath. She waved her hand lazily. Yeah, whatever you say. Now be on your way. Nate stepped forward slightly. From the presence your cogniz gives off, he said calmly. You're only a half-star. Pamela's eyes snapped open. She pushed herself up, sitting upright despite the pain. And who are you? She asked coldly. Her gaze swept over him. Never seen you before. Lowline? Her eyes lingered on the color of his pupils. She smirked. Priscilla, don't tell me you're mingling with lowlines now because no one in the highline likes your guts. Priscilla flinched. The words struck deeper than she expected. What do you mean no one likes my guts? She snapped. Both Nikki and Mira are on my team. That's obvious, Pamela replied without missing a beat. Aren't they your fangirls? She laughed. Fangirls? Priscilla bristled, then forced herself to calm down. She straightened and lifted her chin. Forget that. She shook her head. Do you think I need anyone from the main line to strengthen my team? She looked at Pamela boldly. No, I don't need them when I have Nate. She puffed her chest. Nate stared at her with a flat look. This lowline is your trump card? Pamela asked, unimpressed. Should I be shocked or something? What's with that look? Priscilla glared. Nate lightly tapped her shoulder. Let's go. Everyone's done. We should leave so we can clean ourselves and rest well for tomorrow. Huh? Oh, fine, Priscilla replied, still annoyed. As they walked away, Nate glanced back. Pamela, right? He said firmly. Your team should prepare. Then he followed Priscilla. Pamela watched them leave, her lips pressed tight. Who does he think he is? Pamela. Cale approached, limping. Niles supported him from one side. Jimmy followed behind, walking stiffly. You guys are done? Pamela asked. Her tone softened. How did you do? Well, none of us reached full novice yet, Cale said, scratching the back of his head. That's fine, Pamela replied. At least you didn't fail the cutoff. Jimmy looked around. His eyes moved from Nina to Zach, then to Vera. How long do you think the others will take? Maybe tomorrow, Niles said before dropping to the ground, exhausted. We should go rest, Pamela said. Meet back here tomorrow. I'll still check on Vera later before going to rest. Okay, they all replied. Pamela stood and walked toward the rest of her group to pass the message along. The next day came. Those who had finished awakening gathered back in the hall. Some leaned against pillars. Others sat quietly, waiting. Lyra and Paige finished almost at the same time, along with the rest of Felix's group. They rested while waiting for Felix and Gareth. Gina struggled. Her breathing grew uneven. A sharp cry escaped her mouth, drawing attention. How long has it been? Am I doing this right? My star isn't forming cleanly. I can't pull more cognis. Is this all I can do? Her body shook. Pain flooded her nerves. Sweat soaked her clothes. All that effort. Her thoughts scattered. Was it all wrong? Hey, what's wrong with her? A boy from her group whispered. With that shift in her cognis? A girl replied nervously. Her star fragment could shatter. She might explode. Gina will be fine, right? Nina asked quickly. She only has herself to rely on, Zach said, arms folded. Minutes passed. Gina finally stabilized. Her breathing slowed. She opened her eyes. The hall spun. She tried to move and collapsed. Several members rushed forward and carried her toward the infirmary. Not long after, Felix, Veda, and Vera opened their eyes, one after another. Felix was the first to move. He rolled his shoulders and stretched his arms, joints cracking softly. Then he turned his head to the side. Gareth had finished as well. Felix smirked when he saw him. His eyes shifted forward to his group standing nearby. You all look good, he said. Felix. Lyra rushed toward him without thinking. Her arms lifted, but she never reached him. Freed grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back. His long white ponytail swayed as he stepped between them. His green eyes stayed calm. Control yourself, Lyra, he said. Lyra struggled once, then stopped, pouting as she folded her arms. Gareth stepped closer, eyes focused on Felix. Your energy is strong, he said, nodding once. Stronger than before. Felix let out a short laugh. Well, I am the best. He tilted his chin up slightly, then glanced toward the other side of the hall. Still, I do wonder about Veda and Vera. Don't worry, Paige said at once, smiling wide. She leaned forward, hands on her hips. With our strength now, we'll stomp them. Felix didn't answer. His gaze lingered for a moment longer before he looked away. Vera stood up. Her group stiffened the moment she moved. Several of them leaned forward, hands half raised, like they were ready to catch her if she fell. Their eyes stayed locked on her steps, tense and careful. But she walked forward without pause. Her posture was straight. Her breathing was steady. There was no sign the awakening had strained her at all. She stopped in front of Zach. Status, she said. Zach pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Some fainted after awakening, he replied. The rest are still here. Vera's eyes swept across her group. She watched their breathing, their posture, the faint flow of cognis around them. From what I see, she said slowly, about 10 of you are half novices. Her gaze sharpened. Only 3 are full alchemists. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Then she nodded once. Good job, Zach. She reached out and tapped his shoulder with 2 fingers. You're a novice alchemist. A full one. Zach straightened at once. His back stiffened. A grin broke across his face. Thank you, he said. Vera stepped back and stretched, raising both arms above her head. Her spine popped softly. Ah, she let out. Then she tilted her head to the left, eyes half-lidded. "I'm so tired." "I get you," Pamela replied, rubbing her neck. Vera's gaze drifted away from her group. She looked toward the children who still hadn't finished awakening. Some sat frozen. Some shook. Some bit down on their sleeves to stay quiet. She clicked her tongue. "This is boring," she said. "What are they still doing? Awakening isn't that hard." No one answered. But the thought passed through every mind in her group at the same time. "You took more than a day." Vera tilted her head to the right. A small frown appeared between her brows. "This boy," she muttered. Her eyes landed on Ezra. Ezra's shoulders tensed. "I think I might be in trouble." His teeth clenched hard. Too hard. A sharp taste filled his mouth. A thin line of blood slipped from the corner of his lips and dropped to the floor. Ezra knew his body had never been strong. Even before all of this, he had been the type to stay indoors. Cold weather drained him fast. Long movements left him dizzy. His family had always said it was just his constitution. Weak lungs. Weak stamina. After gaining the ability to see memories of his past life, he had tried to change that. He controlled his diet. He trained when he could. He pushed his body harder than before. Yet now, his hands trembled against the floor. Is it because of yesterday's awakening? The pain tearing through him was worse than before. Much worse. Arg! His teeth clamped shut, but the sound still slipped out. His neck strained as he forced his head up, jaw shaking as he fought to keep his voice down. Around him, the hall was loud. Children groaned. Some cried out. Others shouted encouragement to their teammates. Bodies shifted. Guards moved. The noise swallowed his own struggle. Only one person noticed. Vera. Ezra's breathing broke apart. The flow inside his body turned wild, slamming against his veins instead of moving smoothly. It wasn't because his cognition surged too much. It was his mind. Pain cracked through him like pressure splitting bone. His half-formed star shook. Thin fractures spread across its surface. This is bad. His lips parted. Blood slipped out as his teeth ground together. Veins rose along his neck and arms, red and tight. His chest hitched as air refused to settle. I might actually die. His fingers dug into the floor. Endure it. Focus. Cut the waste. He forced his thoughts into order, pushing everything else aside. The cognition slowed, gathered, then moved with purpose. Each fragment locked into place, one after another. The star stabilized. A minute passed. Maybe more. When it ended, exhaustion crashed into him. The remaining cognition inside his body pushed slightly beyond novice level. Enough to start forming a second star. He stopped. The moment he broke concentration, his body gave up. Ezra's eyes opened as he collapsed sideways. His shoulder hit the floor. Pain spread, dull and deep. He lay there, chest rising fast, unable to move anything but his fingers. You're still alive. Vera's voice reached him, calm and close. Barely, he muttered, his vision blurred. He could make out her shape but not her face. She crouched slightly, arms folded. Why would someone who just awakened yesterday try to cultivate cognition the next day? Her tone stayed flat. Are you an idiot? No. You are an idiot. Ezra let out a weak breath. Now I get why alchemists take so long to rank up. His voice shook. Does it feel like this every time? Obviously. Vera tilted her head. Though from what I've heard, it gets easier after adept. Ha, cough. Ezra grabbed his stomach, body curling slightly. Are they masochists or? He cut himself off as pain surged again. Vera looked down at him. He was pale. Sweat soaked his hair. His body twitched, but he still hadn't fainted. Should I help? She asked. She tilted her head to the side. No smile. Massage. Massage? Ezra echoed weakly. Bare feet or heels? She lifted one leg slightly. Choose. Wait, bare. His words broke apart as his fist clenched. Relax. Her foot pressed lightly against his chest. I'll be gentle. Your leg is already. He shut his mouth tight. She moved her foot in slow circles, pressure-controlled, deliberate. Ezra sucked in a breath and froze, forcing himself not to make a sound. Around them, heads turned. "Lady Vera is stepping on someone," a girl whispered. "I wish that were me," a boy whispered back. Cale blinked. "What is Lady Vera doing?" "I don't know," Zack said, pushing his glasses up. "But I do know I'm jealous." All around the hall, boys reacted the same way. Some glared. Others bit their sleeves in frustration. Paige crossed her arms. "You're all disgusting." Gareth glanced at Felix. "Looks like she's playing with your prey." Felix didn't answer. His eyes stayed forward. "They aren't worth my attention," he said calmly. "Wow, so cool," Lyra and Paige said together. The guards stepped forward again, forming their two straight lines. Kyle Ashenlock walked to the podium. "The third trial has ended," he announced. Silence followed. No one failed the cutoff. You all survived. Some sighed. Others smiled. "But don't relax," Kyle continued. "From here on, it only gets worse." He turned and left. The guards moved through the hall in pairs. They lifted the children who could no longer stand, placing them onto stretchers one by one. Some struggled weakly before giving up. Others lay still, eyes open, staring at nothing. Ezra was among them. Cold metal pressed against his back as the stretcher rose. The ceiling passed slowly above him as they carried him forward. His arms hung to the sides, fingers twitching once before going still. As they passed the gate, Vera lifted her hand and waved. Her expression did not change. The rest of the children were forced to stand and form lines. 2 rows were made. The first row stretched long, filled with most of the survivors. The second row was much shorter, but anyone paying attention could tell the difference. The air around the second row felt heavier. The cognous pressure coming from them was sharper, clearer. These were the children with the highest percentages. One by one, metal tags were handed out. Numbers. Ranks from 1 to 20. When Nate received number 7, murmurs spread at once. Heads turned. Some whispered. Pamela froze when she saw her own tag. 19. Her fingers tightened around it. Priscilla burst into laughter. She lifted her tag for Pamela to see. 8. Her shoulders shook as she laughed, loud and careless. "Looks like I'm still above you." Pamela didn't answer. Then Priscilla's laughter stopped. Her smile stiffened as she stared at the next number revealed. 3. Vera. Vera glanced at the tag once, then frowned. Nate frowned too. Neither looked satisfied. Vera's eyes shifted upward. 2. Veda. He stood stiffly, sweat sliding down his cheek. His jaw tightened. He didn't turn around, even though he could feel her gaze pressing into his back. Then the last number was announced. 1. Felix. The hall grew restless. Whispers spread fast. Fear slipped into voices. The tyrant stood at the top. Worse still, Gareth stood close behind him at 4, and Paige followed at 5. The message was clear. Strength gathered at the top. The top 10 were separated again. Guards guided them away from the rest. No one resisted. The others only watched as they were led down a different corridor. Better rooms waited for them. Soft beds, unlike the hard and slim ones used by most. Bathtubs with hot and cold water. Cool air flowing from hidden vents. Access to foods that smelled warm and rich. Things everyone missed but no longer had. The rest of the children stood in silence. No one needed to explain it. From this moment on, the trial of steel would only grow harsher. Slower meant weaker. Weaker meant forgotten. And if you fell behind for even a moment, you didn't just lose, you died. A man stood with a gun in his hands. His face was covered, his clothes stained with small patches of blood. He pointed the weapon at a baby lying on the floor, wrapped in cloth. His eyes were empty. There was no anger, no hesitation. Behind him, a woman screamed. Her voice cracked as she shouted something Ezra couldn't understand. It sounded like begging or pleading. The man didn't react. Bang. The trigger was pulled. Everything went dark. Then a deep voice crept through the darkness, slow and heavy. When will you stop fooling yourself? Ezra's eyes snapped open. Bright light flooded his vision, forcing him to squint. The familiar white ceiling came into focus, followed by the steady smell of medicine and clean cloth. It was another dream. He let out a long sigh, his chest rising and falling. You're awake. Ezra turned his head. The caretaker stood beside his bed, holding a small noteboard. She was the same woman who had looked after him the first time he was brought to the infirmary. But this time her gaze was different. There was worry in her eyes, like someone looking at her own child. You were out again, she said, pulling a chair closer and sitting down. Her pen scratched softly against the paper. But only for a week this time. A week, Ezra muttered. She paused her writing. Your friend. I think her name was Gina, right? She tapped the pen against her lips as she thought. Yes, she was brought here too, but she left after 3 days. She was worried about you. Ezra clicked his tongue and turned his head to the side, frustration tightening his jaw. Out again for a long time, but then he noticed it. The energy in his body felt different. It was stronger than when he first awakened his cognition, but more balanced than before he fainted. It didn't feel like it was tearing him apart. Zara, right? Ezra flinched. That's the name on your file, the caretaker said, looking at him. But your friend keeps calling you Ezra. Ezra didn't reply. Sweat slid down his temple, ran along his cheek, and dripped onto the blanket covering him. The caretaker chuckled softly when she noticed. Don't worry, I won't pry into your matters, she said, then leaned forward slightly. But you need to listen to me. Ezra slowly looked back at her. You're not fine, she said calmly. After running several checkups, I noticed your body shuts down quickly under stress or strain. From what I can tell, you've been pushing yourself hard to improve your physical condition. That has helped, but this process will take a long time. She turned the noteboard toward him. The main issue is your cognition awakening. Your body couldn't handle the force and nearly collapsed. When you were brought here, some of your bones were cracked. Just a little more strain and you could have been crippled. Her voice lowered. Or worse. Ezra's fingers tightened, gripping the blanket. Ranking up further could become life-threatening for you, she concluded. My advice is to stop trying to grow stronger. Rely on others. Focus on surviving. Ezra stayed silent. I could die just trying to rank up? The thought felt unreal. Is it even necessary for me to get stronger? His gaze dropped. I could join Veda's group. That alone increases my survival chances. Felix and Pamela might still target me, but as the trials get harder, they'll focus on surviving instead. So, I don't need to push myself anymore, right? The deep voice echoed again in his mind. Stop fooling yourself. No. The caretaker stiffened at the sudden sound. Ezra lifted his head. His eyes were steady. I didn't face Felix, his group, Vera's ambush, awaken Cognis, and fight silverback dire wolves just to give up now, he said. I don't even know if hiding behind someone will keep me alive. But I know one thing. He clenched his fist. I'd rather die fighting. The caretaker studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled. Okay, she said, standing up. I wish you luck on your journey. You'll be discharged tomorrow. She turned and walked off to attend to the other patients. Ezra fell back onto the bed and let out a long breath. That was scary, he muttered, staring at the ceiling. I hate the pain though. His body shivered. But why would I give up when I have something that can help me grow stronger? And maybe even succeed in this country. He laughed quietly. Then his expression fell. But I have no idea what happened while I was out. He turned his head. I'm bored, he muttered. Should I sleep again? Oh, Zara. The caretaker returned. Yes. Ezra turned. She placed a badge and a card on the bed. This is your ranking badge and the key to your new room. Congratulations. You ranked among the best alchemists. She smiled and left. Ezra stared. Huh. Didn't she just say I was about to die? He picked up the badge. Rank 17. Not bad. So much for hiding my ability, he muttered. But it's not like they know what I can really do. He shivered. I've never had this much attention before. He stared at the ceiling. What did that voice mean? So many questions. He closed his eyes. The next day, Ezra put on his usual clothes and pulled a coat over them as the cold grew sharper than before. The chill seeped through the fabric and settled into his bones. Before leaving, he stopped and bowed to the caretaker. She looked up from her desk, paused, then waved back with a small smile. Ezra turned and left. Instead of going to look for his new room, he headed straight for the cafeteria. As he walked through the halls, he noticed how few people passed by him. Footsteps echoed too clearly. When he reached the dining hall, the space was almost empty, rows of tables untouched and silent. He frowned but didn't think too much of it. Walking up to the serving area, he took out his badge and showed it with a faint, smug tilt of his chin. The cook glanced at it, her expression flat, then pointed him toward a different path lined with polished tiles. Silver tier foods. The moment Ezra stepped closer, the smell reached him. It wasn't heavy or greasy, but warm and clean. The food there didn't just look good, it looked like something meant to build the body. Proper meals. Balanced portions. Nothing like what he had eaten at the start of the trials. Damn! He muttered under his breath. Thank God I actually did well. His stomach growled in response. He swallowed and picked out bread, fried eggs mixed with vegetables, slices of meat, and a cup of warm water. Carrying the tray to a table, he set everything down, clapped his hands together. A habit from home, and started eating. The first bite made his shoulders loosen. A drop of tears slid from the corner of his eye as the flavor spread across his tongue. He didn't bother wiping it away. Gina? Ezra turned at once. Ha! She stood right behind him. When their eyes met, she flinched and took a few quick steps back. How did you know it was me? She pouted. I was trying to be stealthy while watching you enjoy your fancy food. Her eyes locked onto his tray. A thin line of drool formed at the corner of her mouth. Ezra stared at her in silence. Come and join me, he said at last, a strained smile pulling at his lips. Really? She jumped into the chair opposite him. It's not like I'm begging or anything. A noble like me doesn't beg for food. I'm just helping you finish it. And who knows? She leaned closer. It might be poisonous. She took a bite, then slammed her hand on the table. A tear rolled down her cheek. Finally, food that tastes good. Ezra watched her quietly. What is she even rambling about? She swallowed and looked up. So? She asked. How did you know it was me? My senses are sharper now, Ezra replied, wiping his hands and mouth with a napkin. And if anyone were to sneak up behind me, it'd be you. She nodded as if that made perfect sense. All right, he said, leaning back slightly. What's the update? Gina pointed at him with her fork. First of all, your habit of fainting for weeks is terrible for my health. Even Lady Vera was annoyed. Ezra folded his hands. I'm sorry, I guess. You don't sound like it. Her eyes scanned the table. You didn't pick milk? She frowned. Hot milk makes me sleepy, he replied. And I can't drink anything cold right now. Tisk, tisk. She clicked her tongue, grabbed his cup, and took a sip of the warm water. Anyway, we've got 1 month to prepare for the 4th trial. After the rankings came out, a lot of neutrals started making moves. Some joined Felix's group since he ranked first. Wait, Ezra said, his expression stiffening. He ranked number 1? Even I can't believe it, she said while chewing. Even though Lady Vera and Sir Veda are both 2-star alchemists, Sir Felix still ranked above them. Ezra leaned back thinking. Veda 2nd. Vera 3rd. He remembered their talk in the library and let out a dry laugh. I wonder how she's handling the fact that the 2 people she dislikes most are above her. There's more chaos now, Gina continued. A no-name commoner ranked higher than both you and Lady Pamela. A commoner? Ezra said, his face calm. Yeah, he's in Lady Priscilla's group. People won't stop talking about him. She leaned back and exhaled. But what matters is what we got access to. Personal training vaults. One-on-one combat stands. There's even a shop for alchemist materials, and we use points as currency now. Ezra nodded slowly. That's a lot. And Lady Pamela has been training harder than usual ever since she saw your rank, Gina added. It's worrying. That's troublesome, Ezra said. But where is everyone? You just got discharged, she replied, reaching for the last piece of bread. Today's the day Lady Vera and Lady Priscilla fight. Lady Priscilla challenged her yesterday. Ezra froze. Vera is fighting? Now? Yeah, they're about to start. I wanted to watch, but I had to check on you first. She lifted the bread. Ezra grabbed her hand, the bread falling back on the plate. Let's go. Wait. At least let me finish the last. He lifted her up without warning and ran. No! Gina screamed, reaching back for the bread as it slipped from her fingers. Ezra ran through the long stone halls, his boots striking the floor in uneven beats. The cold air brushed against his face, but he barely noticed it. Gina was in his arms, light but struggling, her fingers clutching the fabric of his coat as she leaned backward to glare at him. Why is it necessary for you to watch Lady Vera fight? She asked, folding her arms even while being carried. Her voice carried clear annoyance. Ezra glanced down at her face, then forward again, not slowing his pace. Of course it's necessary, he said. Do you know how rare it is to see Vera actually fight? His steps grew faster. His heart beat quicker, not from the run, but from expectation. Gina clicked her tongue. I don't see anything special about it. Ezra tightened his grip slightly so she wouldn't fall. Vera is dangerous, he said. And among everyone here, she's the only one I can't clearly imagine how she fights seriously. That made Gina tilt her head up to look at him from under his chin. Really? She said. And you're telling me that's worth leaving good food behind? She scoffed. Tisk. They reached the courtyard, where the training arena stood wide and open. Stone seats surrounded the fighting platform, and the place was already packed. Voices overlapped, excitement buzzing in the air like static. We're here, Ezra said and dropped Gina without warning. Ah! She landed hard on her back. What's wrong with you? She shouted, rubbing her waist. Ezra looked down at her calmly. You know I can't let people see how close we are. Her eyes widened as she noticed the crowd. She quickly pulled her collar up, covering half her face, then stood and dusted herself off. You should have warned me, you jerk. She stuck out her tongue at him before running toward her group near the front of the arena, where Vera and Priscilla already stood facing each other. Ezra stood still for a moment, watching Gina's figure fade into the crowd. Her hair disappeared between taller bodies, swallowed by the noise and movement. Only then did he lower his shoulders and step forward, blending in himself. Ezra! He turned to his right. Veda stood there with 5 others behind him. Linda was closest, her arms crossed as usual. Beside her stood a girl with white hair streaked with sky blue. Her eyes the same color, calm but distant. 2 boys with dark brown hair and black eyes stood together, silent. Bobby lingered near the back, his posture tense. Ezra walked over quietly. Just the person I was looking for? Veda said, tapping Ezra's shoulder. How are you feeling now? I heard you were in the infirmary. Gina. Ezra pressed his lips together. Of course, she told him. I'm fine now, he replied, forcing his voice steady. Veda studied him for a few seconds, then smiled. These are the members of my group, he said. Or rather, our group. Ezra bowed slightly. Nice to meet you. I'm the newest member. Please take care of me. For pairs of eyes locked onto him at once. The way they stared made his skin prickle, like he'd stepped into cold water. Bobby shifted uncomfortably, glancing between Ezra and the others. Linda broke the silence. You look extremely weak for rank 17, she said flatly. He doesn't even feel threatening at all. One of the boys added. Linda stepped closer, locking eyes with Ezra. Veda, are you sure this is the guy you spoke so highly of? Guys, let's not judge so quickly, Veda said, laughing lightly. Yes, Bobby added hurriedly. I don't think Sir Veda would lie about something like this. Quiet, Linda snapped, Bobby flinched and shut his mouth. You know Veda can be naive at times, Linda continued, folding her arms. I'm naive, Veda asked himself silently, pointing at himself, genuinely confused. We already have enough weaklings to carry, Linda said coldly. We don't need another one, especially a fraud who only ranked high because of excess cogniz he probably can't even use. The others nodded in agreement. Who the hell is this girl? Ezra looked at her without expression. Then his eyes drifted to the badge on her chest. Rank 15. He stayed silent. Linda stepped directly in front of him. Why are you quiet? She asked. Scared. That's enough. Veda moved between them. His face remained calm, but his presence felt heavier. We didn't come here for this. Focus on the fight. The crowd noise surged. Cheers clashed together, some calling Priscilla's name, but far more shouting Vera's. Linda clicked her tongue and stepped back, turning her attention to the arena. I'm sorry about that, Veda said quietly. Linda was angry when she found out a commoner ranked higher than her. And some of them are tense because Felix's group is growing too fast. It's fine, Ezra replied. He really didn't feel anything. So why are you here? Veda smiled. To support my little sister. Ezra and Bobby both looked at him. So you only call her that when she's not around. On the arena, Priscilla glared at Vera. Why that look? Vera said, lips curved in a lazy smirk. Scared. Why would I be? Priscilla snapped. I just feel nostalgic. It's been a long time since we fought. I remember telling you not to challenge me, Vera replied, tilting her head to the left, arms folded. And I remember you saying you wouldn't even answer my challenge. Priscilla shot back, spreading her arms toward the arena. Yet here we are. Vera sighed. Why wouldn't I answer when you're giving me free points? She chuckled and pointed toward the betting board managed by Nina, Zach, and several members of her group. People crowded around it. Priscilla turned. What is this? She screamed. Vera 1.01. Priscilla, 10,000. Vera burst into laughter. This isn't funny, Priscilla shouted, pointing at the board. I'm already awakened. I'm a full alchemist novice rank, and you think I'd lose that badly? Her voice shook with anger and embarrassment. Vera stopped laughing and walked back and forth slowly. Priscilla, she said softly. Did you really think with all that, you were on my level? She tilted her head, smiling. Are you stupid? No, you are stupid. Maybe getting beaten badly will help you remember your place. She tapped her chin. I'm generous, right? That's smug. Priscilla clenched her teeth. You know what's funnier? Vera continued. I opened this bet to profit from your fans, but I don't even see anyone betting on you. Ha! Priscilla turned. No one stood on her side. Her group avoided her gaze. Guys, she whispered. Silence. A cough broke the quiet. Priscilla turned sharply. Nate didn't meet her eyes. Her eyes began to tear up. After a few seconds, he grabbed Nikki and Mira by the wrists and walked to the board. Reluctantly, they followed. 15 points were added to her name. Tears glittered as they turned away. Priscilla's trembling expression shifted. She straightened and faced Vera again. I don't care about the odds, she said. I'll prove you're a fraud here and now. She stepped into her fighting stance. Vera smiled wider. Ah, how touching, Vera said, her voice light, almost amused. She tilted her head slightly, eyes half-lidded as if bored. Honestly, I'm thinking of helping you win, so I can earn a larger number of points from it. Priscilla stared at her. She didn't answer right away. Her jaw tightened. Her fingers dug into her palm, nails pressing hard enough to sting. The disgust on her face was clear as she slowly straightened her posture, forcing herself not to react. I don't need your help, Priscilla said at last. She stepped forward, planting her foot firmly on the ground. Her shoulders squared, and her breathing grew steady. The faint glow in her eyes brightened as her fist clenched, veins standing out along her arm. I'm going to beat you anyway, she continued. Brace yourself. Vera blinked once, then smiled. Okay, okay, she replied, lips curving upward as if she were being indulged rather than threatened. A guard stepped onto the stage, face blank. This is a friendly match. Victory is decided by surrender or loss of consciousness. No killing. Severe injury is permitted. Begin. The crowd fell silent. All sound seemed to sink into the stone floor as Priscilla and Vera faced each other. Priscilla was already in her fighting stance, knees bent, body low, breath controlled. Vera stood straight with her hands behind her back, her posture loose, almost careless. In the next instant, Priscilla moved. Her foot slammed against the ground, and her body shot forward. She appeared right in front of Vera, her right fist swinging toward Vera's face with sharp force. Vera didn't move her feet. She tilted her head slightly to the left. The punch passed by, cutting through empty air. Priscilla's teeth clenched. The miss burned. She dropped low at once, sweeping her leg toward Vera's ankles, trying to take her balance. Vera reacted before the kick could connect. She hopped lightly, her feet leaving the ground for a brief moment, then landed a few steps back, still calm, still upright. Priscilla didn't pause. She pushed her cognus through her body. Her muscles tightened. Her breathing quickened. She charged again, her steps heavier now, and threw another punch, this one packed with strength. Vera stepped back half a step. The fist missed again. The moment Priscilla's foot hit the ground, she shifted her weight and tried to pin Vera's leg, her elbow already rising for the next strike. She didn't get the chance. A sharp impact slammed into her chin. Her head snapped back. Her body lifted slightly off the ground before crashing down hard against the arena floor. The sound echoed. For a second, no one spoke. The crowd stared, frozen, shock spreading across their faces. Proper martial arts had never truly existed in Britannia. What people had instead was rough hand-to-hand combat. Simple fist fights. Things peasants did in back alleys or open fields when words failed. To nobles and alchemists it was pointless. Why use fists when alchemy could strike from far away? Why risk your body when power could be formed at a distance? That was how everyone thought. That mindset changed in the 1000s, during the era when Britannia was invading and expanding into other regions. Their fleets crossed seas and borders until they reached the eastern continent. That was where everything broke apart. A fleet of alchemists and soldiers advanced into the territory of the Zenith Empire. Every one of them was at least an adept. Some were generals. Leading them was an 8-star alchemist scholar. They believed the battle would be easy. They were wrong. 5 men stood in their way. Just 5. They called themselves martial artists of Zenith. The fight didn't last long. The fleet was wiped out. Not pushed back. Not stalled. Destroyed. The 8-star alchemist died during the fight, unable to finish even a single proper alchemy. There was no time to form signs. No space to prepare. Every attempt was cut short. Later, the survivors of Britannia described it as one of the most humiliating defeats in their history. The reason was simple. Alchemy required time. The martial artists gave them none. Even so, that loss revealed something important. Cognus was not only for creating or destroying. It could nourish the body, strengthen muscles, sharpen movement and reaction. From that moment on, Britannia changed. They began to train the body alongside alchemy. Martial arts were no longer ignored. They were mixed with cognus, refined, and shaped into a new path. And that was how Britannia started to grow stronger. Priscilla hit the ground hard. The impact echoed across the arena, sharp enough to make several people flinch. Vera stood still, looking down at her. Priscilla's body didn't move at first, lying there as if all strength had been pulled out of it. "Wow!" Bobby muttered. His mouth hung open as murmurs spread through the crowd like wildfire. "Is that it? Did you see what Lady Vera did? It was too fast. She was just playing with her." "Damn," Ezra said quietly, turning to Veda. "You saw it too," Veda replied, his eyes still fixed on the arena. "She used her left hand to lift Priscilla's rising elbow," Ezra said, his voice low, then followed it with a clean uppercut. Bobby snapped his head toward Ezra, eyes wide. You saw all that, Ezra? Ezra looked away, his neck feeling stiff under Bobby's stare. Calm down, Bobby, Veda said, pulling him back by the shoulder. Her control of Cognis is frightening. I noticed that too, Ezra replied. His gaze shifted back to Priscilla. But I don't think that's enough to put her down. Ha! Linda cut in sharply. You think Lady Priscilla can still stand after that? That hit should have put her to sleep. No, Veda said. Linda stiffened. Why? I've known Priscilla since we were younger, Veda replied. She's one of those. Linda frowned, then Ezra spoke. She's a hard worker. Linda's expression shifted as understanding dawned. Her eyes moved back to the arena. Priscilla's fingers twitched. Slowly, she pushed herself up, one knee scraping against the stone. Her arms shook, but she didn't stop. The crowd roared as she forced herself upright. Her group shouted her name, louder than before, some of them visibly shaken by her refusal to fall. I can't believe you're still awake after that, Vera said, staring at her own fist. I thought I used enough reinforced Cognis to knock you out. I told you, Priscilla replied, standing straight despite her shaking legs. Blood ran from the corner of her mouth. She wiped it away with the back of her hand, breathed in slowly, then let it out. Her eyes stayed sharp. I'm not the same as before, Vera. Vera didn't turn to look at her. So, she said, her tone flat, what are you going to do? Ha! Priscilla panted, staring at her. Just give up, Vera continued, tilting her head slightly as she scanned the crowd. You're wasting my time. Priscilla's eyes darkened. Her hands clenched until her fingers hurt. Again, and again, and again. I can't land a single hit on her. It was always like this. I challenge her, and I lose. She lifted her head and glared at Vera, refusing to look away. Do you think I don't know I'm not on your level? Priscilla said. Her voice trembled at first, then grew louder as she spoke. She took a step forward, her foot scraping against the arena floor. Time and time again and again, I'm reminded by my siblings, by my own friends, about how amazing Vera is, how cool Vera is. Her chest rose and fell fast. They always compare me to you because we're the same age. She clenched her fists. But unlike you, I was born without talent. Her eyes burned as she stared at Vera. And you, of all people, were born with too much of it. Even when Diana Bergwin humbled you, I thought you would fall. I thought you would change. I thought you would finally become like me. She shook her head, strands of hair sticking to her face. But no matter how many times I watched you, you never changed. You kept that attitude. You never cared what people thought. You only did what you wanted. She straightened her back, forcing her shaking legs to hold. And I respect that. Her hands relaxed, then tightened again. That's why I didn't stop training. No matter what happens, one day I'll make you look at me. Her lips trembled. She bit down hard, drawing blood. I want you to see me as someone you can't ignore. Her eyes locked onto Vera. I want to be your rival. The crowd stood stunned, the noise draining away as her words hung in the air. Vera's expression didn't change. You can't be my rival, Vera said, letting out a short, amused laugh. Ezra's fingers curled at his side. At least give her some credit. Vera, Priscilla shouted. She reached down and pulled a scroll from inside her sock. The crowd gasped. Wait, is that allowed? Gina asked, glancing at Nina while still helping with the betting booth. Nina? She whispered. Nina turned to Zach, worry clear on her face. Zach adjusted his glasses and looked toward the guard. I guess it is, he said slowly. He never said weapons were forbidden. You brought a scroll? Vera asked, sounding amused rather than surprised. I didn't want to use this, Priscilla said, lifting her chin. But I can't beat you in physical combat. So, I'll outsmart you. Vera raised both hands and shook her head lightly. Honestly, I forgot you might try something like this. My mistake. Her smile sharpened. Go on, Priscilla Ashenlock. Show me what you can do. Cognus surged through Priscilla's body. Her nose began to bleed as she forced more power out. She slammed the scroll down in front of her with her right hand. An alchemy circle carved into it glowed as she struck it with her left palm, Cognus wrapping around her arm. Light burst out. Sparks flashed. A fully formed revolver appeared in her left hand. She grabbed it with her right and fired at once. Vera moved. The first shot missed as Vera shifted to the side. She channeled Cognus into her legs and eyes, her movements sharp and clean. 3 more shots rang out, each one missing by a small margin. Priscilla's aim wavered. She couldn't follow Vera's movement anymore. Vera's figure kept slipping out of her sight, appearing and vanishing between breaths. Because of that, her aim broke apart. Her thoughts grew messy, dragged down by the backlash of Cognus overuse. She had already burned too much, forcing her body earlier, throwing herself into reckless attacks, and even healing her chin after Vera's first strike. Her breathing turned rough. She fired again, and again. Before she could properly see where Vera was, she squeezed the trigger 2 more times. The last bullet scraped past Vera's cheek, tearing skin. A thin line of blood ran down from the cut. Priscilla froze. Vera was suddenly right in front of her. A hand clamped onto Priscilla's head and forced it to the side. At the same time, Vera grabbed the top of the revolver Priscilla was still holding. Light crackled where Vera's fingers touched the metal. Sparks jumped between the gun and her hand. The barrel twisted. The aim shifted. The muzzle now pointed back at Priscilla. The crowd fell silent once more. Vera leaned in. "Let me tell you something, Priscilla," she said softly. Her voice was calm, close enough that Priscilla could feel her breath. "Working hard just to rival me doesn't mean you'll ever reach me." Vera's grip tightened slightly. "Plenty of people work harder than you. In Metallica, in Britannia, in the world." She paused. "They work just to feed their children, just to survive, just to grow stronger." Vera pulled her closer, her lips brushing near Priscilla's ear. "How many of them do you think actually stand beside the goal they chase?" She answered her own question. "Not many." Her tone stayed flat. "Only the chosen. And only those who understand the difference between working toward a goal and chasing a dream." She released her grip just enough to look at Priscilla's face. "You're a dream chaser," Vera said. "Someone who spends her time chasing fiction. You a smart person, Priscilla, so I'm sure you will grasp what I mean by this." A knee slammed into Priscilla's stomach. The air left her lungs at once. Her body went limp. Vera grabbed her by the collar and threw her toward the edge of the arena. Nate caught her in a panic, his face pale as Vera's gaze flicked toward him. "Next time you want to test me," Vera said as she turned away, "challenge me yourself." She walked down from the stage while her group erupted in cheers, her name rolling through the arena. Pamela handed a clean white towel to Vera as she walked down from the arena. "You got a scratch on your face?" Pamela said. Vera took the towel and wiped her cheek slowly. A thin streak of blood stained the white cloth. She stopped and looked at it for a moment, eyes calm, as if it didn't belong to her. "Ha! There's blood," she said flatly. She tilted her head and let out a small laugh. "Guess I should have moved a bit quicker." "Lady Vera." Nina rushed over, clutching a first aid kit tightly against her chest. Zach and Gina followed behind her, their steps hurried. Vera glanced at them and smiled. "Oh, Nina and friends." She leaned slightly to the side, tapping her chin with one finger. "So, how are my winnings from the bets looking?" Her eyes drifted away as if already bored. "Maybe I should have let her win. The number of points I got from this isn't very satisfying." She clicked her tongue softly. "Lady Vera, you should worry about your injury more than points," Nina said, already opening the kit. She soaked a cotton ball with disinfectant and gently pressed it against the scratch. Vera didn't react. Nina then placed a plaster over it, hands careful, almost reverent. "Ha!" Vera looked down at her. "You're overreacting, my cute little follower." She reached out and rubbed Nina's hair, smiling faintly. Then her eyes shifted. They landed on Gina. The look was brief, sharp, and unreadable. Gina stiffened. Her shoulders tensed, and she took a small step back without realizing it. Then she nodded once. She understood. Vera's lips curved slightly, pleased. She turned her attention back to Pamela. Pamela, didn't you say you weren't coming to watch? Her eyes narrowed playfully. Did you miss your mummy? She leaned closer. Of course you did. Pamela's face heated up. Who is mummy? She asked quickly. Vera answered without missing a beat, her expression suddenly serious. Me. Pamela clenched her fists and growled under her breath, turning away in frustration as Vera watched, amused. At the back of the hall, Felix stood with Gareth, Paige, Lyra, Freed, and the rest of his group. They didn't move forward like the others. They stayed where the shadows were thicker, watching the aftermath of the fight in silence. Felix sat in the middle. Gareth stood to his left, arms crossed, posture straight. Lyra sat to his right with her legs folded, her shoulders tense. Behind them, Paige sat on a low bench, resting her legs on another bench that had been dragged close by the others who joined the group. Scary, Lyra muttered. She hugged her arms and shivered slightly. That's Lady Vera for you, Gareth replied. His eyes were fixed on the arena, a clear trace of admiration on his face. That level of control is rare. She did get cocky at one point, Paige scoffed. She waved her hand in irritation. If it were me, that scratch would have been the end of her. You wouldn't even get the chance, Freed said, laughing loudly. She'd end you before you even thought about poisoning her. Ha ha ha. Paige snapped her head toward him. Ha! She dropped her legs from the bench. The bench she had been leaning against lost balance and fell backward with a dull thud. Tisk! She stood up sharply. Do you think I'd lose badly like that idiot? She turned and glared at one of the boys nearby. Matthew, what do you think? Her eyes were cold. Matthew jumped as if struck by lightning. Why yes, Lady Paige. His face turned pale, like he had just seen a ghost. WLI? Fool! Freed cut him off, glaring hard. Do you want to indulge Paige in her fantasy? Matthew's body stiffened. His hands trembled at his sides. What am I supposed to say? His legs shook under the pressure of both their gazes. Somebody help me. Enough. Felix's voice was calm, but it cut through the tension like a blade. Paige and Freed both clicked their tongues and turned away. Paige, Felix said coldly, not even looking at her. Watch your mouth when you brag. He paused, then let out a slow breath. I didn't add you to my group, so you could create unnecessary enemies, he continued. Especially not someone as dangerous as Vera. His eyes narrowed slightly. Right now, I'd rather face Veda than have Vera targeting me. Tiske, fine, Paige hissed, turning her face away. Felix stood up. Let's go, he said. He adjusted his coat and began walking out of the arena. We have a lot to prepare for. Without another word, the group followed him, leaving the noise of the crowd behind. Others began to leave the arena, their voices fading as they returned to their daily routines. Ezra followed Veda and his group down the corridor, the sound of boots and shoes echoing against the stone floor. They entered a classroom tucked away from the main halls. Only members of Veda's group were inside. The door closed behind them. Guys! Veda clapped his hands once. The sharp sound snapped everyone's attention toward him. Oh, Sir Veda is back. The scattered conversations stopped. Chairs shifted. Backs straightened. Ezra stepped to Veda's side, feeling several eyes settle on him at once. This, Veda said, smiling lightly, is the person I told you about. He'll be a big help in our conflict with Felix, and in surviving the next trial. Linda let out a quiet chuckle, not bothering to hide it. The room went still. Every gaze pressed down on Ezra, heavy and sharp. And nice to meet you all, Ezra said, lifting his hand in a small wave. His smile stayed, but it felt stiff. So this is what hostility feels like when it has a shape. Linda? A boy at the front asked, arms folded, brows drawn together. Is this really the guy? Don't ask me, Nicholas, Linda replied quickly. Ask Veda. Low murmurs spread across the room. The same words, the same doubts, rising again like smoke. The high lines were the loudest. Their eyes carried irritation, envy barely hidden. A low line ranked above them was something they couldn't accept. Some of the low lines looked at Ezra differently, curious, maybe even hopeful, but they stayed silent. No one wanted to stand out. I'm not here to argue about whether I'm strong or not. Ezra's voice cut through the noise. The murmurs stopped. I joined because I trust Veda, he continued, his tone calm but cold. Not you handlickers. The room exploded with anger. Ha! A girl with long brown hair stepped forward. Her black eyes burned as they locked onto Ezra. Just because you ranked 17th, she sneered. You think you're special? Ha ha ha. She leaned closer. You're still a lowline. Know your place. Laughter followed her words, sharp and mocking. Place. Ezra repeated softly. His voice was deeper than before. The laughter died. The air in the room felt heavier, like something unseen pressed down on everyone's chest. Even Veda turned to look at him, unsure. Ezra's eyes darkened as he scanned the room. He didn't raise his voice, but every word carried weight. Since when did this trial become a playground for highlines? He asked. Is it because no one died during the third trial? Because Veda kept everyone alive? He shook his head slowly. Or, he lifted his hand and pointed at Linda. Should I challenge you? Linda took a step back before she realized it. Why am I scared? Her body trembled slightly. Ezra walked toward her. One step, then another. What? He asked quietly. Scared. He stopped right in front of her. She couldn't look at him. Her eyes refused to rise. Clap. Veda clapped his hands once. The pressure vanished like mist under sunlight. The room breathed again. That was a cool way to introduce yourself, Ezra, Veda said with a grin, slapping him on the back. Ezra blinked, confused. Huh? A dull ache throbbed in his head, but he ignored it. I need to go, he said. All right, Veda replied, waving him off. As Ezra left the classroom, Veda let out a long sigh. His group did the same. But, Sir Veda and the new guy are both cool. The thought echoed through the room. Several hands clenched unconsciously, teeth grinding as the same feelings settled in their chests. Ezra entered his new room. It was different from the last one. The bed was wider. 2 windows let in fresh air, pushing out the stale smell. There was even a private bathroom and toilet. He turned the tap. Cold water splashed against his hand. There's no water heater, he groaned. He rubbed his arms, shivering slightly. I still have to manage cold water for now. He sighed. Only God knows how I haven't frozen to death already. Ezra sat on the bed. His mind drifted back to Vera's fight with Priscilla. To the way she moved. To the things Gina had told him about Pamela training even harder. With the competition getting worse, he muttered. I'll need seclusion to properly understand my alchemy strategy. He paused. But before that, I should give Gina a proper training schedule. He sighed again. So much to do just to survive. Ezra stood up and left the room. The training area was quiet during the afternoon period, which made it the best time for Ezra to guide Gina. Only a few groups were scattered around the yard, along with some solo trainees keeping to themselves. The wide stone ground echoed softly with footsteps and controlled breathing. I'm getting tired, Gina whined, her voice muffled as she jogged around the yard. She was panting hard now, her steps uneven. A nose mask covered most of her face, and a cardigan hung loosely over her shoulders, the hood pulled low. Black shorts clung to her legs as sweat soaked through. And it's getting hot because of these clothes, she added, sighing heavily. All because I don't want people seeing me with you. Stop complaining, Ezra replied dryly as he jogged behind her. His breathing stayed steady, though sweat ran down his temples and soaked into his cardigan. Unlike Gina, his face was uncovered. He wore long black joggers, his steps controlled but heavy. How many more? She asked again, dragging her feet. 6 more, he answered without slowing. What? Gina panicked, glancing around at how massive the training ground really was. We've only gone halfway around this place 4 times. I don't want to do this anymore. She nearly cried as she jogged. You think I like doing this too? Ezra said, his face pale as he forced himself to keep pace. I had to drag myself over and over just to get used to jogging like this. I still remember how many times I collapsed from fatigue. He pushed the memory aside and spoke again. Don't worry. The more you do it, the more your body adjusts. That's easy for you to say, Gina groaned. Ezra stared at her for a moment while she kept whining. Then he sighed, increased his speed, and tapped her lightly on the back as he passed. Pick up your pace, he said coldly. Gina froze for half a second, a chill running down her spine. Eh? If I catch up to you again, Ezra said, glancing back with a thin smile. It won't be a tap next time. Ah! Gina yelped and immediately sped up, jogging with everything she had left. A few people nearby glanced over, drawn by her shout. Some slowed their training for a moment. She's got it rough, they all seemed to think. 2.5 hours passed. Gina dropped to the floor on her hands and knees. Her arms shook so hard they almost gave out. Sweat ran down her face and neck, dripping onto the stone beneath her. Her clothes were soaked through. She tugged at her cardigan, fingers weak, then only managed to pull the zipper halfway down. Her inner top stuck to her skin, clinging no matter how much she moved. I'm finally done, she said with a weak smile. Her stomach twisted. She leaned forward and vomited onto the floor. Ezra stood nearby, chest rising and falling as he wiped his face with a white towel. Sweat had darkened his collar. He picked up a bottle of protein shake and drank. His face stiffened halfway through, jaw tightening. I still can't get used to this. He lowered the bottle and handed her a cold bottle of water. Take it. Thank you, Gina muttered. Her hands trembled as she reached for it. She fumbled with the cap, dropped it once, then finally twisted it open. She drank too fast. The water rushed down her throat and she started coughing, her body jerking with each breath. Be careful, Ezra said, starting to stretch his arms. His joints cracked one after another. You don't want to kill yourself with water. Gina rolled onto her back and stared at the sky, chest heaving. So, this is how you train, Ezra? Yes, he replied. Then he added, almost casually, but this is just the warm-up. Ha! She turned her head to look at him. Warm-up, she laughed. Not softly. It was the kind of laugh that came out wrong, like she had lost her mind. Just kill me, she said between breaths. I'm not doing this again. No, never, never again. She shook her head over and over. Stop complaining, Ezra said. He tossed her towel onto her face. She groaned but didn't push it away. You know how far behind we are physically compared to the others, he continued, standing over her. There's no time to take things slow. If we want to survive this trial, this kind of training is the minimum. Gina slowly pulled the towel off her face. So that's what makes you different, she thought. A small smile crept onto her lips. What's making you smile like that? Ezra stared at her dryly. Nothing, she said quickly, forcing herself to sit up. Her arms shook as she did. I just realized how amazing you are again. You and Lady Vera, of course. You overrate me, Ezra replied, his tone flat. She wiped her face, then glanced up at him. Speaking of training, you've already thought about your alchemy strategy, right? Yeah, Ezra said. I'm planning to pay for the seclusion room. And that fast. Gina pouted. Lucky you. You've got enough points to spend like that. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do anymore. Everyone's busy guarding their own plans. I can't even ask for advice. She sighed. Ezra folded his arms. That's because an alchemist's strategy decides how they fight. I still don't get it. Gina tilted her head, brows pulled together. You know Cognis is like a battery, Ezra said, trying to keep his voice calm. That's how I see it. How is it a battery? She asked, still lost. Ezra sighed. He lowered himself and sat on the floor in front of her, legs crossed. This is going to take a while. He sighed again. Gina noticed and frowned. She knew that look. The one he had when he thought she was hopeless. The reason Cognis is measured in percentages for each alchemy rank, he began, is because the amount you can use is limited at every level. He reached down and dragged his finger across the dusty floor, drawing a circle. Then he added small dots inside it. Now imagine this circle is your star, he said. And these dots are your Cognis. Gina leaned forward, eyes fixed on the drawing. If you use Cognis to reinforce your body, like your legs to move faster, some of these dots disappear. He wiped away a few. If you then use alchemy to create a revolver, like Priscilla did, more dots disappear. He wiped more away. And if you keep doing that without stopping, he brushed the floor clean, you end up with nothing. Gina's eyes widened a little. She nodded slowly. But that's what we avoid as alchemists, Ezra continued. That kind of usage is reckless. It makes you an easy kill. Worse, it could damage your brain. His finger paused. That's what almost happened to Priscilla that led to her nose bleeding. So, Gina said slowly, sitting back. That's why we need to use Cognis carefully in a fight, to stop it from running out too fast. Yes, she tapped her chin. But I still don't get why everyone is so secretive about their alchemy strategies. Ezra stood up and stretched his arms over his head. That's because not all alchemy uses the same amount of Cognis. He looked down at her. For example, creating a full revolver takes a lot of Cognis. That's why most novice alchemists avoid doing it unless they have no choice. But making bullets alone uses very little. He lowered his arms. The bigger and more complex the formula is, and the more materials it needs, the more Cognis it consumes. Oh, Gina murmured. And even when two alchemists use the same alchemy, he added, pointing at her, the amount of Cognis they need can still be different. And, she frowned, clearly annoyed. Why would it be different? We're all around the same level. Are you saying there's still unfairness even among people of the same rank? Ezra rubbed his chin, eyes lifting as he thought. I think the main difference shows when someone becomes a full alchemist, he said slowly. Tisk. Gina crossed her arms. You're not even sure. I just entered the path of alchemy too, he replied, glancing at her. Of course, I don't know everything. He paused, then added, alchemy is complicated. That's why it takes years to rank up. Keeps growing. New knowledge is always being researched. A small smile appeared on his face. I even heard that in the Ashenlock family, gun alchemists grade guns made by people of the same rank. Gina stared at him quietly, letting everything sink in. The type of gun I make can end up at a different grade from the one Priscilla or Veda makes, Ezra said. Gina stood up and brushed the dust from her back, rolling her shoulders as she stretched. I know about grading, she replied. While you were sleeping like a dead man in the infirmary, we had our last classes with teacher Freya. Gun grading was part of it. She lifted her arms and stretched again, joints popping lightly. She said the same gun can be made in 10 grades. She counted them out with her fingers. 9th grade, 8th grade, 7th grade, 6th grade, 5th grade, 4th grade, 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, and 0 grade. Gina rested one hand on her waist and waved the other as she spoke. She mostly talked about how we should treat formulas seriously and stuff like that. She sighed. It was too much for me, so I slept through almost the whole class. Ezra stared at her without blinking. As expected of you. Ha! You've rested enough, Ezra said, already moving. He wrapped a thick rope around his waist. The other end was strapped tightly to a massive sandbag. 300 kilograms. We're jogging with this, he said, gripping the rope. Gina's eyes slowly dropped from his face to the sandbag, then back up. Her mouth opened. Tears welled instantly. Before she could scream, that looks tough. The voice came softly from behind. Gina jumped and spun around. Vera stood there with Nina beside her. Lady Vera. Gina yelped and immediately dashed behind Ezra, hiding like a scared animal. What are you two doing? Vera asked calmly, her hands behind her back. That's what I should be asking you, Ezra replied flatly. Hey! Nina snapped, stepping forward. My lady asked you a question, and you ignore her? Just because she left you to Lady Pamela, you think you can talk however you want. She pointed straight at him. Vera watched the scene with clear amusement, eyes moving between Ezra, Gina, and Nina standing protectively in front of her. Come on, Vera said lightly. You heard her. Ezra stared at her for a moment, then sighed. Well, as you can see. He pointed at the sandbags and scattered training equipment. We're training. The tone was flat, the meaning clear. Isn't it obvious? Vera smiled faintly, her eyes saying I don't care. I'm here to train too, she replied. With my kids, as always. Thanks for asking, by the way. I didn't ask. Ezra blinked. Aren't you supposed to be with your group? Vera stepped closer, leaning in slightly. Why are you alone? Cheating on me with another girl? She smiled. Gina shrank further behind Ezra. What do you mean? Ezra started. Vera placed a finger on his lips. Sheesh. She held it there for a few seconds before pulling away, then turned to Gina. I see, she said softly. A boy and a girl training together when no one else is. She wiped an imaginary tear and turned to Nina. You know Nina, she said, holding her shoulders. I confessed to him, gave him my heart, and he cruelly rejected me, saying he wanted to focus on surviving. She dramatically collapsed to the floor. And now look at him. My lady. Nina rushed forward and grabbed Vera's arms, holding her tightly as if she might collapse at any moment. Her face flushed red, more from shock than effort. She turned sharply and glared at Ezra, eyes burning. You bastard! How dare you! She barked, then snapped her head toward Gina. And you bitch hiding behind his back. Come out and show your face. Stop using him as a shield. She froze mid-sentence. Her eyes narrowed. Wait, you look familiar. Her thoughts clicked together too fast. She turned stiffly toward Vera. Wait, Lady Vera. Yes, Vera answered calmly. Nina swallowed. You just said, you confessed to your fiancé's killer? Her voice cracked at the end. What if I did? Vera replied, tone casual, as if she had just admitted to borrowing sugar. Eh? Something inside Nina snapped. Her eyes went blank. Her mouth opened but no sound came out. It was like her brain had tripped over its own thoughts and fallen down a staircase. My lady actually confessed to a random lowline. Smoke might as well have been coming out of her ears. Hee hee. Vera laughed softly. She blanked out. She bent down, slipped one arm under Nina's knees and the other behind her back, lifting her effortlessly. Nina didn't resist. She was completely gone. Vera straightened and glanced back at Ezra and Gina, both frozen where they stood. What? She asked, tilting her head to the right. Her eyes were clear, innocent. Why are you looking at me like that? Ezra finally snapped out of it. Why would you say something like that? He asked, irritation clear on his face. Vera's eyes sharpened instantly. Are you questioning me, idiot? She shot back. Ezra didn't back down. Who are you calling an idiot and, even why? I can call you that, Vera replied without missing a beat. Because you are one. She turned away, lips curving slightly, clearly satisfied with herself. Carry on with your training. Ezra clenched his jaw. This crazy girl, he muttered under his breath. I swear, I'll never get used to her. Wow. Gina smiled brightly, eyes sparkling. It's fun watching Lady Vera tease you. Ezra flicked her forehead. Ow. Quiet, he said. And get ready. Back to training. Before she could protest, he wrapped the rope around her waist and tightened it. The other end was already fixed to the sandbag behind her. No! Gina screamed, her knees going weak. How many rounds? 15. Ezra cracked his fingers one by one. Gina laughed weakly, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. Damn you! She started jogging. The sandbag jerked hard, yanking her backward. She stumbled after 2 steps and crashed onto the ground. Ouch! She lay there for a second, then lifted her head and looked at Ezra with watery, puppy-like eyes. "It's just 50 kilograms, Ezra said flatly, staring down at her. "Why are you being so dramatic? Even normal people can handle this, let alone someone awakened." He sighed and shook his head. Gina pushed herself up, brushing dirt off her knees, her expression stubborn. "I can do it," she said. "I just didn't expect it to feel like this." She hopped in place twice, took a deep breath, then ran again. The rope stretched tight. The sandbag dragged behind her, carving shallow lines in the dirt. Her veins stood out, shoulders trembling, breath coming in harsh bursts. Ezra followed behind her, keeping the same pace. His breathing was heavier than normal, but he didn't complain or show it. "You know," he said, watching her form, "you can reinforce your body with cognists to help you." He frowned slightly. Shouldn't her physical level have risen after awakening? "Maybe I should use that to build a training plan for her," he muttered quietly. Gina glanced back at him. His face was tense, eyes distant. What's he thinking so hard about? Her legs burned. Her lungs felt like fire. This is getting really hard. She looked around the yard, panting, and realized something that made her heart sink. They hadn't even gone that far from where they started. "Ah!" Gina screamed inside her head, the sound sharp and desperate, but she didn't slow down. Her legs shook, her breath burned, yet she kept moving. Stopping was not an option. Not now. Not in front of him. Ezra stayed right behind her, close enough to see the strain in her shoulders and the uneven pull of the rope. His eyes, however, were distant. His mind had already drifted elsewhere. "If I'm going to help her properly," his thoughts tangled as he ran. "If I use my ability, but how should I even apply it? It only shows me knowledge gained through experience. And I doubt there's any recorded experience on how to train a spoiled rich girl's daughter from scratch." The thought almost made him laugh. Inside his mind, the familiar space opened. The book of shard memories appeared quietly, floating in the dark like it always did. Ezra's gaze sharpened as he scanned through it. Pages flipped on their own, revealing fragments, knowledge about exercise, body control, early training methods, simple routines meant for beginners. Something like this, something that fits her pace. Then, a scene forced itself forward. His breath caught. A woman appeared in his mind. She wore soldier training clothes, plain and worn. Her posture was straight, movements sharp and clean. Ezra couldn't see her face clearly, no matter how hard he tried. But he knew her. She was the woman he remembered. The one assaulted by the terrorists. The memory didn't linger on pain or fear. Instead, it shifted. It showed structure, discipline, a method built from the ground up. And suddenly it clicked. This is it. The perfect training guide for Gina. The first stage focuses on posture and basic movement. Standing correctly, walking without dragging the feet, holding simple positions. These train awareness of the body before strength is even considered. Short wall holds, light squats, and slow steps are used to wake unused muscles without causing injury. Breathing is trained early. Slow, steady breaths during movement prevent panic and delay fatigue. Simple stretches and gentle core holds help the body adapt without being overwhelmed. Balance is introduced carefully. Standing on one leg, controlled turns, slow heel-to-toe walks. These build stability and reduce clumsy movement. Upper body training stays light. Wall push-ups, arm holds, gentle pulling motions. The goal is control and posture, not raw power. Diet is clean and structured. Eggs, milk, fish, rice, bread, fruits and vegetables. Plenty of water. Sugary snacks are reduced to prevent fatigue and weakness. Training sessions are short but consistent. Complaints are ignored. Over time, posture improves. Endurance grows. The body responds. This marks the first step away from indulgence and toward discipline. Ezra opened his eyes. A small smile tugged at his lips as he looked at Gina, still struggling forward, sweat dripping from her chin. "Nice," he muttered. "I'll write it out for her later." His expression shifted slightly. "But that woman, why does my chest always feel tight whenever I see even a trace of her?" Ezra pressed a hand against his chest, then exhaled slowly. Tisk! He shook his head and focused forward. Gina! He called out, suddenly speeding up. His footsteps grew louder as he closed the distance between them. Increase your pace before I catch you, he said evenly. We just completed the first lap. New! Gina cried out. Her eyes sharpened. She reinforced her body with cognus without hesitation, energy flooding her limbs. I don't care anymore, she shouted back, teeth clenched. Let's see how long my energy can carry me through this run. Her pace increased. The rope snapped tight. The next morning, at exactly 9 o'clock, Ezra entered the infirmary. The air inside smelled faintly of herbs and disinfectant. White curtains swayed lightly beside each bed as a few injured candidates rested in silence. Ezra bowed slightly to the nurse on duty before walking toward the bed at the far end of the room. Gina was sitting upright, chewing on slices of fruit, when she noticed him approaching. Tisk! She immediately turned her face away, puffing her cheeks in clear annoyance. Ezra paused, then waved softly. Hey! He pulled a chair closer and sat beside her bed. She didn't respond. Ezra didn't rush her. He simply looked at her and smiled, the kind that didn't push or tease. Don't be angry, he said after a moment. I did everything for your sake. That made her snap back around. Her brows furrowed, eyes sharp. After you spent all that time lecturing me about not wasting cognus, she snapped, her voice rising. You still forced me to jog around the training yard 15 times with a 50-kilogram sandbag tied to my back, while reinforcing my body with cognus. I fainted, you asshole. Ezra didn't flinch. First, he said calmly, raising one finger. It was 7 laps, not 15 you ended up doing. Second, I didn't expect you to be that physically weak even after awakening. Third, you need that kind of pressure to build a foundation for the next stage. Gina clenched her teeth. She hated admitting it, but she could feel it. Her body felt different, heavier but steadier. Her half-star had grown, just a little. The flow of cognus inside her was smoother than before. So, she couldn't argue too much. Even if you're right, she muttered, turning away again. I don't care. I almost died because of you. You prick. Humph. Yeah, sure. Ezra stared at her plainly, then leaned forward and placed a small bag on his lap. I brought you something. Her ears twitched. She slowly turned back, eyes sparkling. What did you bring? Ezra opened the bag and took out a neatly packed food container, then a thin jotter. He placed both on her bed. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw the food. For me? Yes, he said, pushing the bag aside. It'll help you recover. Thanks. She immediately reached for it, then paused, staring at the jotter. Food I get. But what's this? Ezra leaned back slightly. Like I said yesterday, I'll be going into seclusion soon. I don't know how long I'll stay. Maybe until close to the trial day. So I prepared a training course for you, and a list of things you'll need before the next phase. Gina stared at the jotter for a long moment. Thank you. She placed it aside and dug straight into the food. Ezra watched her eat for a bit, then stood up. You're leaving already? She asked, cheeks full. Can't you stay longer? Nah, he replied flatly. I've got plans today. I'm thinking of entering seclusion tomorrow. Or the day after. He picked up his bag and waved. Gina watched him go, chewing slowly. On his way out, Ezra bowed to the nurse again and left the infirmary. As he walked through the hallway, he passed several members of Vera's group heading in the opposite direction. Nina was leading them. He lowered his head slightly. The hood of his cloak hid his face, and he slipped past without being noticed. Guess Gina has more friends than she lets on. Ezra headed toward the newly added market area inside the base. The place was wide and crowded, built with long stone paths and rows of wooden stalls on both sides. Everything an alchemist might need was sold here: steel nuggets and steel bars, ropes and rubber ropes, alchemy scrolls of different kinds, lighters, daggers, swords, protective helmets, shields, alchemist space bags, and many other tools meant for survival. Ezra moved slowly, scanning the area. He went through each shop one after another. Every stall sold a specific type of equipment. As he walked, His eyes kept shifting between the items and the point tags beside them, calculating prices in his head and deciding where he should start. Other children filled the market as well. Some walked alone, some in groups. All of them carried the same tense look, each buying materials for their own preparation. Ezra stopped in front of a bookstore. It sold alchemy scrolls and books filled with pre-made alchemy formulas and symbols. These books were the proud research left behind by the old ancestors of Ashenlock, along with famous gun alchemists who had created their own symbols and formulas for different types of alchemy. Over time, these works had become guides. Most alchemists relied on them to execute alchemy faster and more safely. Now, almost every alchemist used these books as shortcuts to grow faster, to make fewer mistakes. Ezra stepped inside. To execute an alchemy, like creating a revolver or a bullet, you first needed materials. Steel bars were commonly used for revolvers, while steel nuggets were used for bullets. Steel wasn't mandatory, though. Any metal could be used as long as one's cognizance level could handle it. Then came the chemical aspect. Creation and destruction weren't done by simply pouring cognizance into metal. The alchemist had to convert the chemical formula of how the object was made into a symbol inside the mind realm. That symbol could take many forms: circles, triangles, stars. Something like a circle with two triangles and a smaller circle in the center, or two stars linked with two circles. Those were simplified versions of symbols used to create a full revolver. Cognizance was used to draw the symbol, then injected into the material. Only then would the alchemy be executed. Because it was extremely difficult for an alchemist to randomly create their own symbols for specific formulas, most depended on these books. They were safer, faster, easier. That was why the shop was packed. People went in and out non-stop. It was the busiest place in the entire market, and also the most expensive. Not just anyone could afford to buy books here. The point system made that clear. Gold card holders received 100,000 points. Silver card holders got 30,000. Everyone else received bronze cards, only 5,000 points. A single book costs between 1,000 and 2,500 points. The difference was obvious. Ezra scanned the shelves. Only novice and binder-ranked books were available. After a moment of thought, he bought one novice-ranked book and one binder-ranked book, then left the store. From there, he moved through the metal shop, then the clothing stall, the rope shop, the alchemist accessories shop, and finally the weapons vendor. By the time he stopped, his space bag felt heavy. Still, he had only spent 7,000 points. 23,000 points left, Ezra muttered, looking at his card as a faint image of the number floated above it. He stroked his chin. Maybe I should rack up some points through betting in the arena. Just as that thought crossed his mind, someone stepped into his path. Ezra looked up. Veda stood there, Bobby beside him, and a surprising third figure. "Oh, hey, Veda," Ezra greeted, bowing slightly. Veda returned the bow without hesitation, calm as always. Bobby also bowed, a little stiff, clearly trying not to look awkward. The last person with them greeted him as well. Ezra's eyes lingered on him for a moment. The boy had Vera's hair color, the same pale skin, and eyes that looked sharp even when relaxed. But the shape of his face, especially the calm line of his jaw, was unmistakably Veda's. So this should be Bale. Veda noticed the silent staring between them. He smiled faintly and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Bale stiffened a little but didn't pull away. "Ezra, you must have heard of my younger brother," Veda said. "Bale, meet Ezra. Ezra, meet Bale." Ezra studied Bale more closely. He looks ordinary. Compared to those two, at least. Interesting. "Nice to meet you," Bale said again. Then his lips curved slightly. "I've heard a bit about the boy my elder sister was stepping on during the third trial." "Eh?" Ezra froze. Heat rushed to his face. "What?" "Don't worry," Bale said quickly. He placed a hand on Ezra's shoulder and gave him a look filled with understanding. "I know your pain. That look. The look of someone who had suffered under Vera's bullying. Comrade." A tiny tear even formed at the corner of Bale's eye. Ezra felt awkward at first. He didn't know how to react. But after a second he smiled and nodded. "Wow. The two of you are getting close pretty fast. Veda cut in, smiling as if amused. Yeah, I guess, Ezra replied. Then he glanced around the busy market. Still, it's surprising to see you together like this. Two leaders, openly walking around the marketplace where everyone can see. I didn't even want to come with him, Bale complained. He suddenly appeared in my room and dragged me out here. And? How did I force you? Veda waved it off. I just wanted to spend time with my little brother. It's been a while. I get that, Bale said, rubbing his temple. But this is a trial. We're supposed to be enemies. I can't let my people see me being all buddy-buddy with you. You're already out here, Veda replied calmly, pulling Bale closer with an arm around his shoulder. People have already seen us. So stop acting stiff and enjoy it. Besides, your big brother promised to buy you anything you want. Bale sighed heavily but still didn't resist. Sir Veda really cares about his brother, Bobby whispered to Ezra. Ezra watched the two of them in silence. Something twisted in his chest. He had never smiled with his own brother. Not once. There had only been hostility. Pain. Zara was always trying to hurt him. Not as a joke, but to feed an ego. To prove he was the real golden child of the family. Ezra didn't notice when his hands clenched into fists. Ezra? Bobby tapped him lightly. Ezra snapped out of it. Yeah, he said, forcing a small, bitter smile. Guys, I'll head out, Ezra said. I still have things to do. I didn't expect to spend over 8 hours just buying equipment. The crowd here is heavy, Veda replied. You have to wait in line for almost everything. That's why it's better to come early, or buy things slowly. But judging by your bag, it looks like you got everything you needed. Yeah, Ezra said. I plan to go into seclusion and work on my alchemy strategy. That's good, Veda said, his tone steady and mature. I wish I could do the same, but I still have to help the rest with theirs. Good luck. He waved. Bobby waved too. Bale hesitated for a second, then waved as well. Yeah, bye, Ezra replied, lifting his hand. He turned and walked away, blending back into the flow of the market. From the market area, Ezra made his way toward the arena. The place was already lively. Shouts echoed across the open space, mixed with cheers and groans. On one side, two kids were fighting inside a marked ring while their friends crowded around, yelling advice and curses. On another side, people stood around betting boards, pointing at names and arguing over odds. Ezra didn't stop to watch. He walked straight to a large standing board near the center of the arena. It was a tall rectangular screen, glowing faintly, with rows of names scrolling across it. Each name represented a registered fight. Today's matches, tomorrow's, and those scheduled for the day after. Beside every name were their odds of winning, along with a small image of their face. Ezra stood quietly in front of it, hands behind his back. He scanned the list carefully. After a moment, he pulled out a small jotter from the space bag slung over his shoulder. One by one, he wrote down several names, only those fighting the day after tomorrow. This will do, he murmured as he closed the jotter. Tomorrow I'll watch them properly. I can't just gamble blindly. A faint grin tugged at his lips. The betting system of the arena wasn't as simple as it looked. Only rankless participants were allowed to freely activate the betting system. For ranked participants, the rules were strict. You could only challenge people within a specific range. Rank 11 could challenge ranks 12 to 15. Rank 16 could only challenge ranks 17 to 20. The same pattern applied to the higher ranks as well. It was meant to prevent outright bullying, stronger ranked children crushing weaker ones for points. Of course, exceptions existed. Cases like Vera and Priscilla were only allowed because both sides signed an agreement, and one of the chief guards personally approved the match. Ezra lifted his head and glanced at the sky. The sun was already sinking, its light dimming into a soft orange glow. It's getting late already, he muttered, placing a hand on his stomach. I haven't eaten lunch or dinner, he sighed. I spent 8 hours just buying materials. Is this what the maids felt like when they went to the market? The thought made him chuckle weakly. He He left the arena and headed to the cafe. The place was busy at this hour. Groups sat together, talking loudly, laughing, arguing about fights, or whispering strategies. Others sat alone, staring into their food or lost in thought. Ezra chose a seat near the far end, where he could see most of the room without being noticed. He ate quietly, rested for a while, then stood to leave. On his way out, he spotted Linda and some members of her group. She glared at him openly, but Ezra ignored her. He also noticed a few familiar faces from Felix's and Vera's groups scattered around the cafe. He paid them no mind. Back in his room, Ezra stretched, did push-ups and sit-ups until his arms burned, then washed up and went to sleep. The next day passed much like the previous one, except this time Ezra spent it watching people. Quietly, carefully, he stayed at the edge of training yards and corridors, observing those he planned to bet on. He listened to how they talked, watched how they moved, how they fought, how confident they were. I need to know their habits. Strength alone isn't enough. He took notes whenever he could. By nightfall, his head throbbed lightly. He sat on his bed, flipping through the pages of his jotter. I can't believe I spent a whole day spying on people, he groaned, covering his face. Look what points have turned me into. Still, he smiled. Thanks to what Gina and Bobby told me about their group, and what I saw today, he muttered, eyes sharp. This should pay off. And it did. The next day arrived, and one by one, Ezra's chosen bets paid out. Every win made his heart beat faster. By the time it ended, he stared at his silver card in disbelief. From 23,000 points to 89,000. I could get addicted to this, he said softly, smiling at the floating numbers. But then his expression hardened. But now it's time to train. He stood in front of a massive stone structure embedded into the ground. It wasn't an ordinary stone. The door was forged from adamite, one of the strongest metals in Britannia. Ezra inhaled slowly, then exhaled. This is my first seclusion. He slapped his cheeks lightly, straightening himself, then inserted his card into the slot. Minus 5,000 points. The number flashed briefly. Gears inside the door began to turn. Steam hissed out as the heavy door pressed inward. Ezra pushed it open. Lights flickered on, one after another, revealing a space far larger than what the outside suggested. Training equipment lined the walls. Weights, target dolls for gun practice, punching dummies, and more. Ezra's eyes widened. He stepped inside, and the door closed behind him, gears locking into place. He dropped his bags and laid everything out. Books, materials, food. After checking twice, he nodded. I didn't forget anything. He clapped his hands once. Let's get started. The space responded at once. Warm air spread through the room as the temperature adjusted to his preference. Ezra shrugged off his coat, then pulled off his top and set it aside. His bare skin caught the light. His body had changed. His arms were firmer, his shoulders broader. His stomach no longer sank inward when he breathed. The lines of muscle were faint but clear. For a 13-year-old, he was fit. He rolled his neck, then bent forward, stretching his back. His fingers brushed the floor. He held the pose, breathing slow, then straightened and moved on. One stretch after another. Legs, arms, waist. He didn't rush. After that came movement. He began basic muscle exercises. Squats, push-ups, lunges. As he moved, cognizance spread through his body. It flowed into his muscles, reinforcing them. His steps grew lighter. His balance is steadier. Each motion felt sharper. He glanced at the watch strapped to his wrist and activated it. I need to know my limit. Time passed without him noticing. Sweat ran down his back and dripped onto the floor. His breath grew rough, then steady again as he forced a rhythm. When fatigue crept in, he didn't stop. He drank coffee, then another stimulant drink. His stomach protested. His head throbbed. His body felt wrong, stretched too far. But he kept going. Hours turned into a full day. Noon passed. Night came and went. At some point, his legs trembled. His arms refused to rise. The cogniz inside him thinned until it felt hollow. That was the end. Ezra collapsed onto his back. The floor was cold against his skin. His chest rose and fell fast. His thoughts scattered. He didn't even realize when his eyes closed. Light hit his face. Ezra groaned and rolled to his side. Afternoon light streamed in from the ceiling panels. His body screamed when he moved. Every joint felt stiff. He sat up slowly, then stretched, cracking his neck, shoulders, spine. One sharp sound followed another. Only then did the pain ease. He checked the watch. 30 hours. He muttered. He picked up his jotter and wrote it down carefully. Cogniz exhaustion, physical reinforcement, only 30 hours. A small smile formed. Nice, he said. My stamina's improving. He reached for the 2 books he had bought and placed them in front of him. With that settled, he said quietly, it's time to decide which gun formulas I should study. He flipped through the pages, eyes moving fast but focused. Material mattered. Purity mattered. Chemical limits mattered. Rank mattered. He already knew that. It was why he bought a binder rank book even though he was still a novice. His cogniz was slightly higher than normal. Not enough to form a 2nd star, but close. There's more here than I thought, he said, scanning the novice section. A lot of these are usable, but not all were practical. I can't learn everything this year, he said, rubbing his chin. I need the ones that matter. Something stirred in his mind. His ability activated. Blueprints. Steel. Weight in his hand. A gun he felt familiar with. The image sharpened. The Colt 1911. The Colt M1911 is a semi-automatic handgun developed in the early 20th century. It was created through standardized production, not individual craftsmanship. The strength lies in balance, precision, and reliability. High-grade steel is forged and machined into separate components. The frame, slide, barrel, and internal parts. Each piece is made within strict limits. Heat treatment follows, strengthening the metal and improving wear resistance. Assembly comes next. Each part must align perfectly. Feeding, firing, extraction, ejection, reset. A single failure disrupts the whole cycle. Behind it all are simple principles. Durability equals material quality times heat treatment times structural design reliability equals precision plus alignment plus tolerance control stability equals mass distribution divided by energy release function equals feed fire extract eject reset longevity equals surface treatment times wear resistance. Ezra opened his eyes. High-grade steel. Ezra took out the steel bar he had bought earlier and held it up, turning it slowly in his hand. The metal caught the light as he rotated it, smooth and clean, without visible impurities. He tapped it lightly with his finger and listened to the sound. From the purity alone, this will work well, he said. Then he shrugged. Not that it really matters that much. He smiled faintly. With a gun that can fire 7 rounds, he continued, picturing it in his mind. And smoother aim with better shot flow, things should get easier for me. The thought settled, but only for a moment. But I still need more. The steel bar lowered as his focus shifted inward. His gaze dulled slightly as he scrolled through the other guns stored within his shard memories. Shapes, structures, and mechanisms passed through his mind one after another. Then a thought surfaced. Does it really have to be a weapon meant for killing? As soon as that idea formed, something changed. A new page opened. This time, the designs were different. Orthodox-looking gun weapons appeared one by one. Stun gun. Pepperball launcher. That sounds weird. Rubber bullet launcher. That looks safer. Tranquilizer gun. Flash launcher. Net gun. Then, harpoon cannon. Ezra's thoughts stopped. The image stayed. The structure was heavy, reinforced. The barrel was thick, built to withstand pressure. And there it was, rope tightly wound and connected to the harpoon. This looks similar to the Stormpiercer, Ezra muttered. His expression turned serious. One of the strongest guns created by the Ashenlock, he continued. Only 8 to 9-star alchemists can use it properly. Though, if done right, a 7-star alchemist could barely manage it. He leaned deeper into the image, comparing it with what he knew. The difference, he said slowly, is the purpose. His eyes lingered on the rope. Less destruction, more control. Silence followed. Then Ezra smiled. Yes, he said softly, satisfied. This will work. Ezra spent the last days of seclusion surrounded by paper. Sheets filled the room, layered over each other like fallen leaves. Symbols, half-formed circles, stars that didn't align, lines scratched out and rewritten. Some papers were folded, some were torn, some were kept neatly to the side, marked for later reference. He worked on the gun symbols he planned to use. Failure came often. Success came sometimes, but satisfaction never stayed. When his mind felt tight, he moved. When his body felt heavy, he studied again. Physical training, martial movements, and target drills blended into his days until time itself felt unclear. The routine became simple. Train, study, repeat. Ezra stood before a tall metal pole. A screen rested in its center, dark and silent. This time, he said, clapping his hands once. Hard mode. He adjusted the setting. The pole sank into the floor. The space around him cleared, walls shifting back as openings formed. Small holes appeared along the walls and ceiling. Target practice initiated. Good luck, young Master Zara. Ezra inhaled slowly. The air felt heavier, like it was pressing against his skin. The first doll burst out, already firing an arrow. Ezra moved before thinking. His body shifted aside, the arrow slicing past where his head had been. The floor met his foot again just as another arrow came from behind. He twisted. Steel rang as he cut the arrow mid-air, spinning with the motion and using the broken shaft to deflect two more arrows from opposite sides. He stepped back. A rain of arrows fell in front of him. Ezra rolled a steel bar across the floor and sprinted after it, weaving between shots. His hearing sharpened. His sight narrowed. Cognition flowed through his body, tightening his muscles, sharpening his reactions. He reached the bar. Clap. A surge of cognition rose from him. A symbol bloomed across his palm. One circle, two stars, burning faintly as he slammed his hand down. The steel reshaped. A revolver formed. Ezra jumped back as arrows struck the exact spot he had been standing on. In midair, he twisted. 3 arrows passed close, one grazing his arm. Sweat flew from his face. He landed. Bang. The first doll shattered. He turned. Bang. The second doll broke before it could fire. 2 arrows came from behind. Ezra spun the revolver, blocking both, then fired again, clean, sharp. The third doll fell. He rolled, grabbed an arrow from the floor, and drove it into the last doll's chest. Target practice ended. Ezra exhaled. He returned to the side of the room buried in research papers. Symbols covered the walls. Formulas overlapped each other. He checked his watch. That was decent. He wiped his face with a towel and drank water, his throat burning. I can enhance my body and control weapons at the same time now, he muttered, clenching his fist. Time passed slowly. Ezra sat still, legs crossed, back straight. The room was quiet except for his breathing. Cognition flowed through his body in a steady loop, warm at first, then calm, like water moving under ice. As his mind settled, old thoughts rose on their own. Memories he didn't invite. It was almost time for the next trial. That alone was enough to bring the familiar feeling back. The pressure in his chest, the tightness in his stomach. Survival. That word pressed against his thoughts again and again. He had enjoyed the month of preparation. For a while it almost felt like freedom. Almost. But it wasn't the 4th trial that made his heart sink. It was the thought that came with it. I might have to kill again. The thought sent a chill crawling up his spine. His breathing wavered for a second before he forced it steady. Cognition pulsed harder, responding to the shift in his emotions. His fingers curled slightly. And then there was the shard of memory. The source of his ability. Useful, too useful. Knowledge appeared when he needed it. Training methods. Combat understanding. Cold logic that didn't belong to someone his age. First he was grateful. Now he wasn't so sure. Lately something felt off. It was subtle. easy to ignore. But the more he relied on it, the more he felt his judgment shifting. His reactions felt sharper. His thoughts grew colder, as if someone else was standing just behind his eyes, watching. A voice echoed faintly in his head. "Stop fooling yourself." Ezra's brows knit together. "Shut up," he muttered under his breath. The voice didn't answer. It never did. But it never truly left either. He exhaled slowly. Maybe these memories really were from a past life. Another world. Another version of himself. Or maybe that was just an excuse his mind created to stay sane. Nothing was proven. Speculation meant nothing. "The more I dream about that person's memories," he whispered, voice low in the empty room, "the more familiar it feels." His chest tightened. "And the more I start questioning who I am." His eyes opened. For a moment, uncertainty flickered through them. Then it vanished. "But as long as it doesn't affect my decisions," he said quietly. "As long as it doesn't stop me from surviving." A faint fire lit behind his gaze. "I don't care." His cognition stabilized again, flowing smoothly. The chill in his spine faded, replaced by something harder, firmer. Resolve. Ezra closed his eyes and returned fully to meditation. Time moved on. And just like that, the final day of his seclusion arrived. The hall was packed. Rows of young alchemists filled the wide space, shoulder to shoulder, their voices mixing into a restless hum. Above them, guards stood in a firm circle, the gold logo on their black cap catching the light. Beyond the guards, on the raised platform, the higher-ups watched in silence. Eyes sharp, expressions unreadable, as if observing livestock that had finally learned to stand. Ezra felt that gaze even without looking up. "Children of Ashenlock." Kyle's voice flowed through the hall, calm yet heavy with authority. Cut cleanly through the noise. Every head lifted. "This fourth trial will require you to pass through a maze," he continued. "Inside it are 7 stages, each with its own quest. You will be given 1 month to complete the maze." A ripple of tension spread through the hall. 1 month. Murmurs broke out immediately. "A whole month?" someone whispered behind Ezra. "If it takes that long, how hard are the 7 stages supposed to be?" Another voice muttered. "When they said the next trial would be tough, I didn't expect something like this," someone groaned. The unease thickened. "Silence!" Raymond's deep voice thundered through the hall. Felt like a hammer striking stone. The murmurs died instantly. "You will form teams of 4, Raymond said coldly. "You may choose anyone you wish." His gaze swept over them, sharp and heavy. "After that, from the first rank onward, you will enter any door of your choosing to enter the maze. That is all." As soon as his words ended, a loud mechanical sound echoed from the side of the hall. Everyone turned. A massive door slowly opened, revealing a long wall behind it. 12 doors lined up side by side, each dark and silent. Guards moved into position around the area, their presence firm and final. The children surged toward the doors. The hall erupted again, this time with excitement and panic mixing together. "Who should I team up with? I need someone strong. Don't leave me out." Vera stood calmly amid the noise, hands behind her back. She tilted her head slightly to the right, eyes sweeping over the crowd in front of her. Dozens of hands pointed at her at once. "Pamela already has Kale and the others. I don't need Zach." Her gaze passed over him without pause. Then she looked at Nina and smiled faintly. "My cute flower," Vera said, pointing. "Come." A wave of groans burst out. "Hee hee." Nina laughed loudly as she ran to Vera's side. "Did you fools really think she'd pick any of you over me?" Vera's eyes moved again. She pointed at a boy standing stiffly near the edge of the group. "You, come." The boy froze for half a second, then jumped. "Yes!" he shouted, voice cracking with joy, as he ran over. Envious stares followed him from all sides. And last but not least, Vera's hand hovered, moving slowly across the group. Several people straightened, hope flashing in their eyes. Then her finger stopped. "Gina." The noise dropped. Gina blinked. "Me." She pointed at herself, stunned. Who else is named Gina? Vera replied dryly. Under countless gazes, Gina walked forward, shoulders tense, steps careful. Nervousness showed on her face, but beneath it, a sharp, barely hidden joy stirred. She chose me. Vera turned and walked away with her team, leaving chaos behind. Zack stood frozen, staring at her back. Why didn't Lady Vera pick me? On the other side of the hall, tension gathered again around Veda. Everyone wanted to stand beside him. All right, Veda said calmly. Linda, Nicholas, Tracy, and Ezra. You'll each lead a group like I will. Linda shot Ezra a sharp glare. Ezra stood with his arms folded, eyes lowered, not reacting. As always, he simply observed. No fighting, Veda added, his gaze passing over them. I'll be called soon, so everyone will need to manage without me. Be careful. Veda pointed at two girls and a boy. They stepped forward quickly, relief and nervousness mixed on their faces. From the way the others reacted, it was clear he had chosen the weakest ones in the group. Once that was done, Veda turned and walked toward Ezra. Linda and the others immediately began arguing among themselves, already picking teams. Bobby followed behind Veda, steps hesitant. Ezra, Veda said, stopping in front of him. You should take Bobby with you. Bobby stiffened. I thought you'd pick him, Ezra replied. He's always with you. Veda laughed lightly, but there was something forced in it. I have my reasons. Ezra smiled. Well, it's not like I have a choice. I won't hold you back, Bobby said quickly, trying to sound confident. Before Ezra could answer, footsteps approached from the side. Vera and her team had arrived. Hey Ezra. Her voice was flat, emotionless. Then her eyes slid to the side. And my little brother. That look alone sent a chill down Veda's spine. Big sister. Veda greeted stiffly. Ezra glanced behind her. Gina was standing behind Nina, half hidden, gripping her sleeve. She looked nervous but safe. Ezra let out a small laugh. Lucky Gina. What brings you here, Vera? Ezra asked bluntly. Hey! Nina snapped, pointing at him. Why are you always so rude to my lady? Show respect, lowline. She moved forward, but Gina grabbed her arm. Nina! Calm down, Gina whispered. Nina struggled for a moment before stopping. Vera raised a single hand. Tisk. Nina turned away, annoyed. I came to ask you for something, Vera said. Her serious tone made Ezra tense. That was unusual. I know you and Pamela have a past, Vera continued. And I know she wants to kill you. She paused. If you face her in this trial, I want you to spare her life. Silence fell. Ezra froze. So did Nina. So did Veda. Even Bobby forgot to breathe. Lady Vera just pleaded to a lowline. Nina collapsed dramatically into Gina's arms. The boy in Vera's team stared with his mouth wide open. Bobby looked the same. I didn't expect this from you, Ezra said honestly. So, you really do care about people. Do I look like a cold-hearted monster to you? Vera glared. Your answer. I was about to ask the same thing. Veda cut in. You know I killed her brother, Ezra said quietly. And someone close to you. You should be supporting her. That's why I didn't stop her, Vera replied flatly. Ezra stared at her, then sighed. I don't think I'll even meet her, he said. And I don't plan on killing anyone in this trial. He scratched the back of his head. Bobby, let's go. We need to finish picking our team. He walked away. Bobby hurried after him. I didn't expect you to beg him like that, Veda said softly. Vera placed a finger on his throat. Do you want to die? No. Sorry. Veda said quickly, hands raised. She withdrew her hand and looked toward Ezra, now talking with the others. He says he doesn't want to kill, Vera murmured. But his body is full of killing intent. I sensed it too, Veda replied, his expression serious. Something feels wrong. A guard's voice rang out. First rank, Felix. Proceed to your chosen door. Felix moved without hesitation. Lyra, Freed, and another boy followed him into the center door, confidence clear in every step. One by one, teams entered. Veda's group went through the far left door. Vera's team chose the door second from the center. Finally, Ezra's team stepped forward. Ezra, Bobby, a highline girl, a lowline boy. They entered the fourth door on the right. They entered into a long hallway. Dim lamplight hung on the walls, weak and uneven, barely pushing back the darkness. Dust covered the stone floor, disturbed only by old footprints. There was only one path, straight ahead, narrow and silent. Should we run? The lowline boy asked, his voice small in the empty corridor. No, Lime, Ezra said, eyes fixed forward. We walk. Slowly. Humph. The girl scoffed. Acting cool already? What if another group enters the same door and runs past us? She glared at him. She was the highline, the one who had questioned him in the class when he introduced himself to the group. Lady Aaliyah, Bobby said carefully, worry clear on his face. If they pass us, then so be it, Ezra replied coldly, not even turning to look at her. And if you want to run, go ahead. No one is stopping you. You! Aaliyah pointed at him. She stopped herself. In her mind, a strange thought flashed. He's so cool. She raised her chin, pretending nothing had happened. They kept walking. Minutes passed. Then more. Felt like hours. The air grew heavier. The silence pressed down on them. Ahead, light appeared. An opening. Finally, Aaliyah sighed. Somewhere with better light. Bobby didn't relax. He was watching Ezra. Ezra's gaze was locked on something far ahead. Something at the very edge of the open area. You'd need sharp eyes or enhanced vision to notice it. Green light, Bobby muttered, focusing his cognizance into his eyes. What does that mean? He asked. Ezra narrowed his eyes. There were more lights, but off. Yellow, red, like a traffic signal. Something clicked in his head. His blood ran cold. Footsteps thundered behind them. For people burst out of the hallway, sprinting forward at full speed. We'll go first, the leading girl shouted, waving at Ezra as they rushed past. Idiots, Ezra roared. Everyone freeze. Don't move. His voice hit like a command. Aaliyah and Lime froze on instinct, even though they didn't understand why. Then, the girl's head exploded. Blood and fragments sprayed forward. Another member's leg vanished mid-step. Before his body could hit the ground, bullets tore through him, ripping him apart. Blood splashed onto the last two. The girl closest to the corpses opened her mouth to scream. Bang! A bullet shattered her jaw. The final boy was hit in the stomach, thrown backward. He slammed near Ezra's group, groaning. He had hardened his skin with cognizance just in time, but the force still crushed his ribs. He tried to move. Idiot! Don't move! Ezra's mind screamed. More shots followed. Again. Again. Blood splashed across the floor, across the walls, across what was left of the boy. The corridor went silent. Ezra stared, his face twisting in disgust. Shit! A voice echoed through the maze, cold and indifferent. Welcome to the fourth trial. The Hell Maze.